Day one was nothing less of exciting with record-breaking moments as well as unstoppable action. Day two leaves us with so many questions. I'm Tashmani, your host for the 2023 PMGC. And with me on stage from PJEV, I have Zuxi. And this is not our first time talking. From PMSL all the way till now, I'm sure this is nothing new to you. So how are you?
Jadi buat Bagas, apa kabar hari ini?
Perasaan aku baik.
So Zuxi said that he is fine and he feeling excited for day number 2.
Feeling excited for day number 2. Not surprising because you guys are currently on 3rd place. But before we talk about that, let's share your experience from day number 1. What are the ups and the downs for you guys yesterday?
Jadi di hari pertama itu apakah permasalahan yang dihadapi oleh Persija EVOS?
Permasalahan yang kita hadapin itu cuman lebih tepatnya ke drop spot dari masing-masing tim sih, karena kita ada beberapa tempat yang belum masih menyesuaikan lah.
So basically the only problems that we have that we encounter in day number 1 is basically is the drop spot, is because of there's a lot of clash between the other team, and they still trying to get used to the new drop spot that the coach has been tell them to do so.
Well, that's right. On day number 1, it's all about trying to figure out understanding or the ice breaking, trying to understand these strats from the other players. Speaking of strats, right now, STE is dominating ladder. So what do you think they're doing that is giving them so much success?
Jadi buat hari pertama STE itu sangat-sangat dominasi. Apakah menurut kamu sendiri nih, apakah yang dilakukan STE sampai mereka bisa mencapai hasil yang seperti itu?
Menurut aku STE itu salah satu tim yang terkuat, dan aku nggak heran kalau emang STI emang hasilnya sebagus itu di hari pertama. Ya menurut aku well deserved untuk STI lah.
Okay, so basically STI is one of the strongest team in this tournament, and actually Zuxi already expected for the result, and STI really deserve to perform really well.
Yeah, with a whopping, I think 26 points ahead of the rest of the team, I think that they are definitely a player, or they're a team that should be looked out for. So, let's talk a little bit about you guys. So for today, what do you want to improve on? What are we looking at for PJEV today?
Jadi buat hari ini Persija EVOS apa yang bakal diperbarui, apa yang bakal ditunjukin lah?
Jadi untuk hari ini paling kita main dengan sekonsisten mungkin dan berusaha untuk tidak no mistake lah.
So basically Persija EVOS is trying to play consistent as they can so that they won't do a simple mistake.
That's right. And speaking of that, we had record-breaking moments yesterday from STE. We also have A7, who managed to hang into the 2nd spot without a single chicken dinner. Whether or not this will still be the case, let us see as we go into day 2 of 2023 PMGC.
Day number 2, let's go. What's up, everybody? I'm your host, Hot Jukes, and next to me, I got the Stalwart Esports fan club, Maxman and Kalaris. How are you guys feeling today?
I mean, yesterday it wasn't even just esports Hot Drinks yesterday, it was absolute cinema, which is why I've got my popcorn with me today. I'm ready for some more Stalwart wins. It's going to happen. Yeah.
I think it is going to happen, yeah. I mean, considering how strong they look, how they were controlling space. Although that being said, I think eventually maybe an Alpha 7 win today as well, considering how great they looked. I'm giving a tip of the hat to your region over there, Hot Jukes.
Yeah, I want to see it happen. I mean, Brazil popped off yesterday. And you know what? We're starting off with that storyline, right? The old versus the new. And yesterday, man, the OGs gave a good old-fashioned spanking to the rest of the lobby here. I mean, it's crazy to see how well they perform. So we'll see if maybe, we can see a little bit of a mix-up here in day 2. Day 1 is always a little bit of a wash for me, right? I always give that little excuse punch card because you know what? Those nerves definitely kick in. Sometimes it's a little tough for those teams to kind of overadapt it. But you know what? It's day number 2. That card has been punched, and it's time to get it done. Of course, speaking of get it done, we gotta give a big shout out to our official smartphone of 2023 PMGC, the Infinix G10 Pro. It was created for esports players. If you guys want to dominate the lobby, make sure you go ahead and check out that G10 Pro. Also, make sure you guys follow all the socials, esports, PUBG Mobile, all official in all different areas, and of course, the new TikTok as well. We can get some little glimpse behind the scenes of everything that's going on. So now that you've done all that, it's time to go ahead and run down what we have going on for today. And it's a lot because There's only 4 days. 4 days. This is now day number 2. At the end of this, we'll have officially reached that halfway mark, Kelars.
Yeah, and when it came to, you know, obviously the lobby leaders like Stalwart, I mentioned it at the end of yesterday and it bears repeating. Coach comes in, Senna comes in, you might have got yourselves 82 points on the board, but everything is not done just yet. You still could potentially fall off. So as much as those top teams, they did a lot yesterday, I think they're going to come in still as hungry as ever, considering it's still 3 days left here for this, to try and get yourself that top 3 to the Grand Finals.
Yeah, and for Star Wars, just didn't seem forced. Also, their game plan is just very smooth on how they play. It seems like their communication is on point. The way they were just like, I see, how about you 2v8 those 2 squads over there? Pretty much you're going to do that. And same for, at one point, Nazar just taking care of all the teams trying to leave Hacienda del Patron. So just great communication on the board. I'm looking really happy. Though I do have to echo, Kalaris, that I do think we're going to see an Alpha 7 win today. It seems very likely. Yeah. And I'm just loving the drama between the two teams on social media. Just like Alpha 7 talking to Stalwart. Oh, when we have a fair encounter, we'll beat you. And then they have a 4v4 and Stalwart just obliterate them. It's just peak cinema again. I love it. It's great.
Oh, you know they're going to be coming out hungry today, and they really need to do so because, I mean, it's crazy how we saw Stalwart perform. And honestly, I don't think they can let off the gas at all. I mean, they could definitely get passed up if they're not careful here. So we're going to see, I think, some great performances at the start. I think it's go ahead and we should take a look. I think we're going to take a look here at the scheduled format once again, but we'll see if we can pull that up here in a second. But, you know, now that we've talked about those two teams, any other squads you think they have a really big chance of popping out today, Max?
Well, I mean, I'm looking at Quest still. I've talked about some of the individual players. Fahidan is actually the top fragger of yesterday. He's had 16 eliminations on the board, so he's looking really strong. I still, Hot Jukes, want to see a bit more from Al-Hajj in particular, but they started to build a bit more heat and steam towards the end of the day, especially securing themselves that final podium finish with 10 eliminations. So I'm really stoked. So Quest, currently in top 5. They could maybe overtake a position in top 3, but as we saw at the top right now with Procedure Evos, Alpha 7, and Stalwart, it is going to be tough competition to make it straight into the Grand Finals.
Yeah, you can see that right here, guys. This is the schedule. Here's the format for anybody that's just tuning in today. Remember, it's top 3 that move on. Bottom 5 are eliminated, and everybody in between is going to go to a survival stage, and that is a place you do not want to be, Kalars.
No, absolutely not. I mean, it does obviously give you a few more opportunities, right? If, say, for example, your first 4 days don't go your way. I like to look at it as kind of, we're almost in a triple elimination situation here. The fact that you get to go to that survival and like you get to go to last chance. So there's still opportunities here for you if you have a little bit of a bad start. And we've seen teams, you know, be slow starters. So those kind of opportunities in survival and last chance are perfect for those teams to try and get some steam on the board.
Gladiators, what?
No,
what? No, continue, Hot Jukes.
Yeah. I think we're gonna skip over that for now. You know what I'm saying? As we take a look here at the point system, this is what has been going on for quite a while, and we saw the aggression in day 1, and I love to see it. I love the fact that we saw teams like Stalwart, you know, leave a confident position, go a little bit further south as particular zones, and just wipe that area of the lobby clean. I mean, these guys are not afraid to leave a solid spot if it means getting that chicken dinner, because guess what? You can see it right there on the right, folks. $3 million. That's a whole lot of cheddar here. And, you know, teams are going to be hungry for it, Max.
Oh, so much cheddar. You can make a quiche with that one. Oh, man, we're going to have a great time. Oh, yeah. Wow, fantastic. But, yeah, I mean, especially you talking about the position Hot Jukes that Stalwart were playing. I think that one thing that was very important, and you brought it up a few times, Kalaris, too, yesterday, timing is very important. And the teams that are at the top are very proficient at taking their fights at the right time, rotating in positions at the right time. I'm especially looking at Alter Ego that I think had some really nice plays and sent in some positions when off angles would be cleared and they had the chance to go for that win, especially game 2 with that 11 elimination chicken dinner. So I am really stoked to see how other teams in the middle of the pack can start performing today. But it's PMGC, man. All these teams, even the teams at the bottom that had a slower start, still have a chance to climb back up.
One team in particular that I saw that really, ended the day, I think, pretty good was Rejects, Kalars.
Yeah, obviously 2 second places on the board here with 6 limbs and 11 limbs coming out from them. I always have kind of mixed feelings about how Rejects is going to perform. I mean, even on a broader spectrum when it comes to esports, right? Because Japan, outside of like fighting games and stuff like that, don't make too many waves here and there. But Rejects has certainly proven that they're able to hang internationally here in PUBG Mobile. So I'm hoping to see a little bit more from them because, again, if you're able to just convert one of those into chicken dinners, both of those second places, by the way, were against PMGC Evos. So, you're going up against some big dogs when it comes to trying to wrestle that chicken dinner away from them.
Being a big dog, we can take a look here at the overall rankings. This is where everybody's standing out after day number 1. Remember, after today, we'll have officially reached that halfway mark. Top 3 is the goal, and I mean, there are a lot of teams that could still pass them up here, Max.
Yeah, and there's going to be a lot of opportunities for all these squads, right? We only played 1 of the 4 days, so we're not even halfway done. We will be there at the end of today. That means there's a lot of opportunities for these teams to catch up if they had a rougher start. Though, as always, we do have to set the storyline straight, which is you still continue moving forward if you are in the top 11. Bottom 5, which currently the cutoff point would be Gladiators, Falcon, Brazia, and also Aegon I8. They're done, okay? So we need to see a comeback from those teams. Also, the teams that are just above that limit, so your Mad Balls, Jumba, Melise, not safe at all. So that bottom of the rankings need to start to have that big comeback because, man, top 5, ending it on the first week of PMGC and your adventure is done for the year, that's tough.
Oh, that's going to hurt big time. Yeah, and I'm shocked to see Gladiators there at that bottom 5. You know, I talked to Kitsune yesterday at the start of the day. He said that he was going to be able to get it done, but I'll tell you what, we saw some people swing yesterday, so I can definitely understand why some teams struggled, but you can't let off the gas, and that is Stalwart right there, automatically at the top. Alpha 7 though could get that chicken dinner today though, Cal.
Wait a minute. Average damage of Stalwart.
That's ridiculous.
1.9k damage across the 6 games we had. That is insane coming out from them. Of course, you know, I think if we were to have Alpha 7 here in a vacuum outside of just having Stalwart available at all, we'd be like, oh my god, 1.6k damage. This is ridiculous. But Stalwart had an unbelievably blinding day yesterday. 46 limbs, man. I mean, how are you supposed to compete with that? They're almost 30 points ahead of second place after just 6 games. That's insane.
If you take all of their points and you divide them by the number of matches played, they're averaging about 14 points per match, which we say normally, no, 9, 10, that's really good. In PMGC, you would expect that to be lower, but no, they are at 14 average points per match when you're combining placement points and those 46 eliminations so far. So Kings of consistency so far, 100%, and I'm really hyped to see if they can continue. Though, as I did mention, Quest do have Fahidan currently as the top fragger of this league stage. I do still want to see Alhaji up there, though.
Yeah, putting the squad on his back. It's so crazy to see. I mean, honestly, if Stalwart just continues like the way they perform, all you got to do is just be near them. And it reminds me of that Sanhok match we saw yesterday, right? Well, where Stalwart was just dominating the entire lobby. Alpha 7 was just on the other side, just cleaning up everybody and just soaking up so many points. So, you know, if they're not careful, Stalwart's going to run away with this and get first place. And at the end of the day, that'll only leave 2 more slots left that teams are going to be able to fight over here, Max.
Yeah, and it could be 2 Indonesian teams because we're talking about the teams that got wins yesterday, right? Hot Cheeks, you got, of course, Stalwart getting half of those to their lonesome. And then you have Indonesia, Persija Evos getting 2 of those wins and Alter Ego doing 1 chicken dinner also on match number 2 with those 11 eliminations. Actually, on this score finish right here, they did really well. So it seems like we've got 2 regions looking really strong. And in the last few years, I would say Indonesia made not the most present region at these level of play, but man, now they got 2 top contender teams to make it directly into the Grand Finals. That is insane how strong and how much improvement has been happening inside that region.
Yeah, they're standout. I mean, Alter Ego, right? Like, of course, yeah, they got themselves a win, but I would expect more wins in these 4 days, no problem. Like, considering, you know, the kind of power they're bringing. Whilst we take a look at these highlights as well, one thing that I did also want to mention here, Hot Jukes, is I can't believe I'm about to say this, but I'm really impressed with the Xavier.
Right.
That's really funny to Max because normally I'm a naysayer, but you know what, they came out of hot drop situations, they got 4th, 2nd, 4ths, left, right and center. I mean, I do expect also D Xavier to put wins on the board in the next 3 days.
Okay, all right, I like to hear that. I like to hear that, little bit of a mix-up. But you know what, Max, man, I'm going to ask you a similar question, right? You know, obviously, Stalwart just cast a huge blanket over yesterday, right, as far as storyline-wise. But are there any other teams, right, besides them, besides Alpha 7, that you think that we should keep an eye on today?
I am going to be keeping an eye out for the teams that are involved in hot drops. So like you mentioned, D Xavier, which have been actually doing surprisingly well. I'm looking at Bra Esport, looking at Mad Balls, because we're going into Sanhok right now. Are we going to have that Falcons fight against them in Ruins against Mad Balls? I do wonder. So all the teams that were involved in day 1 in those hot drops, I want to see if they're going to be trying to resolve that as much as possible. Also, Loops versus I8, that's still something that's going on in Erangel that's going a bit of back and forth. So those would be the ones I'm looking at here, Hot Jukes. And if they do change it, we could see especially Brat Esport that are in the bottom 5 to have a bit of a redemption, because even though you might win the fight, you're losing a lot of resources. You're going to be out in the blue very often. You don't get maximum scouting. So I want to see a change of pace on those guys.
I mean, they need to, right? At this point, it's so crazy to see teams still at this level, right? Going for those hot drops. They almost never work out, right, Kalaris?
No, indeed. I mean, if you're a team like Bra, right, like, and you find yourself in these situations, it's absolutely terrifying, considering that they're just not winning these kinds of situations. That in general, you should migrate elsewhere. You should find another location that's similar rotation-wise. That's the most important thing.
Well, you know what? Speaking of similar, we got 2 of the same casters, and they are some good ones. Let's take it on over to Jackie and Blanky. Number 2 started.
Oh, that's right, Jukes. We're like 2 peas of a pod, mate. Very, very samey. We love the fashion. We love big chicken dinners. And we're probably in the right place for it, Blank, because there's going to be a whole lot of them today.
Yeah, I would say so, 100%. I mean, look, it's same, but different today, Hot Jukes. You know, same me, different mic this time around. We're going to change things up just a little bit, keep you all on your toes at home. But yeah, heading over towards day 2 now. I'm pretty excited for it. Obviously, yesterday, like Max said, we had pretty dominant in terms of the chicken dinners that came through. He had 2 from Pasija Evos, as well as 1 from Alter Ego, and then the Mongolian Massive, as we like to call them, over on Stalwart, taking 3, which was kind of unreal, to say the least, honestly. But I think they can keep it up. I think they've got the right mentality for it. They've got the right discipline for it. And I think that is the main factor that might scare you a little bit coming into today.
Oh, massively so. I think for Stalwart, obviously, we'll see how the games go, but everything looked very drilled. You could see the way they respected their coach, the way it was quite methodical, high-octane moments that were instantly brought back down to understanding they needed to be calm about it. They're playing for the tournament. They're not playing for the day, which is the smart way to approach it in a grand stage like this. But like the Des was saying, we saw so much talent from a lot of our teams across the board, and staking a claim for chicken dinners, well, that was Alpha 7's territory multiple times. They just fell short in the dying moments, right? When you're looking at those 2v2s, those 2v1s, where again, a few of those were actually versus Stalwart as well. So interesting story there to see how that will go. And I do like the fact, Blank, I don't think these hot drops are going to end. If I'm honest with you, I feel like you could see the clash of egos from yesterday. That's going to bleed into today. I reckon we get to run that straight back. Lest we forget as well, we highlighted the Bra hot drop on the desk, but Mad Bulls went up versus Falcons in the first clash of the whole tournament and got wiped out with all 4 players dropping without even a single lick of damage on the Falcons. So is that going to happen again? Because Mad Bulls, they need a better day, Blank. They need a good start.
Yeah, I mean, for Mad Bulls, they're really quite behind at this point in time. And it's not a team that I expected to be this far behind either. And you're right, taken down by Falcons at the start of the day is a real unideal scenario, considering that, like, Falcons, yeah, they're the best team in the world. But in the similar vein, look, we got to be realistic about these things. I don't think they had what it took, yesterday at least, to go up against Mad Bulls the way they did. So they seem to have been really practicing, really trying hard to improve as much as possible. And I personally would assume that Mad Bulls didn't expect that similar kind of aggression going out there over towards Sanhok. There is an option for them to drop over towards that western side, towards Tambang, and loot that area, just give up ruins towards Falcons. That would be probably the ideal option at this point in time, right? You know, you just leave it be. You don't want to deal with these guys anymore. You need points. For Bra Esports, I mean, there was quite a few memes going around yesterday in the PUBG Mobile sphere, where we saw a lot of them talking about how Bra Esports were running towards the start line and not the finish line with the way they were playing out their angles. And I hope it doesn't happen today, but you're right. I think with the way that they like to play out this game, the way they like to play PUBG Mobile, I think they're going to be stubborn about this and they're not going to change things up.
And that's fine if you can prove that you deserve that hot drop, right? That's the big caveat to it. If you're going to be that stubborn, you just got to make sure you win those fights, Blank. So at the end of the day, that's what it will come down to. We'll dissect that one a little bit more when we get into our back-to-back Erangels. For now, we start it off just where I'd want to. A nice Sanhok to ease us into day 2. Will the hot drops be coming in thick and fast? Is that our man, them gladiators on screen? They looked a little bit happier in the body language, I will say. And straight into the drop, it looks like Matic is ready to kick this one off.
Yeah, looking a lot more comfortable today, that's for sure. I think there was some nervous faces, right? A couple of sweat beads down the forehead. Good start there, immediately getting instant control over the top side of Northwest Island. I think they were able to drop down first 2. Now they just don't want to push things too far, because I think this is where Gladiators tend to have the most of their mistakes happen, is just these silly little errors. And already starting off strong, they get the initial knock, the initial flush. That is such good news for them. And I think it's that initial bit of damage coming through from Matic, which just absolutely sends them away. And a great shot again to take down another one from Matic, no less.
This is fantastic, actually, because you've got the high ground to play off as well. And I like the way they've just forced the issue here. Obviously, Alter Ego, no easy side to strike down upon instantly. So for Gladiators, this could be a big confidence buff. And it looks a lot better already. Matic hitting his shots. I'll be honest with you, Blank. Yesterday, it left a lot to be desired with Matic. And that's a shame, because he's normally one of those players that can pop off. It just felt like Gladiators were a bit sluggish, a bit slow. You've been forced into a hot drop here, and they're taking it on the chin. They're rolling with the punches. They are forcing Alter Ego out of this position. They want you to leave and hightail it, and they're lucky they barely get away.
Yeah, and I mean, the way they deal with it as well, right? They really give them some good suffering on their side. Both down to very minimal HP. I think for Gladiators, that was a very important fight at the start of the day, especially because we've got 2 more days ahead of us here on Sanhok. I don't think Gladiators want to be giving up this position every single time. So the fact they're able to be very confident with it coming into day 2 means that Alter Ego, I don't know how likely it is for them to come back up here anytime soon, because if they have to make that same exit, and it is slower, you can see this angle here, Reject actually took a couple of shots up towards Gladiators during that fight from their position where they play around Trifecta. So if Alter Ego take too long, they get forced down towards those cliffs. Those sight lines open up, and Reject now knows there's an opportunity to get in on that engagement. Tixi still not giving up the ghost there. With the iron sights, it might be a bit more difficult, but we know Tixi can hit those shots.
Tixi on a good day, hitting shots like that, got the confidence to be running around, just iron sighted up, ready for scraps. Yeah, looks a bit better. You could see something had changed a little bit, just even in the body language, man. With the shots we saw on the camera, they looked a little bit happier about the overall day they have ahead of them, which is a good mindset to have. Obviously, you know, sometimes it can be very hard to keep your mental level coming straight back into things here, quite far down the overall ranking. So we'll keep our eyes peeled for that one. We'll see how it goes. Meanwhile, we've got Quest on screens. Yesterday, Quest did a good job of accumulating points, but they were always fighting from the back foot. Ooh, easy with a quick follow-up on that one, though, as he gets challenged by Chow and does chow down on him a little bit more literally there, biting with both barrels. Parajin on the trade as well, close towards the rock, as he'll rock Quest's world and leave them knocked in a bit of an unfortunate position. 2 of the players now completely isolated and not much room for the other 2 to help them or really bail them out for this. You kind of have to give the wide berth the whole way round to go for the res onto easy. By this time, they're going to have reset from the fight, and you're going to have a very angry DX ahead of you.
Yeah, I think for DX, honestly, right, yesterday, I have to echo Kale's sentiments that it's just a case of this is not a team that I thought would be this impressive, right? I think a lot of times in the past, I talked about it yesterday, the Circle loved this team over in PMGC last year. They did a really good job off the back of that, able to get themselves some very cheeky circles, get some great compounds to play off the back of. But it feels like they've really tried hard in towards this PMGC. It's not been easy for them in a lot of circles, and despite that, still hitting some great shots, still getting some very good fights in, even taking it to Bra Esport. I think that was a fight that we thought would be 100% in favor of Bra in the first place, but DX showed that they've got some real power coming into this tournament, and I'm extremely pleased to see it. Already, Quest is suffering badly at the hands of them. And this is Pasija Evos coming in over towards Malice Esports. They made this same rotate yesterday, so you'd have hoped that Malice would be ready for it. Already they're able to take off 1 player from them, but it's 1 apiece right now.
Bit of a trade game being played from either side. Just taking pot shots where they can. Evos overall as well. I really loved the confidence they have in their full squad. I think that was one of the more interesting things, is how they're able to rotate this roster out from substitute to substitute and gel so easily with it. You know, it's not always the same squad. It's not always Luxy and Zuxy that are in the driving seat to really pop off and be that duo. It feels like you can pass the baton a little bit. And I do wonder if there's preferences there based on substitutes as well of what battleground they're playing on or how late in the day it is, because it did work for them. And it was pretty interesting. Sometimes, you know, that can be a bit of a communication breakdown. You're not as quick to get the comms across when you're rotating players like that if you play with a core 4 for so long. But it works well, and it's interesting. Here we go, though. Okay, 2 names on screen here that I've been waiting to see. Reject Tokyo. They had some good games yesterday, stealing away second places, getting closer and closer towards a chicken dinner. It is about that time in Japan. We're getting close towards Christmas, so let's see if they'll be able to get their hands on a chicken dinner today. Right now, they push their way up and instigate a firefight versus Madballs. Madballs, they've been hit with the unlucky stick on Sanhok before. Whoa. This time, they're getting hit with nades.
Oh, it's a big nade from Rage. I mean, as soon as I saw the little arc on it, I was like, that looks pretty dead on target there versus the guys from Mad Bulls. And again, for Mad Bulls, they did exactly what I assumed they would do, which is head over towards our western side of Tambang, loot up there, refuse to go for the drop in Ruins. Falcons instead opt to head down towards that south side. There is a refrag, though, coming through. But even so, it's 2 players. They still need to get one of their boys back up again. And you just wonder if they'll even bother to do it, because the longer that they're in this area, the more at risk they are to other teams coming across the water towards Trifecta or being involved. They know that Falcons must be by at this point in time.
How's it going to go for Falcons as well? Are they going to be able to swoop in, cause a bit of carnage? This is a nice little establishing shot, actually, seeing the lay of the land between how far back Alter Ego were pushed from Gladiators in the initial clash. All 4 still alive for Gladiators, of course, after they stole away a few Elim points to start things. Bra Esports on our screens now, though, and these are some big names all surrounding one another. Up on top of the hill, you've got Starwalt, the Mongolian side, that proved just how powerful they can be on the battleground yesterday. This man in particular, Nerzed, he was an absolute warlord, Blank. He was armed to the teeth. It felt like he was basically just obliterating anyone. We saw him taking on 1v3s, 1v4s, and doing it whilst grinning.
He was very calm about it. Yeah, it was so easy for him, and it looked like just another day in the park for Stalwart a lot of times, and that's what was scary. Tops also 2k damage at the end of the day. You barely see that one time in the entirety of a league stage over in PMPL. He did it here on the first day of PMGC League stage in what is the group of death. So for Tops, that was some unreal gameplay. I love to see the way that he uses that prone position to really lock on with that M4, and I think the fact that he is so accurate with that thing and hitting headshots. That is what I was most surprised about the stats yesterday. The amount of headshots this guy hits is sort of insane, and it's the reason why he's able to put people down so quickly is he just takes off the dome, dude. So for Stalwart, they're a very scary team overall. It's not just Nerzed, it's every single player on that squad. Nerzed's just kind of that wild dog in front that allows the rest of the team to gain so much control off the back of it.
Oh, he got that dog in him. He does. He loves it, dude. You see the aggression, right? Whenever a fight kicks off, it's the way that he just kind of beelines it to the front line. He's like this barricade that just sort of goes up, holds it down whilst causing commotion. But you're right, in a sense of teamwork, that is the big factor. That's the thing that sets them apart, is the way that they play off of one another. Right now, though, we'll see how they can react to this as Nerzed is struck down and finished off. Zerich from Mad Bulls jabs his way in to annihilate the key man and leave Stalwart down to just 3 off the back of the close clash we're seeing here. So many squads in close proximity to one another, just attempting to find the first knock, attempting to find the first mistake from one of the other squads. Loops there, lucky to be alive, and that's a big name for him as well. Ayala yesterday, it felt like he was really popping off, Blank, in close range combat especially. He was very confident with his flicks.
Yeah, Isle, a big-time vet here coming through from Team Queso, now over on Loops Esports. I mean, he did a lot for them. Really was able to push their boundaries to the limit, get them into a lot of awkward scenarios, and then out of those awkward scenarios as well. So I love that play from Isle, and the rest of Loops Esports certainly are able to rep that legendary name within Americas. Really, really good stuff. For Stalwart, like you said, losing Nurzed is not ideal. However, they have this really interesting gameplay where once they lose one of their players, they instantly buckle up, turn into a salvage mission type of mode, and then just try and get as far into these games as possible. Because I think for Stalwart, if they have 4 players, they're happy to pop off. They understand, though, that here on Sanhok, you need a little bit more pressure. You sort of need those 4 players to give you a chance towards our end game. So right now, it looks like they're going to be looking for a couple more elimination points and then just see how far they can push those placement points. As long as they keep that buffer at the top, they're going to be really safe going forward, Jackie, and it's going to make it nigh on impossible to leapfrog them. And I think that's what's terrifying about Stalwart, is just their ability to pump points every game. Now, this is crazy from Tops, currently looking for a 1v3, and that nade could be absolutely devastating.
Dude, this is wild. The sheer level of confidence he had. And look at the timing on it as well. They've even called for the double nade. They were doing this yesterday. It's really hard to synergize this as effectively as they've been doing it. But they're really confident in holding the pin, waiting for the call, double nading at the same time, dealing enough damage to get the knock off the back of it. Action still throwing nades in through the windows and blowing Tiamba to pieces. You've now got to push in to try and clear out in close range. Molotov as well. So the utility massively paying dividends here. And they clean up. That's beautiful. They've just mopped them up like a spilled drink.
Yeah, the utility usage is absolutely nutty over towards this side of Stalwart. Every single bit of utility has a reasoning and a value behind it. I mean, that particular building is a little bit rough to get rid of because a lot of times players can just dip in towards that back room and then jump back out again once you bait the nade out. But a fantastic lineup, like I said, with the double nade. Tops knows that nade's not going to hit. He cooks it in such a way that it doesn't explode immediately, gives them time to walk out directly into the nade, the action throws to bounce into that opening outside the door. So it's so smart, and I think that that's what makes Stalwart very good, is they don't take too many chances in these fights. If they can use utility to completely confirm themselves a team wipe, they absolutely will. You see a lot of teams with like 16 nades on board, and they're essentially just lugging them around for no reason. Stalwart uses every single little bit to their advantage.
I think that's the key fact you kind of hit the nail on the head with there as well, because I believe that was 5 nades in total and 1 Molotov for a full squad wipe. The fact you've used that so efficiently with the timing and the comms, especially with the spacing they had between one another, and being able to play so confidently, it's really impressive. It was happening all day yesterday. It's happening all day again today, it seems, if they can maintain this. And that'll be a big boon for you. It can make the difference, especially when fighting with 3 players rather than 4. Talking of fighting, though, it's still going on. Everyone is duking it out at this point. Melissa seems to be struggling as they're getting battled upon. Loops as well getting thrown into the fray, but Tops is dropped as he'll be connected from the sideline. It never ends right now, Blank. The elimination feed is going 60 miles an hour.
Yeah, and it's only going to get quicker as well, because this is one hell of a cruel circle, right? This has accelerated the gameplay massively into this match. You shift this bad boy over towards the western side, out towards that bridge, out towards Trifecta. You're forcing teams across really tough terrain. For Mad Bulls in the near future, they're going to have an extremely good time when it comes to those eliminations, because a lot of teams have to cross over Hainan Bridge, and they've got themselves set up nicely to catch a lot of those rotates and hopefully clear out a little bit of space. In the meantime, it's A7 trying to push through what is quite difficult terrain right now. On the other side of things is Gladiators. 3 eliminations in a great spot, a great compound holding out on the western edge. This might be the first time in a while we see Gladiators have a good game. I wouldn't classify that last Miramar from yesterday as a great game. I don't think they did too much. What they did do right was a quick rotate, which again they're displaying here. It's just those silly mistakes that need to be shored up.
The good thing about it today, though, is at least they've had time to loot. They've had time to get suited and booted. You can see there's ammunition, there's utility, and there's also one important factor, which is confidence. Meku's been going for peak. Tixie's is going for peaks. You need to have that killer instinct back, and it seems like Gladiators are starting to find it again. Yesterday, they were playing with a lot of respect, playing very timid, playing not to lose, Blank. Today, it feels like they're starting to get back into that mindset of we have to play to win, and that can be a very big difference maker for you. Right now, though, we'll switch on over to a clash that means so much. This was going on all day yesterday. Bra Esports versus DX was a non-stop roadshow of aggression. Here, it's the nade that blows the wheels clean off for Bra. 2 of them down in an instant, and they're pushing on out to try and clean up on this one. DX, oh, I didn't expect them to handle it so quickly, but they certainly have.
And I mean, it goes on. That vendetta coming through from DX and Bra just never stops. And I think that team is a great dichotomy, right, between SEA and the Western region in general. It's just SEA just seems to have much, much, much better utility usage overall. They seem very, very clean with it. A lot of times if a fight doesn't need you to take it raw with DBSs, they don't care for it. They'll just send nades your way. I think the Western region has some incredible fraggers on side, some incredible mechanical skill, but what they seem to be lacking is just that utility usage, that smart gameplay to open up into a fight and then just clean out from there.
Unleashing a hailstorm of bullets here. Just barraging in. Bit unfortunate for Misery, it seems, as he'll be suffering up to his namesake, going through some misery. Oh, overall, EVOS as well, really starting to buckle now under the pressure. The Falcons, meanwhile, have been clashed. The horns between them and Loops have been hitting each other quite consistently. A7 as well seem to be suffering from success somewhat here. A7 have been doing a good job into our previous games over day one of just finding an ability to backdoor, finding an ability to really third party on fights when players are low. Whereas this time around, they're going up against the Gladiator squad that has that bloodlust back. And it seems like they've just completely crushed them there, being able to handle it relatively easy. And this is a lot better. This is a 6 elimination game right now for Gladiators, Blank. Something has changed.
They needed that bloodlust back as well, because yesterday just looked like livestock right at the end of the day. Yes, they were rotating into the circle, but they were just waiting to be picked up a lot of times. Here, they're actually going for knocks. They're going for those eliminations. Matic looks way more on the money today too. Look at that. Even more damage just pouring out, and a double knock coming through with the assist from Frozen. This is wonderful stuff for this team.
Yeah, this is huge. It's also insult to injury as they've been able to find mad balls and really quite cut their way through them, leaving them in a bit of an awful position here as Frozen, basically down in a ditch, needs to try and hold back the oncoming assailants that are the Gladiators. The chainmail is firmly suited onto them today, and it seems like the swords are sharpened. You've got a close grouping of teams off towards the wayside as well. This is really the only one clash that they've got to get through cleanly. If they can find their way past Frozen and do it without sustaining too much damage or being forced to use too many meds on a repair, they're going to be content with this one. You'll have a nice clean path, good edge to work with in terms of the zone as well. Frozen, he's got nades to play with. Dashes back one, single Molotov in the pocket, and then it's just down to the rifle to defend himself. Meanwhile, Meku, scouting out towards the coastline, has found his way onto Zuxi, who's just been swimming along, trying to stay alive as the last man for EVOS, Blank, but he is barely alive at this point.
Yeah, just trying to stay out of the sightlines from IA as well as Gladiators is not an easy experience for them. I like the Gladiators are playing it's a little bit slower, right? Trying to play it safe over towards Frozen and Teak. They know how quickly a Sanhok can turn around if you lose one player, if you take things a little bit too risky. And I think right now with them holding a lot of this western side, they had a cracking start over towards this fight too, with them taking 2 players off Falcons, 1 player off Mad Balls. They effectively cleaned out the entirety of this southwest edge that they can now just play around with. Great little bobbler there coming through from Matic, who again has been on an absolute tear today recently.
A Matic coming alive is the difference for this, man. It really is. You could see it at the beginning, Blank, right? Instantly, when he's dropped and swung, looking for a fight versus just tucking in, it means the world of difference. And Gladiators, they're just not calming down. They are shoveling coal into the engine at this point. 11 eliminations as of right now. topping everyone else by half, it seems, with their overall collective tally. But how far can they push this one? Rejects ahead of them, loops off to the wayside. Zuxi hiding in plain sight with a DBS. They're going to push him. Oh, they gave him the 1v1s as well, Blank. If the timing was slightly more off on that, he could have taken down both of them and left them in a risky position. Instead, it will be the reset off the back of the res.
I get very fortunate here. The fact that there's not a lot of teams watching over towards the north side, because pretty much everyone's dead in this circle other than these players over towards the east in Trifecta. It gives them that free rotate across the bridge with the circle leaving a little bit of it still in with that cover. It's so important for I8. Gladiators on the other hand, what a game from them so far. This has been absolutely huge. Like you said, Matic getting into the swing of things at the start of this game was so important to them. Meku takes down Chief. They got a good tag over towards Ayala, so they know he's in this position, and even more damage coming over towards I8. They know they need to switch round though. This is a 4v3. There's one player already down on Gladiators.
Oh, Meku drops. Blade coming out like the human hatchet, wants to cut his way through them, and the clash for Gladiators finally ends. They were entertaining us, but it's over. No survival now as we're down to the final 3 and Gladiators aren't in the runnings anymore. Loops with a solo dolo, a man that has been proving his gun skill is incredible, but you'd have to go above and beyond in a spot like this. I8 as well, playing good squad gameplay right now, playing off each other's contact very cleanly. For Reject Tokyo, they're getting rejected from this final zone as another one's been put back into the dirt.
2 solos now versus I8, and I8 not having the greatest of days yesterday. They need to step things up in terms of performance. They look a lot stronger here. Yes, they get a little bit fortunate on this circle, but they bide their time. They wait to move in. Ayala, though, crawling through the smoke here. No nades on either Loops or Reject, and all the nades to play with for I8. Really, they just need to start clearing out spaces that might seem a danger, but you don't want to get too close. Blade already takes 1 hit. He's down, looking for the flush too, and Ayala is in relative safety.
He's got smoke to work with on this. Pin pulled on the nade though, that's going to be coming in. If the arc is nice on it, it could connect, but it goes too far. A 3-pointer when he just needed to get it straight in the hoop. Ayala, that one's going to take him down though. Loops out of commission. Lufa with a peek, good timing, hits one, forces it out into a 1v1, a winnable situation for Reject. They've had so many second places. Can they finally get themselves a chicken dinner on the board? Pushing up close as the shotgun's pulled out, 2 clean pumps, but it will stop him. Reject Tokyo crumble at the end as I8 claim it.
Mate, Lufa looked like he almost had it there as well. A great push against it. Knew he would be pulling out the nade soon. Wanted to head in. Maybe if he waited a little bit longer for the nade pin to be pulled on that situation, he could have got it. But so close, yet so far from that chicken dinner once again for Reject. A lot of good games here, a lot of good players, a lot of good teams that were able to pop up in this match. You know, Gladiators with their abundance of eliminations there look so much better, so important for them in terms of momentum on the start of the game for today. You know, Sanhok could have been a real throwaway for them, particularly with Alter Ego still hot dropping, and that's going to give them a whole bunch of confidence. I8 similarly, this was an important game for them. Yesterday just wasn't going the way they wanted. With a win here, more confidence on board. So I think we're going to see some different names today, Jackie. I think some teams have gone away, done some research, and come back feeling a little bit rejuvenated.
It feels that way. You know, we were speculating about the fact that adapting on the day is never easy because you're constantly in the thick of it. The cycle continues, right? A battleground to a couple minutes break. Battleground to a couple minutes break. It's hard to break those habits. It's hard to adjust that quickly. But having time to eat as a team, go to the hotel, sleep, everyone come back fresh. You can see the changes for Gladiators. You can see the changes for some of our other teams now feeling a little bit more confident, feeling a little bit more like they're ready to fight, Blank, because yesterday it was all about respect. You can't have that much respect for other teams anymore. We need to see people playing their own game and playing to win, not playing to lose.
Exactly. And I think that this distance travel metric, although we don't really talk about it too often, it's actually really important here for Gladiators. 18,000, pretty high above most of these other teams within the lobby that were able to get towards our top placing, and that's purely because of a nice fast rotation coming through from them, which is a lovely adjustment that we're seeing coming into this start of the day.
A beautiful first game though to get us into it. It set the pace, it set the tone, so let's get back over to the dulcet tones of the desk that will get you up to speed with what you just saw.
That's how you get started today. A with a clutch chicken dinner, and they were all the way at the bottom of the leaderboards with only 4 points. In all honesty, I don't think they could have gotten a chicken dinner at a better time here. The start of day number 2, that is going to just fill them with that confidence going into the rest here of Group Green, Maxman.
Yeah, exactly. Boost up that confidence right here. 10 eliminations too. And we mentioned as individual players, right, Falak, he was going to be so important to win these games. And he was really impactful taking those engages against Gladiators, clearing off the off angles as they transition. And one thing that I really enjoyed, Hot Jukes, this game in particular for Aegon IA, is that they didn't take unnecessary fights. They're like, okay, this fight's happening in Trifecta, there's Reject, Xavier, Loops. We're going to dodge that fight. We're going to take the fight to Gladiators. And if you clear Gladiators, you can easily take more control of that circle from that shed position. So I love it because yesterday was so tough. That, as you said, Hot Jukes is going to build confidence. So I am excited for what's to come for IA.
I mean, it's not only the end game that actually works in their favor, the start of this game works in their favor as well, right? You don't have, in Heartin, you don't have quests challenging for you for that hot drop. So what do? They identify that super quick and go back to what I would say is their regional drop, which is not only Heartin, but a split across the bridge, one down in the south in those compounds. And by the time before we even get to phase 2, they've already leapfrogged forwards of Gladiators and Alter Ego and taken Trifecta. So really quick decision making here by them in multiple phases of this game leads to a victory.
Bam, and a huge one indeed. You can see in the overall rankings, they've rocket launched themselves all the way up to 12th place. They are now in the running of it. Another good performance here, and we could see them even go for that top 3 position, that automatic, progression into the next stage. So, hey, I gotta also give it to Gladiators as well, Maxman, right? I mean, these guys were on that cutoff, and they were able to put some points on the board at the right time.
It's still interesting that Gladiators versus Alter Ego is still happening on the Northwestern Island. I thought after yesterday they would give up on it, but Alter Ego, maybe seeing Gladiators at the bottom of the rankings, thought, okay, we're going to keep hot dropping Gladiators, and if possible, we can clear this drop for the survival stage or the grand finals, depending on where they end to go. So it's a good strategy that they're going for, but man, Gladiators came out swinging, and especially Kalaris, we are very critical about them, but here they did actually a really quick rotation away from the Northwestern Island, entering on the Western Bridge. This is one of the quickest rotations we've seen yet from Gladiators. I hope we can see a continuation of that for the next games.
Quicker than snail's pace, but I would still like to see even faster. I'm going to be real with you. Like, there's still, I think, opportunities for them to have a little bit more control. I mean, it worked out here, right? Because the circle is so close to the river and they're able to kind of get across and kind of have that hold. But if the circle's moving away from that location, like, then, you've got to be a bit more swift on your feet.
Got to reach even further beyond. And speaking of further beyond, Alter Ego, right? Dropping down 2 placements right there since they went out so early. Alpha 7, obviously, with the top Erangel performances. And Alter Ego are going to be playing in these next Erangel matches. So hopefully we can see them bounce back here, Colors.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, there is a good opportunity and a good wealth of chances for them, considering now Sanhok really isn't the focus here of the games, is what we're saying. We're talking about, like, it being only one Sanhok. You can use that to kind of disrupt your opponents around you a little bit or try and mess around with the lobby as a whole. Erangel and Miramar, that is your bread and butter here. And yeah, I expect them to come back too.
Yeah, now they got all that chaos out the way. Now they can kind of just get focused, chill back, relax, and just get it done in Erangel. And they really need to, because we talked about at the start, and it's the reality of it. After today, we have reached that halfway mark. Only 2 more days left to go. And we don't want another situation, Maxman, where someone doesn't make it due to just 1 point.
Yeah, I mean, tiebreaker is always going to come in the equation, right, Hot Jukes? So it's going to be a tough one at the bottom of the rankings. Also, for the grand finals, right, you're going to have potentially 2 tiebreakers happening throughout this league stage. So it's going to be a rough one. Though, if I want to bring the conversation back to Erangel and what's going to be happening here, I'm going to look again at hot drops. I know we talked about them quite a bit, but it's still important, right? Bra versus Xavier. Is I8 versus Loops going to happen? I want to see Loops go back for that shelter split. I think that was a really good secondary drop. You're not taking the fight to I8.
It was good.
It's not worth it. Well, are they going to split? We'll find out here as we go ahead and take it on over to our casters.
Hot drop, hot drop, hot drop, hot drop. I hope it happens, honestly.
So do I.
I'm going to be living for it, dude. I think that would be sick. Because it's just one of those where you could tell the way they were approaching it yesterday, Blank. I don't think there is a single brain cell of them going, we'll give this up if we lose it. I think the full grey matter is latched into, we deserve this drop spot.
Yeah, it's all up in the head, and all that's going on over there is just plans upon plans of how to make that hot drop work, how to force the Xavier out, because Bra is not really working with any idea of retreat or cowardice at this point in time. They're going to keep hitting it up every single moment, and I think it's going to hurt them in the long run. I really do, and I hope it's a case that we see Bra take an alternate drop spot here, give up on Pachinki, because at the moment all they're doing is just causing problems for themselves. If you look at them at the moment in the overall rankings, currently stuck down in 15th place. They'd be going home. If we ended things now, they'd be going home. They wouldn't even go through to survival stage. And again, it's a case of like, you can't really have this mentality either of, look, if we go to survival stage, at least we'll have Pachinki drop, right? That's probably not the case. It's not a great idea to have. Like, it feels like PMGC for Bra Esports means that we get to live in Pachinki, and that's their prize. That's what they want. That's what they want to get their hands on. And I just don't think this is the right mentality to have in PMGC. We saw something very similar happen there from Mad Bulls. Quick adjustment from them, head over towards Tambang. That Ruins drop has been their home for a long time, yet they're still ready to give it up for a chance to get into PMGC.
Well, I think that really is kind of the proof in the pudding, right? It's one of those where at a certain point you have to realize, is your tournament life, is your overall opportunity of what you can make of this over the next 4 days worth the ego challenge of going, we will just keep fighting it until we win it cleanly? Because in each and every one of those games, man, you're seeing them, like, you know, at times getting 4 eliminations and then just going out to the blue. That can't be happening, Blank. You know, that seems silly. That seems silly at a point like this. So either win it cleanly or drop into it, have a trade, give it up, rotate out, do something else, because it can't continue like this. Also, there's quite a lot of loot in Pachinki, man. Maybe we can work something out. Let's broker like a peace deal, because this can't keep happening.
Yeah, just on either side, you know, one loots up towards Church on that northern edge, and then one heads down towards that south side. You know, it's very easy to divvy up the loot there. Very easy for both teams to exit on different areas of the map too. So, you know, there's really ideal scenarios here for both teams, but I think Bra is just obsessed with violence. So we'll see what happens going into the future. I mean, even the thumbs up, I was like, that's a worrying sign. They seem to be still quite confident with what they want to do during this map. Again, we had the reams of paper of Mad Bulls as Fleek analyzes them, thinks how he wants to play out this game. I think that they definitely did make some strong adjustments yesterday. Maybe pulling out the playbook middle of the day when they really weren't feeling all that good was not the best idea. It's a case of, look, guys, let's just go back to basics, have some fun, and we'll reset into tomorrow. With the point sponge at the top at the moment, anything can happen over the next 3 days. As we've already seen, you know, Gladiator's jumping up to 10th place right now, 30 points. That's fantastic news for them. That's going to give them a little bit of a lifeline going forward, and they can push this a little bit further. Though it is quite the jump between 9th and 8th place, from 35 to 47, then it only gets bigger from there. So getting onto that front page, if you're on second page right now, will take a bit of a Herculean effort, but there is opportunity.
There is. There's chances, there's opportunity, and there's many games ahead of you. If you're just joining us, we're kicking off our first of 3 Erangels, back to back to back. Now, yesterday, this is where we saw some utter shenanigans time and time again. Is it going to be the same sort of situation, or will things be different here for day 2 of Group Green? Group Green, rather. Whoa, Blank. Let's get it.
I'm just going to drop it at Black and be like, I'm going to save you, bro. I've got the rope. I've got the rope, dude. It's not green. It's fully brown. We're all good to go. Don't worry about it. But we're heading over towards Erangel to start things up on our back-to-back, like you say, Jackie. Pasija Evos right now, 3rd place. Great stuff from the Indonesian squad. Like you say, I think that the important thing you brought up was the fact that this team gels any format they want to bring to the table in terms of their roster, so they can switch people in and out depending on what they want to get done. Right now, I feel like what they tend to do here on Erangel is they like to feel a Luxian, Zuxi, Misery, Redface roster. That works out quite well for them. So we'll see what they're able to do with this. Heading up towards Yasnai, we know they have this clean 2 themselves. It gives them a real good opportunity going forward. Obviously, some of their rotations do have to be fairly quick off the bat, but they've got no problem there.
Boy, oh boy. The group of death and fake colors. That's what we're in right now.
Oh, you mean made-up colors? We're creating a whole new genre.
A whole new world. But this is something we've seen time and time again. As we're back to the basics on this one, Pra Esport up against DX. It's not stopping, which means we're probably going to get it for another 2 games in a row as well. So let's see who can pick up the first. I think in a total tally right now, I'd say they're about 1-1, and then there was one game that no one really won. So I'd say we're at 1 apiece at the minute between these two.
Yeah, it did feel like DXavier had a bit of the upper hand, though, to be honest with you. And I'd just give them that extra little 0.5 points towards them, just on the sense that the way they're playing is to actually get points on board after the bout that occurs towards the arena that is Pochinki at the moment. So I do believe that right now DX has the better chance and also looks better in the engagement. I do like the way they quickly turtle up in some of these scenarios, really bait Bra into a false sense of security. And again, it's the same situations that Bra keeps falling into, which is getting one player taken down by utility when they get impatient, which seems to be a reoccurring trend for this team, where they just want to send it over towards a building, run in, just tapping the feet all the way, going 60 miles per hour, but they immediately crash into the wall that is DXavier a lot of times. So I think that for DX, they're playing the right style to counter what Bra is currently bringing to the table over in Pochinki. I love the observers aren't even bothering with it right now. They know that it's going to go on for a while, so let's show a little bit more of the map, which I always like to see.
You know, there's one of the observing team just watching it, like eagle-eyed, like if something kicks off, we'll check it out. For now, let's see what's actually happening. Because it was a solid maybe 50% of our screen time yesterday, because it just did not stop. It was the hot drop talk of the town that we were constantly tuning in with, just to see if there would be a different outcome, if anyone would finally give up the goose before it gets out of hand. This time around, it's a little bit more fragmented. We've already brought esports starting to double back and give up the space that's taken. So actually willing to not fight to their demise, willing to rotate off. That's an adaptation we did not see yesterday.
Here we go. That's that single brain cell going, no, bad idea, bad
Leave
idea.
now, leave
now, escape. So yeah, good job to them. And it does feel like, yeah, they've taken the northern side. They went towards church. They got some loot on board. And Ruins is fairly free a lot of times at the start of this game. It's not the greatest loot in the world, let's be honest. If anyone's headed towards Ruins in chat, you know, you tell me it's horrid, but it'll get you forward. With the little bit of loot they've already got on board from Pochinki at the start there, it certainly should be enough to push them into the rest of the game. They also understand that it's not a bad time to be leaving if they're already on that northern side, particularly because we did get that circle very hard up towards that northwest, supporting both Gladiators as well as A7, who are currently on your screen. Right now, this is the team with some of the highest average damage in the entirety of the lobby, doing extremely good for themselves. Revo still a force to be reckoned with after many, many moons of these tournaments. He's doing really, really well, and I respect that he has not let up in terms of that momentum.
And momentum was a big key word that we were talking about yesterday, because it really can do wonders for you. You know, if you can start with the right foot forward, feed the hot hand with some of the players that need a bit of confidence in the early hours of the day, need a bit of confidence with hitting shots, warm into it a bit more, you can project yourself so much further into games. I think that could honestly be one of the reasons why potentially for Gladiators we see a better day from them, just purely because into yesterday, it was back-to-back affair where it feels like it's all gloomy. You're not quite getting to really play the game. You're not quite really getting to flex those fingertips, right? Whereas today, instant drop, instant shots, instantly warming up and thinking, yeah, okay, mechanically, we can make something out of this. We can get into this. This is the other side of the coin for the two rotates, of course, where we saw DX go one way, and they've ended up just on the lip outside of Pochinki, fighting for control of the hill, where Rejects have pulled up. Rejects losing a man early, as it seems like someone's taken a bit of a hefty hit, and Parajin's roaming in to try and support the rest of the squad, whilst Rejects just clean up on that one. Oh no, it's Sarah Biceps as well.
Sarah Biceps out of the way is a horrible, horrible bit of news for us to hear about. I don't like that at all. I enjoyed that one. Maybe you can get flexing in the old player booth for the rest of his team. Give them some strength to move on. now that he's no longer gripping onto his phone there. But for DX, that's decent. You know, they cut off a rotate that would be going through their area anyway, gives them a bit more space heading up towards that northwest side. So I do think that this is going to be overall net positive for DX. Obviously, Bra is already in towards the circle. I think a lot of the plays that we've seen from DX have come from the fact that they've already made a good rotation and they're great at holding down these buildings. I'm curious to see how it works where they're wearing the shoes of we've got to get into the circle and we've got to break our path in. So what do they do in that situation? And we'll just have to find out. We won't know right now as we're going to be looking at a couple other teams. Procedure Evos currently making their rotate from Yasnaya just underneath Severny right now. One of the few teams to be heading over towards that northern side of the island. Last time we saw a circle like this here in the league stage of Group Green, we saw it head over towards that northern edge. So potentially Procedure Evos gets thrown another bone.
Did you say Geen wrong?
Yeah, I did. Sorry. It is Group Geen.
See, you can't even say it wrong on purpose. It really takes
Geen.
Takes a bit of an effort. Oh, mate. Whew, bloody hell. Oh, that's tickled me. That's good. That's good. I tell you what also has tickled my fancy over the past few days. Quest. Yeah, they've been pretty impressive to watch in some of the situations.
Yeah, up and down.
Yeah, man, it really does feel like, you know, honestly, for a side that's kind of had to fight from the mud in sense of like a lot of their rotations have felt a bit uncomfortable. You're kind of always playing from a bit of an off position. The angles they're kind of utilizing are a bit weird. They're hitting their shots and they're being able to pick up the pieces and at least project themselves in towards the upper echelons of a good majority of our games. So they've accumulated a fair amount of points, and if this is something they can remain consistent with, because we've been saying, you know, with the point vacuum that has been Stalwart, there's a lot of opportunities to get yourself out of that danger zone. And I think that's the one key thing at the minute for a lot of these teams is just maintain clearance of not having to worry about the potential danger zone of where you might end up going into tomorrow. Day 3 is a whole different story to where we are right now. Kind of feels like we're still in the land of opportunity for day 2. Yep. Once you get into day 3, Blank, I feel like the pressure's really going to start nipping at you.
Yeah, day 3 sort of stressy Bessie. That is not fun at all, where you really do need to put some points. For some teams, that's about securing their position to the PMGC Grand Finals with their top 3 spots. For other teams, it's a case of, can we set ourselves up to maybe, potentially, leapfrog in towards that top, in towards 11th place and beyond to try and get towards a survival stage, you know? Yeah, it's not the ideal scenario, but you do need to still get yourself into that springboard position to take over, to try and maintain your legacy here in PMGC 2023. But for Quest, you're right. I did like the way they've been playing. You know, they were in a bit of a depression arc yesterday, but constantly providing themselves a little bit of therapy here and there, dragging themselves back out, getting some points on board, and getting an 8th place off the back of that. I think at one time they were around about 5th as well, despite it looking pretty bad some of the games. That is a great mentality to have, and I'm extremely pleased that they didn't just fall on their face like some other teams. You're right, though, there was some real gloomy scenarios for some of these other squads in the lobby where it was just so impossible to pull themselves out of that quagmire. I mean, Gladiators in particular, but it looks like that they've had a full reset coming today and another great rotation from them. I mean, we look at where they are currently on the map. Yesterday they just sat around in the compound that currently Bra is holding in, and then they've just sent directly up towards shooting range this time around. You know, they decided that the circle goes even a little bit north. It's better to have a pretty rubbish position on the northern side that you can potentially hold out for later to break inwards than it is just to let the game happen.
It's a lot more proactive. And I think that's really the one thing that we could ask for from them. You know, we wanted to see a change. We wanted to see them trying to play to their strengths. And at least this is a stepping stone. This is a starting point. Oh, man. That is deadly. Wow. Rosemary and co. Just absolutely ready. Lip ripping on the P because they're able to just bully him, really.
Guess I won't peek that.
Yeah, he's just given up. Fair play. That's one way to handle it. Okay, Falcons going for a little bit of a crash here as well, it seems, as they're trying to force out control of the compound. Nade's going every which way but where, sort of like the Great Glass Elevator. Six going to be able to make his move around towards the balcony side, but it seems like the bonnet has done some damage as the car's impact will silence one of them. So numbers dwindling quick as Falcons swoop in to gain control.
Yeah, I think Six is just a real ideal player on that squad. But look at this. Tiamba actually decide that after QZZ got absolutely obliterated on his peak around the rock, they just sent in. They decided they don't want teams thinking that they're an easy target. Even with their slow but wide rotates, they don't want teams thinking that they can just be held out every single time. So a nice little crash there and a little bit out of character there for Tiamba, for a team that likes to play their way in towards very much that late game and then starting getting involved with a lot of these fights. That's a really nice play. And it's very promising to me for the future of this team. Currently in 11th place, not a huge amount of points on board, but they were consistently putting up points yesterday. They weren't huge points, but they have kept themselves in the running.
And finally, a couple of fights across the board starting to develop. There are no full squad wipes really. It's just more damage done in terms of some of the squads. Obviously, Reject Tokyo were the first to suffer into this one as they've lost 2 players. Alter Ego as well, a little bit slow to the burn today. First game was unfortunate with Gladiators just being able to punish them off the back of the drop. Again, here now you're down to just a duo, so we'll see how they handle that and what they can do to build back into it. Stalwart on the rotate off. Been spotted, trying to trace here outside of the window, putting bullets down range, but they've got 3 vehicles to play with and breeze their way past to regroup and set up towards the hillside with a lot more control in terms of the zone.
Yeah, man, you just want to get into position for this team at this point. Icy's already scouting ahead, providing a little bit of a base camp to get towards in the future. And for Stalwart, they don't really want to fight Malise from that position. If they can get up towards this spot, towards this compound, now they're playing on an even footing where they're both on this ridge. Stalwart even opts to head a little bit further into the circle, get ahead of Malise Esports, who have been really stuck on this eastern side. Pazija Ethos, they've held a very central position for a long time. We saw them being one of the first teams to head over towards this northern side very early on from Yasnaya. It has paid dividends, currently in a nice spot to play out the rest of their game, while some of their players are still just having a little bit of scout around, just having a cheeky peek, see what they can see. Currently, I think loops have been spotted for them, are up towards the northern edge, and we'll see what they can do about that. But I do believe that it's going to be this edge side of this circle that is going to be the real game changer for a lot of these teams, because you're heading out into really awkward zones to play in where you want to be able to remove some of these threats from your back. And I like the way that Stalwart set themselves up to try and clear out at least a little bit of this eastern side. I think Malise just let them in.
Open the door, see if they can slam it on them afterwards. Everyone's on the move now as well, encroaching closer towards the latest circle. Gladiators could be in a bit of a position to punish here as well. This will be a bit of an interesting watch, actually, with the squads that are coming over. It's Quest that are on our screens here, though, and Bra Esports going up in a puff of smoke, mate. That's a full squad wipe in a matter of seconds. First to go down. So even when they don't clash to the death for control of Pachinki, it still goes wrong.
Quest threw that bullet before they walked in the room. I mean, Bra just instantly fall down. That is depressing news for Bra. Again, another 0-point game on Erangel. And their prospects going into the PMGC Grand Finals or even survival stage are looking pretty slim now. Kitsune does take a knock on that northwest side, but Falcons just taking on absolutely everybody at the moment, just pecking their way through the order towards the top of the tables. A7 go down with Mafioso out, leaving them at 3 players for a team that wants to be chasing for that first place spot to really secure their position towards the finals. That's not ideal. That's not fun at all.
No, something's got to start changing soon. We've got to get back into the groove of things because time is ticking away, not just in the game, but in the grand scheme of things here for day 2. And of course, that's the halfway mark. Once this one's all said and done, your opportunity is a far lot less than it was just at the start of yesterday. Nades in the back pocket here for Falcons. Being shot down, though, from the distance. Redface getting stuck in to see what he can do to assist his teammates that are up close. You've got Lufa off towards the distance inside of the tree line as well, looking to pepper where possible, playing around a single smoke. You've got a little bit of utility in the back pocket for Falcons, but doing too much on this is really just at the mercy of the other side. If Evos give you time to breathe, they have backed off and let the fight reset a little bit, but you've got to waste a lot of defensive utility to shroud yourself from Alpha 7. Alpha 7, that honestly, Blank, this is probably the game where they want to come alive. They were good on the Erangels, so if they can start farming up those points again here, they'll be licking their lips.
And with Stalwart on this eastern side just caught in an absolute mess of teams at the moment, it's going to be hard for them to push through. They're practically surrounded. They're like the kid being bullied in the playground. And honestly, I don't know how easy it's going to be for them to get out. So far, there's been some banging nades from Quest over towards Mad Balls, but finally, they clap back just a little bit. Zerich is out, the main man himself. So now just 3 players versus 3 as more nades just pour through the window. Luckily, box compound, you can play in pretty much all 3 buildings with 2 stories on each. Makes it a bit hard to predict exactly where these players are going to be.
Oh, straight through the smoke, shots landing as Fleek at least finds one to slow down the oncoming assailants of Quest. Frozen assisting as well, connects back onto Easy. You've got high ground control supporting Tulika and Frozen off the back of the 2-pronged peak. They farm their way through them. So Quest stopped dead in their tracks on that one with only 5 eliminations to their name here on the first outing of Erangel. And for Mad Balls at least, Blank, a fight they had to survive. They needed to weather the storm on that one. You can reset from it. They've got a bit of spacing. They won't be thrown into another fight anytime soon. Then they can start to beeline it towards the zone. But the fight across the board does not end. Stalwart still locked into a clash of combat. A7, they've been trying to shut this one down for quite some time, and finally they push up with a DBS and we see a connection onto the face. Double nades thrown out as well to buy a little bit of spacing.
Yeah, A7's been balling up. They've been taking the punches, but they've been rolling with them as well. It's been really nice to see. Matic, though, a long-range shot there over towards one of the players from A7 is beautiful. But still, with 2 players up, there is still a chance for A7. They keep dropping smokes over towards Cleo, but I don't think Pazija Evos is going to let up. This is where Gladiators could let out the Lion's Roar, though, and maybe go for themselves a third party. The question is, was that first game enough of a confidence booster to give them that idea?
How much confidence is in the tank across the board? What's going to affect the outcome on this one? Tiamba running through the smokes, firing warning shots off as they're able to pick their way through some of the last remaining members to shut down another squad. Meanwhile, you've still got aggression coming out, though. As the loops are thrown into things, it seems that actually the bonnet is connected.
Wow.
And potentially they can close the gap in terms of distance on this, as they're going to roam up, pick them dry, and then see how they can build from this one. So Tiamba going from good to bad in a matter of seconds.
Lufa off the distance. Chiefla can take him down, but Lufa's causing problems not only for Matic and Gladiators, causing problems for Loops, and they realize they need to get rid of him ASAP. But now Loops, after hearing and seeing that knock in the elimination feed, they might look to rotate round, try and clear off the Gladiators from this side. Carrillo sees over towards Tixi and Kitsune, currently just playing as a duo. Tixi's down, but Mad Balls, in fact, getting in the mix, giving Gladiators a little bit more breathing room.
So Tulika, it's a huge connection onto Sunab. And like you say, it might just create enough space for Gladiators to attempt the getaway. They put the pedal to the metal and drove out of there with the vehicles they had stashed close by. So again, playing off of that spacing. Some big names still alive at this point. Circle getting smaller, but a ton of talent in the center of it all. Matic running low on ammo, throws in the reload, sees what he can do. Mini 14 in the back pocket, AR to play with up close. Fleek still finding shots as well as I8 are gone.
There's a lot of teams that still feeling extremely fat when it comes to player count right now, but Gladiators losing players left, right, and center, and Meku as well as Matic have to step up in this scenario. That is a bold push coming through from Matic, and Nade already hit over towards that area. One more will take him down if he doesn't get the heal off, and in comes the crash over towards him. He has to be clean on this, but that DBS is looking deadly, but Matic's still going. Meku has to help.
This is ridiculous. Meku, he's got to turn into the mech suit Mandem and go absolutely huge in a spot like this. He needs to be the difference maker. His teammates have been run down, hit by the buggy, and then spanked by the DBS. Ooh, shot back across. It looks like that's landed onto him, and Gladiators have been cleaned up off the back of it. Man, that's a rough affair. It almost looked like he had completely missed him on the initial crash with the vehicle as well. But they saved their bacon, finding the 2 pickups and finished them off. Alpha 7, though, still in it to win it, trying their best to be a nuisance maker from their side, but they're cleaned up, unable to strike against Evo sufficiently.
And look at that, Alpha 7 dropping into 4th place now with Procedure Evos in 2nd. And quietly but consistently, Loops has managed to get himself into a 3rd place with 7 eliminations on this game. We can't count the Mad Bulls though. 7 eliminations of their own. They've really had a good step up here. And from some very similar locations where they have been held out, where they have been breakneck through. Like, I think this is good news for the Mad Bulls. They're doing quite well off the back of it. Procedure Evos, long way to go. Loops currently holding the high ground, going to be tough to push up towards them. Chief already hitting a nasty shot over towards Luxy, will lay him down.
Oh, Chief warming up now. And Loops, it feels like the whole squad starting to pass the baton a little bit more. In the past, it was Ayala that was making great plays, Mythic stepping up when necessary, but now all 4 of them are getting to grasp with it. They're coming out swinging into day 2. A smoke screen ahead of them, fighting downhill. Redface peeks up with anger as he'll battle back onto 1, takes out Mythic, readjusts with the SMG, peppering bullets towards the tree. Chief waiting for the attack. Nades exchanged as the Molotov burns the grass all around him. He's got to do something quick on this. Tries to close the distance blank. The double pump comes out and takes down Redface.
I mean, that was a nice play there from him, trying to get the nade, trying to get a utility through, but I think Redface, with the mechanical skill he's got on board, probably could have just gone for the dry fight there between him, but a lot of players on that side from Loops does make a lot of commotion happen. Mad Bulls looking for some more though. Zuxi gets knocked out there from them. Just misery now from Procedure Evos, trying to push this game as far as they can, but it is Chief once again to lock it down on this upper side.
The big chieftain, he's got the lay of the land right now. Everyone is following his rules. He is giving it the big one. Nerzed with a nade as well, dashing it out, and they're feeling the pain. DX just getting demolished right now. Tops and Nerzed blank. They want to top those stats once again. The crash comes in. Look at him go. He's an absolute lunatic. He is in their grill.
Up front and personal, has a shotgun to work with, gets sent round the side though and is dealt. Honestly though, the confidence coming through from this lad is off the charts. It's almost unacceptable behaviour what he's pulling out here. Frozen peeks out for a second, but now position known. 3 teams remaining, 2 at 4 players alive, but DX all trapped in the shack. It's not looking too happy. I go lucky for this team, and Mad Bulls right at the bottom of the hill. They've got a long climb upwards. Let's see if they can pull it off.
Mad Bulls, they're low on util. They don't have too much to work with in terms of defensive utility. You're looking at the smoke count and it's at a dead 0. DX grouped up, all of them together. Sure, that can be effective for trades, but a single nade could blow their hopes and dreams away in a spot like this. Chief and Co. watching downhill as well. Loops, they've got a good split here. Nice comms, able to focus on both team pushes at once so they can put bullets down range onto Mad Bulls from a distance with the DMRs and keep DX trapped in position, playing this one out to try and take them down in a raw team fight if they could finish Mad Bulls.
Circle moves down the hill though. A great little blessing for both the Mad Bulls and DX. But like you say, a nade could spell absolute disaster for the guys on DX. There's still 12 in the back pocket. 5 Molotov to burn them out of position. for Mad Bulls, they're slowly but surely just losing more members. Try to go in for the rescue, for the save over towards Tulika, but Loops still aren't having none of it. They have got such good control over this map, just absolutely clutching both teams by the neck right now. So hard to do anything.
Tulika gets licked up. Man's gone for good on that one. And it gets a whole lot harder to play off the back of this now. Mad Bulls, numbers dwindling. DX, they've been sitting pretty this entire time, just playing off of one another. A single nade could be the difference of you being even in this situation at all anymore. Lamborghini was the only one that had pushed slightly further forward, but now they're starting to fan out a little bit, trying to encroach a little bit more out of their comfort zone. Chief's attention taken by Mad Bulls. All the time in the world on this one.
I think Loops realise just how much of a danger Mad Bulls are to them because they can't really effectively assault this location. If a case of Mad Bulls are able to take shots of them as they push inwards, but Chua makes a terrible mistake, just laid down outside the shack, visible. Fleek still, once again, hitting some mad shots over towards Mythic, who has been holding them down this spot for a long, long time. Right now, he's struggling to peek outwards. Lamborghini, similarly, trying to get Chua into a position where they can pick him back up again. That nade scarily close to the small windowsill to move through, but that one will take down Chua. But there is a knock in return.
It's a big trade back, actually. This could give them a leg to stand on. This could give you an opportunity to fight. Look at the nades coming out. One by one, dashing them in, trying to keep them uncomfortable, playing off the back of the timing. They know that he's got to reload eventually, forced to fall back because of the contact with the nade blank. They silence him. He's gone. Space being taken now. Lamborghini flanking towards the right.
Biding their time, locking this one up, just waiting for them to get close enough to send these nades through. But it's Mad Bulls. Fleek, he's still in the picture right now. Frozen underneath. He's at the barest edge of the circle, has to push in as the circle moves back up towards that northern side. Loops, as well as DX, still locked in combat. Mythic, desperately trying to take care of these players underneath, but they have held on for so long. Unluckily, though, Frozen is now down. I think Fleek might be next. They go out with 9 eliminations. Now it's between Loops and DX, both looking for a higher prize on the tables, but an amazing nade from Isla will strike down 2.
Levi's has got to clutch it. It's all down to this man now. What level of lethality can Levi's pull out? Look at the peaks. He's slick with it, but he's not slick enough as Mythic will claim it and Loops lock it down with a chicken dinner as the high fives come out. They can celebrate on that one.
Mythic with a mythical moment there, down to 0 HP, but still on trucking. What a game from Loops, honestly. Holding on to that higher ground, not easy at all, but I've got to really give props to DX from that situation. That is not an easy position to play. It's not an easy spot to hold out in, and they waited for as long as possible until it was at the most uncomfortable it could be, like a humid room in summer, yet they still waited until they could hit those nades, and it really could have told a very, very different story. All the while, though, Mythic's holding on to Mad Bulls, trusting in the rest of this team, and I think this is a well-deserved victory for Loops, and it's been a long time coming because, like I said, this team's just quietly consistent, Jackie.
They really are. You can see though, Blank, they play their own game. And I think that's one of the big reasons why they've been able to find that win there, right? You know, you're not falling into a trap. You're not being baited into misplays. Very confident decision-making, clean comms. Again, this is another side here at PMGC that is proving to us communication is really key right now, and they've got it down. A lot of faith in one another when it comes to holding angles. A lot of faith in not over-rotating. And also, if Chief's doing that amount of damage, well, that does help too.
And I mean, this is not an easy game for them whatsoever either. You just look at the damage received on their side. You know, we're up towards the 300s for every single player on this team. So they've had to fight tooth and nail to get towards this end game. I mean, a lot of that probably was the utility used from DX towards that late part of the stage of the match. But all in all, I think a fantastic game from Loops. 46,000.
34 grenades.
That's crazy. And 34 nades used. I mean, they were definitely squeezing every ounce out of those throwables. I mean, 28 minutes as well, full squad time. And I mean, again, it's those team fights they took. They kept it clean. They kept all players up, and they were careful with it. Often pushing in towards Gladiators, then moving back out again as they spotted a threat on that northern side, constantly keeping their backs clear. It's just a nice game overall coming through from Loops.
Man, Loops, they must have had the tactical fashion on blank. There's no way they had enough pockets for all of these grenades. 34 grenades. Where are they putting them? They've got a backpack. They've got a man sack. They've got it all. They're just covered in grenades. But that's unbelievable. A big game for them, really. And I think, you know, it goes to show, even yesterday, we were talking about how impressive Loops were at certain times when it felt like one or two players would pop off. Here, we saw them in unison. Here, we saw them playing like a team, and they go above and beyond to secure their first chicken dinner. Let's get back over to the desk then to break it down, as we've seen some LATAM lunacy in Game 2.
Brazil showing up big here, man. Loops crushed that game. One of the best performances we've seen so far. It's so crazy to see them pull up so many eliminations and that not be the most eliminations we've seen so far in this tournament. And this is match number 2 already. Things are starting off hot here, Colars.
Yeah, we picked the wrong Brazilian team to back, apparently, at the beginning of the day. Obviously, we were all on the Alpha 7 hype train, but I mean, Loops on Erangel looks fantastic. Whether it's them having to deal with that military drop, where they didn't have to deal with it this time around, but they went back to that shelter split that we were hoping for. The plane path kind of warranted that, as it were, and they are patient about it here to be able to play downhill into a very open area against the rest of these teams. Yeah. They knew where to go and they knew when to go. I love it.
Yeah, and the way you play Crash Site is just hide the cars, right? And the moment that other teams do not have any good position to play from, you start to use the cars to flex out and get those multi-angles. And Mythic in particular had such key angles. The moment that Mad Balls were obliterated on the southern edge, you can start to flex out against Xavier and make sure you're going to secure every single one of those eliminations. So, I mean, I have to echo your sentiment here, Kalaris. On Erangel, they are so damn scary to deal with that I think we're going to see more wins like this from them.
Man, I would have liked to see Mad Bulls leave Xavier alive to actually fight Loops out. I think that they kind of hamstringed him a little bit with that one particular knock from Flique. Right. But at the end of the day, right, they still put up some major points on the board. Take a look at the overall rankings, and Loops moving up to second place, starting to catch up to Stalwart after that performance here, Cal.
That's huge. That is huge here. And as you say, what you were saying about Mad Bulls, I kind of echo that sentiment as well. I mean, if you think about some of these scenarios that go down, you've got to be a little bit concerned when trying to move through terrain that is very difficult to move through, right? And one way to do that is be stealthy, be sneaky, don't take those shots. Try and move away from the idea of drawing attention to yourself and maybe getting away with a little bit more. It's a tough decision to make, though, in that kind of scenario.
And actually playing Q before that, they're just able to negate a lot of the rotations on the southern edge, especially Quest in particular, and then you can start to be sneaky, as you said, Kalaris, because you don't have to really be cautious about your backside being backfilled by another team. So really good approach from them, though we had so many good individual plays, especially with seeing some of the nades play from Loops. They had so much utility that was just chucking behind the rocks, the trees that are the only hiding spots in a circle like this, and Loops still currently like significantly better than other squads on this battleground. What the hell? Erangel is their map.
Man, they know what to do, especially if they get in a position where that play is just obvious. They're so difficult to take down, and they just ran with it. So if they get that zone, they have proven that they could just get points like crazy.
That said, though, I mean, as much as I was like, oh yeah, we backed the wrong Brazilian team, the impact Alpha 7 is having on these lobbies on Erangel as well cannot be understated. 8,000 damage from them. I mean, if we're thinking about this game here, right, they're coming in from that west side in a little bit of a slower manner because they kind of have chosen their location that they already want to sit at. But the fact that they're doing so much damage to the rest of the lobby here means that their influence is sending shockwaves through these games on Erangel. So you've got to be careful of just Brazil in general, apparently, on Erangel.
And if you're not just looking at the elimination and damage side of things, you're looking at Stalwart. Very, very slow rotation this game. Leaving Novo very late, I think on phase 2, phase 3 shift, very far away out in the blue zone. But by doing so, they're like, okay, we're seeing the circle going already north of the riverside. Let's go for the wide wrap east towards Yasnai Poliana, enter from the eastern edge. And they were able to clear actually a lot of angles by doing that rotation, clearing out especially Aegon I8 really efficiently. And when you have Nozed and Top still alive, I mean, come on, that's like the golden duo right now. There's still a chance they can pull something out of the sleeve. So yeah, sure, not the big flashy game, but they're still getting consistent points, which keeps them high up on that first place.
Just to briefly add as well, Hot Jukes, I mean, like, for a Stalwart, you're a Novo team. What do you expect from a circle like this? It's always going to be a salvage mission, right?
Yeah, I mean, well, one thing that they have for them is that we saw a zone like this in the past. But you know, one thing we got to talk about, of course, is the official smartphone here for PMGC, the Infinix GT 10 Pro, a phone created for esports players, guys. If you want to go ahead and dominate the lobby, make sure you check out the GT 10 Pro. Also, make sure you're following the TikTok, guys. You know, PMGC 2023, search it up. You can see some cool behind the scenes and a whole bunch of other goodies as well. And if you're doing that, you gotta also hit all the buttons. Subscribe to everything we got going on here, because it's only gonna get more intense every single day, every single match. And one team in particular that we gotta talk about as well, Max Man, is Persija, huh?
Oh yeah, I love their play this game. I could talk about that I could do a whole segment just talking about how Persija play this one. There was a super cool fight in their compound over to the west. There was that little hilltop, which usually is strong if your backs have also been cleared. And there was Alpha 7 that were getting involved and looking to third party their own fight versus Falcons. So Persija being very smart about it, thinking, okay, we don't want to get in that third party situation. We're just going to exit that fight, go for the compound, which at that point is in circle. And we're going to send our main man, our off-angle player, Redface, to go up north and just collapse on that fight happening between Falcons and Alpha 7. It's a great setup. You're just clearing the entirety of the western side, can play from the compound and rotate from there in the circle even further. It was not an easy play to do, but man, I just love how methodical they are in these situations. So Persija, again, maintaining a podium position.
Beautiful, beautiful. Still a lot more action to go, guys. Time for us to cool down a little bit, and we'll be right back after this break. is Xavier with that hot drop situation. But they did put some decent points on the board here, Kalars.
I mean, they keep winning it out, like, firstly, so they absolutely understand Pachinki very, very well. They're not willing to share, and also their movement beyond that as well is very important. I was surprised for a little while that they were surviving as long as they did in the shack, but even when you get into nade range of it, like we were seeing Loops try and do, they were only able to hit nades outside of the shack, right? Dislodging people inside the shack, even from nade range, you're having to thread a very fine needle there to try and do that. So Xavier gave them problems, even though they did win in the end, Loops.
You saw like 34 nades coming out from the side of Loops. Like, oh, we're going to be very aggressive. And then you have 34 smokes used for the side of Xavier. Please don't nade our shit, please. But it was good to hold down the position because you don't want to, as you say, Klaus, thread the needle. You want to defend it. Yeah.
Well, you know what? Hot drop, hot drop. Let's see another one here as we get back into Erangel. Let's take it all over to our casters.
Hey, there we go. We got Jukes in on it now. This is good.
Yeah,
if we all
good.
collectively just hot drop, it's not going to end. It's not going to end. I'm telling you right now, this is the game where Bra Esports, Blank, they played it a little bit calmer last time. They're going to be frustrated. They're going to go, lads, it didn't even work. Let's just fight them. I think they just scrapped. Yeah.
Just battle. Have it out with him. Look, we went away. We played like cowards and we died like cowards. Now we need to fight like men over in Pachinki. Win that bad boy out and then we win the game. That brain cell is really flaring right now for Bra Esport. They want it. They want it bad.
It's engaged. Like, it's swollen. It's so swollen right now.
Angry, furious.
If you're not going to beat them, run away!
Who do you think you are? Fight!
My God. Right, well, let's get you up to speed as we're going into our second of the Erangels. That's why we are commanding the hot drop. That's why we are begging for it to keep happening, because it was free for free yesterday. I wouldn't be surprised if we go free for free again today, but let's find out. We got our playing path. Let's see if anything's going to drastically change this time around.
Pretty cheeky playing path, actually. Kind of nice overall for a lot of these teams. They're happy about it. It's not too horrible for anyone. I mean, for some of these teams getting over towards the Povka maybe might be a bit harder. But for Pachinki, it goes directly above it. So you better get that drop out nice and early, get down to the ground as fast as possible. I don't see Bra Esports still on the plane, so I have a feeling they're underneath the mucker teams that are currently on your screen. You got Gladiators heading back out towards South George. They had a bit of a better rotate last game, but I think they bit off more than they could chew. We got Loops heading back down towards I8 to cause some more problems, to cause some more ruckus, a bit more of a mess. They didn't do this last game, but they're pulling out the secret card once again, and I8 is not enjoying it.
Damn. Okay. It looks like finally for once we have a resolution, Blank. The brain cell has
Oh my God.
Yeah, Bra have given it up. They're gone. DX, different way.
Cowardice!
DX at this point just going, we've done it, lads. We've won the whole land.
We've beat them. They're probably just laughing right now in their booth because they just feel so good about it. What an increase in confidence as well. Battling away one of the most stubborn teams in the lobby up towards Severny, no less, you know. They're out the picture now. They're off the backside of the map. This is just so sad for Bra Esport. But I'm also glad that the raging brain cell was put to rest, right? You know, it has been quelled, been quietened by this team because they desperately needed to make it happen. Mythic's down though, and I8 might be spoiling the Loops' day. Chief though, still in action.
For Loops, it'd be a bit upsetting if you go straight off the back of a chicken dinner into a 16th place finish. That is not what you want. Straight from the frying pan into the, I suppose, bigger frying pan that doesn't have any chicken into it in this instance. So we'll see if they can survive there. Yeah, pain pan. It's just full of nails.
Yeah,
not a very hearty meal.
Yeah, no oil either.
Yeah, don't breathe that. That's nail dust.
Bad for you. Wouldn't recommend it. IQ though tries to head up towards that top side, but Cardozin got himself a nice little angle over towards the other side. Chief, surprisingly, still alive and being rezzed over towards Mythic. That's That's crazy. I can't believe they've allowed that to happen. They just cannot get control of these rooftops at the moment. I think Luke's played the correct hand, which is, look, if we have control of this top side, we're confident on our peaks, we're confident on our ability to spot out these players. They're constantly giving IA trouble.
Yeah, they are. The fact they've been able to reset this fight so cleanly, and now actually in terms of the positioning, you're not in a bad spot. You could still do something from this. It felt like I8 had good angles to shut this one down. At the very least, make it kind of irrecoverable for Loops in the early game, where they'd be forced to try and limp out of here with 1 or 2 survivors. Instead, getting Mythic back up, you can still play off the back of this. You've got a wide berth of players as well in terms of the angles now covered, all of them with high ground control. Ooh, this feels like the dominoes could tumble quite quickly here, Blank. So I8 need to be very smart with their decision making, especially if they want the flank from Blade to basically be the backstab. Ideally, you probably want to buddy up on this one. Try and play the duos, because there's just so many angles watching you.
Yeah, it's difficult right now. UZM tries to even get through the building, is having a tough time of it. And I think that this fight is actually extremely important between both of these teams, with I8 actually having a semi-decent match at the start of the day, only to be taken down here on Erangel, one of our first potential Sosnovka finishes on the circle. That's going to be brutal for you. This is one of the times where you really desperately want to be a military team. Right now, they just cannot find any of these openings. Loops, though, taking it a little bit closer to them, grouped up towards this western building, looking to potentially take the fight to IA, who have all got themselves turtled up inside this building. One pump shotgun available. That might be the game changer, but in comes a nade.
It's Falak downstairs. Wow. Oh, I was expecting him to be first contact, but the nade is the opener. A can opener, if you will, as it takes the top off quite cleanly. And now Mythic aggressing with it. Oh, he's going for the finish as well. Trying to find the player that was knocked. Shuts him down with one pump off the back of the shot. There's the readjustment from Falak as he'll swing, clearing out the corridor with a sweep. Oh, bit of a misplay though on the adjustment. Blank goes running through the door, turns tail, gets assaulted because of it. Cardozo now as well, re-aggressing into the hallway, gets the reload off on the DBS, has a good understanding of where everyone is and lands the flick on the re-peak. How did that go so wrong so quickly?
Mate, Chief's little jump out the window was tremendous, bro. But to be fair, you saw 2 players. He checked the room, no one was in it, and the play right there was for him to maybe wait for it, but I didn't have too many options. Great peek up there coming through from Chief, getting them down in that situation. You've got to love that coming through from Loops. What a orchestrated play in the heat of the moment, no less. And now Loops have control of a very, very nice bit of space of the map, in accordance with this circle where most teams already are trying to barrel their way through to this South Island. No one's really thinking this is going to drop back up towards that northern side. It could, but most teams are looking to cement themselves down towards Sosnovka itself. Interesting start to the day, and Loops once again prove exactly why they're currently in second place, catching up to Stalwart.
Really cool fight there between the both of them. Different as well, different flavor considering the hot drops that we have been seeing on Erangel. You know, we've traded out the DX Bra Esport clash and we got a little Loops IA clash, which honestly, I'd take it. That was something different, mate. You know, that was kind of like the cayenne, maybe a little bit of garlic in there.
Yeah, and honestly, it really was like IA just became smoked that briefly. They certainly were smoked by the guys from Loops, just wielding some pretty heavy weaponry towards their way. Gladiators still yet to make their move. Mad Bull similarly also on the same trajectory. For Bra Esport, again, another pretty brutal game for them. Been forced up towards Severny, the furthest you could be from Sosnovka. Getting themselves down here, obviously, is a bit of a trek for them. They are rotating alongside Pasija Evos, but they've had to limit the amount of time they've had to loot here. Because remember, Circle was south to north, so although, again, there is a lot of loot in Severny, they were limited by the fact that the majority of their time would be in the plane, in the shoots, getting a little bit of time to loot. They see this circle, instantly they realize, look, we've got to start making our way down towards that south side. This is not going to be an easy game for us otherwise. But a lot of these areas are taken up. A lot of the bridges held out by 1 or 2 teams. It's going to be a bit of a struggle for some of these guys on the northern edge. Most likely might just want to post up to some of these important compounds that sit on the side of these bridges on that North Island.
Thing is for Bra Esport though, at least the one saving grace that is, although it's going to be uncomfortable and it's not going to be the easiest thing in the world for them, as you're basically having to fight for control of what is left already with a lot of the compounds being scavenged for, especially now with the zone moving across as well, making it an awful lot more awkward back over towards the Novska. It's really going to be a bit more uncomfortable for them. But at least, Blank, this is them playing out that longevity, playing out a smarter game in terms of the early rotation. So many times they tunnel visioned and then just got left in the dirt where they weren't able to do anything outside of the opening fight in Pachinki. They've had to adjust their game plan here, and that might bring up a bit more of a pep in their step. You'd hope. But we'll see how they handle it. We'll see what they can do. We know Bra Esports have an awful lot more to show us. We just haven't seen it over day one. Tiamba on screens here, though, and they are being crashed upon. Nades for days. Stereo frags could be coming our way as they just decimate with them. It looks like he should be able to pick off the numbers, but instead it's Tiamba that are eating the damage. It looked like it was well placed with a Molotov and the follow-up for the grenade, but hasn't really worked out too well. Unlucky as well on a back tap here. Oh man, Blank, this could have been a whole different fight.
Yeah, YDD almost gets his leg blown off his body, able to jump to the side just in time to get out of that nade range, but it still tickles him quite a bit here. But now Maliz Esports all trapped inside this building. Nades for days available, but not many available. In fact, for Tiamba, with not a lot on board, just a stun grenade now in the hands of Lee. Maybe there's some more on the rest of the players that might be able to be used to good effect. This is down towards the south side of the island, but CEO later finds QZZ, and now they push out from this building towards the backside, try and open up some more angles, and Tiamba feeling a little bit lost now. Their off angle in QZZ being down is a really horrific start for them. They lost a lot of info off the back of that, lad.
So rough, man. It felt like it really should have been a different encounter off the back of the way the initial crash went with the utility used, and especially with some of the shots they were landing. You're going to be kicking yourself that it's now fallen into a position where you feel like your confidence has been sapped a little bit. Oh, HP being ripped away, as well as the nade's going to open it up. Shrapnel all over the gaff. And everyone else is looking a whole lot more confident as Lewis and co lead the charge, clearing building to building. Contact found, bullets down range, just spamming across. Might bait them in, but it's just a Bizon. He's pre-firing with the Bizon, trying to do Maxman proud, but it's not happening here as he goes down.
Ren just gets rendered by that weapon there. YDD slips down the side, but takes a huge amount of damage in the process. And Maliz make it look easy down towards the southern coast. Another quick rotation coming through from this team, allowing themselves to have a good start to this match. But Mad Bulls, look at this. The two EU brethren setting themselves up for failure at this point in time, but I think Mad Bulls still have a good opportunity to get across. Gladiators, you just got to hope they've got enough meds to weather this one out to the point where Mad Bulls realize that they too have to cross this bridge now. With this circle heading right down towards this south side, Mad Bull, the time isn't working with them right now, it's working against them. They need to get moving, but they'd love to pick themselves up a couple of eliminations in the process as Gladiators have to move across as well.
The battle on the bridges is going to be a big talking point for a lot of our teams here. Reject Tokyo as well, going to be barricading the exit for Bra Esport on the other bridge. This is the POV here. You can see they've got the setup. Two on top. Lufa down towards the wayside here, just playing on the outskirts, belly down on the ground, ready to basically act like a bit of a tripwire. You always love that angle up here as well that Jule's taken. So easy to take peeks from. You can lean around either side. Makes it a bit more uncomfortable to fire shots back onto you as well with that added height. Could be a big factor for Reject Tokyo. And we know, man, in these fights, Blank, it feels like they go full Hail Mary. They do not do anything by halves, does Reject Tokyo.
No, they commit to it, and you got to respect that from the Japanese team, is that they've got an idea, they want to play it out. It doesn't always work out the way they want it to, but they really do try and get it done to the best of their capability. And I think that's how you improve at the game as well, right? You know, you're playing at this high level of gameplay with all these teams. You have to commit to a play. If it doesn't work out, at least you've got mistakes that can be fixed out in future. Good jump out of the vehicle, tries to find some shots over towards Tospic, but Kane might be the prime target as he barrels his way across the bridge, but Reject just a little bit too slow on the trigger there.
Looks a bit disjointed. They couldn't hold their setup any longer, knowing the zone was coming in and wanting to prioritize survivability over the scrap. So they give up the positions they had, but they might have unknowingly ran into a squad that's been waiting for them. It's Evo's. Luxy first to fall. Zuxi bonneted as well. So the twins going down. Now you're going to be struggling to project yourself further into this one, but a sneaky maneuver from Redface. Couldn't quite prioritize the targets though. Baited by the vehicle as he'll be hitting the car rather than the player, and then it's slowed down, slammed to the ground as Julo will clash back onto it, and it is just Misery looking to try and make a play from this one. Luxy at least could still help him, but it depends on the spacing. They're quite far away from one another. Luxy, he could be running straight into the crosshairs of the two right ahead of him. Regin Ocio jumps in the vehicle as well. Smoke's going up.
Some wild movement in the vehicles right now. Luxy goes down. And I think that practically all of these eliminations have just been by the vehicle's bonnet. There's one final player off the distance in Misery for Pasija Evos, but I think it might just be all over for this team. In the meantime, look where Gladiators have got themselves to, all the way on that northeast side. That is one hell of a send for this team. They're going to try and lock down any squad trying to get on that northeastern side. And what a hellish, brutal, nasty old circle we've got here, where it moves down into the water, playing off that coastal edge. In some way, Gladiators move through the hail of bullets and the storm that's occurring on this northwest side to get themselves a pretty sound position, honestly.
Misery. Moving back on in, buys time to at least get the heal off as well. Meanwhile, Mad Balls, a side that we alluded to a rough rotation for them, expecting them and Gladiators to run into one another. Instead, this is where they've ended up, moving the whole way around and getting themselves thrown into a bit of a clash. Earths and Megamind, basically in a 1v2 versus 2 liquor, but look in the distance, Blank. Here comes the big dogs, Loops. They had a rough start to this game, but they weathered the storm, patched themselves back up, and they've had 6 eliminations in total since then, and they are coming in quick, looking to aggress onto Mad Balls. It seems like they've also found an opportunity to fight versus Quest.
Al-Haji down is really bad news for them. Tunica spots out the two players, and there is the final frag that comes through along the way from Frozen. Takes down the final two from Zia there. Well done to these two lads. It might be pretty unlikely to get your boy Tunica back in the game, but at least you get some eliminations off the back of this one. Loops, though, have been extremely good on this side, and it's probably one of the only reasons that Gladiators are able to make their way through is they heard that fight and they heard the skirmish, and they were able to just thread that needle at the right time. So really good knowledge of what was going on in the map to make that play happen. But again, the Mad Balls just suffer to Loops, who have a real good chokehold on the north side of the circle, even taking shots down towards the guys from Quest. It's a really rough time for this team. And Frozen, he just sends it out into the water, and he's just going to take a big old dive to survive this one out as long as possible, because you know, with the way this one's set up, with the amount of water that's currently in it, it's going to be a rough game for everyone, and teams are going to start dropping like flies.
A group of fish is a school, but a group of alter ego players, that would be called a wet alter ego at this point.
That is correct. Yeah, you're not wrong.
Quite a few of them have a nice swim.
It is a big old swim. I mean, they were swimming all the way on that southern side for a long time.
Been swimming for a while.
I imagine what they went for, because they start in Lipovka, right, is head down towards Mill to Power, pick yourself up a boat, and then just swim outside of that render distance of the game itself, and then just swim all the way in. Nice nade there from Gladiators. Kitsune takes down one of the players from Malise, and they're the players that currently have a decent compound. I think they have taken a couple knocks in turn, which they're currently remedying as best they can. Kikali from Bra, this is the team that had all odds stacked against them on this northeast side. They've managed to start clearing. This is when they can play to their best capability. They're a team that's great once they start getting that ball moving, and for the last practically 8 matches, it has been a dead standstill.
Zone moving in as well. Oh, okay. This is going to be interesting then. Let's see how this goes. Obviously, an awful lot of it basically being that blue liquid So the H2O claiming a lot of the landmass, making it harder for these sides to have any real map geometry to play around from. The DMRs finding opportunities to strike again as well. As Misery peeks up, puts a couple of bullets down range onto Bra. Will at least slow Kakali down. Leaving him lifeless on the hillside. Low HP. If he wants to go for the res, his teammate will be baited in. Meanwhile, he's got to medkit himself back up as well, so won't really be able to take the fight. And this angle is being watched by Coursera, so they're aware of his positioning now. And they've got the firepower for it. Scope attached for max precision. Meanwhile, Cardozin taking a hit as well as they actually find that adjustment there. So Bra Esports, 3 eliminations to their name, getting a little bit more out of this one. This might be where we start to say goodbye though to Alter Ego. It's taken them so long to arrive on land. They have been swimming for ages. Their boots are soaked. Their jeans absolutely ruined. But they're going to try and get up on a rock face and see what they can do. Rosemary, low HP though, blank.
Yeah, mate, honestly, at this point in time with those wet clothes or soaked clothes, it's feeling heavier and heavier getting back into this match because I don't think they expected the circle coming this far down towards the south side. They sort of hoped this would be an open area where they could slowly move in towards the hills on that northern edge and play a more relatively fair Sosnovka circle. Last player from Pasija Evos will go down in Zuxi. That stalwart picking them up. Have been relatively quiet today, yet still putting up points here and there. You know, they got up to 96 points. They started the day on 82. It's not bad at all. And currently playing from that northeast edge. And I think when you give a little bit of space to stalwart, even if it requires them to push through teams, really hamper a lot of squads, this is where they really do thrive a lot.
How can you play around this, really? So fragmented in terms of the setup as well. And 6, he's just agitated, man. He knows that he's so exposed, right? And he's just trying to find something to work with on this. Like, if I just peek you before you peek me, maybe I can make a play on this.
Certainly is that idea that he's got ants in his pants right now and he's got crosshairs looking his way too. It's a difficult scenario for Falcons to play out this edge of the map because, like you say, it's very exposed. They still want to deal with Alter Ego, who could be moving up on their side of the map any moment. So they've really got to be on the swivel. But almost that nature of them constantly being under threat, under pressure, has allowed them to take down 2 players there over on Loop's side. Currently, Gladiator is sending the nades over towards Stalwart. It starts off well with a singular knock coming through, but no elimination found just yet.
Stalwart forced to play medic here as well, as they've got to get their teammate back up on his feet and look to see what they can do with this. Stalwart, bear in mind, are only a few points away of breaking the 100-point barrier, pushing their way into the triple digits. I believe they only need 4 more points. So we'll see just how much they can squeeze out of this game. Icy taking some heavy hits, as he will be losing a fair amount of HP on that one. So forced to give up the opportunity to peak, has to slow it down. They basically need to reset. Across the board, you can see it was a lot of damage done to the entire team of Stalwart. Taking solo peaks at a time like this, probably not going to be worth it. Meku is confident to continuously deal damage though. He just wants to keep applying pressure onto them. Utility in the hands. That's the last grenade thrown out. Will it be a clean connection? Looking like a little sliver of damage back there onto Nerzer, but not too much to write home about. That's instigated the fight blank. Action hits him with it. They're roaming in now. They've got confidence for this. The nades blank. They're always so on point.
And Carrillo comes up from underneath in the depths. 2 players down for Gladiators. It's all gone wrong. They knew what they need to do, which is just to hold Stalwart out for a little bit longer because they would be heading into the blue very, very shortly. There's a good spray from Nerzed. Doesn't quite take them down. A lot of smokes in play. Tops gets knocked here from CEO later on Malise, and Icy's going to continue the charge forward. Moving in towards Matic and Kitsune, who know they want to push further into this game. This is where things are going to start to pop off. This is where you can start to ladder up just a little bit. Currently, with 0 eliminations, they'd be getting no points in this game if it goes this way.
Ooh, Bra trying their best to shut things down here. It looked unfortunate for Kane, but it does work out. Axa will be hit by the bonnet and cleaned up because of it. So they're able to at least slow down Falcons massively. 6 as well. He's been the point man, guarding the edge and stopping Alter Ego for ages, but now they finally found a way to bleed their way in.
The fact that Alter Ego's been able to get up here is pretty miraculous, honestly. Just picking their battles, picking their timings as well very nicely. And they might be able to just get a full squad back up again, but getting down towards Fnatic on that south side might be just too tough here. There is nades still available for Alter Ego, and the guys from Bra, they've got to continue to push in. So these nades could absolutely be devastating if placed correctly.
Only problem is for Alter Ego, their utility seems to be at an all-time low apart from a few smokes, whereas it seems like from the overview right now, Bra Esports, they've got a box full of grenades and they are launching them one after another, getting the wrist workouts in on this. Or Gladiators as well. This is a fight that's been prolonged for quite some time between them and Stalwart. It felt like Gladiators had a good grasp on it, but the longer it's gone on, you're seeing Stalwart pushing back consistently, taking more of this control towards the hillside into their favor. They're going to have a nice position to play off of. These are two big fights effectively. Low HP though off the back of the nade. Here we go, Blanky instigates it. A lot of damage done.
Was good from Rosemary. Damn, they're towing the line there with those nades coming across over towards Gladiators. A lot of damage done, and they might just have the information now to pop one into the direct spot that it needs to go in. Great retreat here coming from Alter Ego, backing up from the nades that have been sent over from Bra. They're hoping that Maliz or DX might try and get involved here. But Gladiators, 1 point again. That's all they'll gain on this game. From their first initial decent rotation, from a position that really felt like they shouldn't get anything off the back of it. They've not done too badly, but they won't accrue all that much. Now Stalwart knows it's just one player left in that ditch. They can continue to push through. They've got two players in the back trying to move forward, but now Alter Ego is even getting involved here.
Mafioso's armed himself as well and saw an opportunity to take the peak onto the backline of Gladiators. Of course, this has kind of given away his surprise angle. So Stalwart at least know where he is and can try and shroud themselves, make sure their backs are kept hidden from that angle towards the beach. Parajin, though, with an unexpected peek through the window, able to at least inflict a little bit of damage and make it more uncomfortable. Mafioso's back on the move as well. Matic again eats a Molotov as he's turned into a barbecue gladiator.
That's the second time they've been mollied here as well. It's so uncomfortable. Each time they've gone for the res on it as well because they know they need to have these two players if they have any hope in hell of getting themselves back into this game a little bit further. And still, yet to lose teams, yet to lose players here. Everyone's just holding in a tiny little position that has some relative safety. No real meds remaining now for the Gladiators. Got some stims on board, but that's about it. Rosemary in play. Just go down and action found here. So Maliz looking over towards Stalwart. Another nasty Molotov over towards Gladiators. These guys, they're charred.
Oh, man. They're like an overcooked marshmallow right now. Going to be far too burnt. Not gooey in the middle. Not what you want to be in. Nurzed, though. You can see, even just with the way he postures himself into any of these games, he's always looking for the next encounter. He's always thinking 2 steps ahead in terms of the fights. Action, though, might have bit off a little bit more than he can chew. He's baited into the peak. Poser with a few shots down range. Here we go. Alter Ego. They've snuck the whole way up. They got into the face of Bra, but it's not going to work. The shotty does not cleave its way through them. They're finished off. Now DX feel like they're confident enough to instigate the fight versus the weakened team. So nades going over. Lamborghini ready with 4 in the back pocket. He wants to blow them to bits. We know that DX have good nades, Blank. They've always had great synergy on their timing with these double nades. Is it going to be able to obliterate Bra here?
Oh, Matic just peeks out for too long, tries to finish off the remaining players there from Stalwart, but I think he could have bided his time. They were sort of in a position that was going to lead them directly towards that end game. And instead, they only get themselves a 7th place off the back of that. Not ideal, but again, some serious resilience from these boys. Mad Bulls have just lived it out on the coast over here. They're going to be getting some serious placement points. They can keep this sort of thing up. A7 decided to completely remove themselves from the game. They've headed down towards the south side of the coast, and this is going to keep them safe for a little bit longer. Stalwart have had to deal with so many teams in their way, and this is sort of their MO, right? They're so good at controlling controlling multiple teams at the same time, keeping relative info on absolutely everybody. So it's a scary team to come up against, and I think that they've played it wonderfully once again from one of the biggest outside positions that has so many sight lines that looks over towards it.
Oh, man. Okay, action. Straight in with a headshot. I mean, Mafioso, fair play to him in terms of the longevity he had of staying alive and just kind of being annoying in the back line there. But Alpha 7 finally go up in a puff of smoke. Action as well. It feels like he is a bit of an action hero in this one, Blank. The amount of times we've seen him knocked, losing half his HP, getting shot at, eating grenades, and still resetting, still continuing to find opportunities to punish. And Icy as well. Another pickup here, finding another knock. It really does feel like what we were seeing yesterday, where every player on STE can win individual 1v2s, 1v3s. Finally now, though, they might bit off a little bit more than they can chew, as you are seeing the combination of a lot of teams starting to push up. DX have been trying to deal with Bruh for ages, and Lamborghini's nade will secure it. Huge knocks on that one. They've just got to clean up now.
Tokyo drifts right through the lot of them there. Lamborghini comes through with the M249, making a lot of noise and making a lot of room for him and the rest of his team. Stalwart off the distance, definitely taking some damage here, but certainly clearing out these teams still. Bra got down with 10 of limbs. A much better game than we've ever seen from them from the rest of this tournament. So mad props to them. Mad props to the Mad Bulls. Frozen, still alive, sat on a little bit of ice himself, just trying to keep himself up in this one. Smokes imperative as DX attempt to move through here, Jackie. Just Levi's left.
Trying their best to stay alive, but Levi's, it'll be no surprise as he goes down. Kish Yu strikes and finishes him off. Action. Is he aware of this? Frozen throwing out nades. He's given the game away. He's been spotted, but it will be the zone that takes him to the grave, ending it there. Stalwart, are they coming for another chicken dinner? Will the Mongolian side be able to add to the already massive collection of wins they've had over the course of the event so far?
Battling up the hill here, up towards Malise. They're all on dead set HP now. Lewis barely breathing at this point in time, but Nerzed, he's taken out. We're into a 1v4 here with these two players underneath. Oh no, it's just Icy and Tops. So we've still got a little bit more to do. It's a little bit crazy. It's all over the place for all these players. Poser also just peeking over the edge into the abyss here. Icy tries to reposition, gets a bit of damage, but there's a knock from him over towards Poser in the process. And Malise, they just can't keep up.
The BPM that's coming out from Stalwart is far too much to handle. Blank, they're just dropping into them. It feels like they are just falling like flies right now. They cannot strike back. Forced to go into the hill. It's the zone that makes it uncomfortable, though. That could be the one saving grace. They've got a lot more room to play with in terms of the map geometry as the zone closes in. It's all about healing through this. Can they actually survive this one, or will it all go wrong? It seems like they've lost it in the dying moments.
They actually are able to win it from underneath Malise Esports. I thought they were going to go down to the blue, but Icy had not had enough. He jumps backwards and on the jump, hits the shot, slams the earbud to the desk because he don't need no sound anymore because he's hearing the thunder of the chicken dinner in his ears. What a game from Stalwart. What a game from one of the difficult positions on the map, one of the most difficult positions on the map to play. And they just calmly beset upon loads of teams. The way that we saw Action just lazily move up onto the rock, take down two players from A7. What a brilliant victory from them. It's absolutely nutty. You love to see it. And again, this was one of the toughest games for Stalwart so far. And again, it just looks pretty easy.
Yeah, that's so uncomfortable. You know, even when we're sat there really trying to analyze it as best we can in that situation where you look like you're at a massive disadvantage, even when the numbers that were being thrown at you, they were just trying to whittle down their health enough so that the zone would be what finished them. Man, that's absolute insanity, Blank. You look at the damage again as well. Top, he was posting, I think, what was it, like 2.4k we saw him peak at yesterday.
It was
again,
crazy.
Here he's dropping a K. Like, the guy's just unstoppable. It's crazy how well Stalwart have been playing. The fact that they find themselves 3 chicken dinners yesterday, another chicken dinner today, the human embodiment of the point vacuum blank. I don't know how else we can sum it up, right?
Yeah, they were just sucking away at these points. And honestly, why not? You know, fill themselves up to the brim because they deserve them. They deserve every single one of these points. Yes, it drops over towards the Sosnovka Island and they drop in Novo, so they had a good chance at making it happen. But where they entered from was so difficult to pull off. The amount of teams taking shots at them, the way they took care of Gladiators. You know, that was an interesting fight overall for Gladiators because I do think that Gladiators made a good play to get towards that spot. They had 4 players. They knew what they had to do there, which was to delay Stalwart as much as possible. So when the blue came in, it was going to be rough for them. But in the end, Stalwart just used that idea that they're so good at gathering information to grab all the utility and just send those nades over. In the meantime, we're going to send you over like a grenade over to the desk.
Misery for the rest of the lobby. Goodness gracious, what a game. This is insane. Stalwart with another crazy performance, and with and I quote, I think I heard Kalaris say use the word silly circle about 9 times. What do you think about that zone, Cal?
Yeah, that's a good way to describe it here, Hot Jukes. Thank you, Kalaris. I mean, let's be real. Stalwart, yes, okay, they're Novo and it's a military finish to a degree, in inverted commas. I like the AMR link, that's very nice. They came to the cliffs late and then at the very last moment had to hit the shots of the Malise dropping onto the next cliff above them, and were able to do that as well here. Otherwise, they kind of bleed out to the blue. But another Stalwart win. That's 4 in 9 games, Hot Jukes.
Unbelievable, Max.
Yeah, if you don't believe in Stalwart at this point, I don't know what would make you believe in Stalwart, okay? They've already showed, like, top tier, S tier plus gameplay, okay? It's just Stalwart, just so good. In circles where, you said it right, Kadar, city circles, again, just to reiterate the point, they are still able to find a sense of consistency. And despite Top being clearly MVP of this game in terms of damage and eliminations, I also want to talk about Action. He's got so many strong angles down below to make sure that also the solo of Mad Balls were not going to pose a threat to their location. So Action was just setting up the team so efficiently, step after step after step. So man, they already were in first place with a significant lead here, Hot Jukes, and they're just going to make an even bigger lead, it seems.
Obviously, as well, like there was a Trash Talk video released just before today's games as well, and Progisa was saying instantly, they were asked, you know, who's the biggest threat in the lobby? Stalwart. No hesitation, nothing whatsoever. What a surprise. 116 points in 9 games.
Oh, but Xavier, Mao pushed up in top 3. I mean, they have been also consistent on this map, and especially now with the hot drop not happening anymore inside of Pachinki, this is actually going to give them even more opportunities to reach that late game and frag out hard. Like, they got 41 eliminations on 25 placement points. Xavier are a threat, especially with Lamborghini hitting some of those sick nades, Hot Jukes, so he's just able to carve his way in that circle.
Oh yeah, man. I mean, I love the way that they were pushing up to it. Unfortunately, not able to make it all the way to the end because it was a tough circle. I mean, it's crazy that Stalwart, I mean, actually got their drop location, right, as a final circle, and that's insane. And it's so crazy to see a team that lands so far south on Sosnovka dominate this tournament. The first team to hit 3 digits. It's absolutely ridiculous, you know. But you know, another thing is, Kalaris, you know, Bra, you know, they gave up the hot drop. We were doing the chant. They gave it up, but they actually put some points on the board.
You know, they are an aggressive team. They are relatively stubborn in some of their tendencies, but it's good to see that kind of mature decision making come to the forefront this early in a tournament. You could, in theory, just bash your head against the wall here over and over again. But the major problem is Xavier was performing well on other battlegrounds as well. So there's no reason for them to ever leave. And in fact, Xavier, in theory, if that hot drop did continue, could just be more aggressive on that push. Even if they lose out on that, you just wound them a little bit. And then in future potential scenarios in the tournament, you don't have to deal with them.
And it's so much better too because now they're not taking the fight. They dropped on the complete opposite side of the map, right? They dropped in Saverny on that 2 split of Alpha 7, so they had to regroup. But it goes to show that just not taking the fight, they can clearly make those rotations work out. And the fact that they have the resources at the end, they can start popping off and maybe not get the win, but at least have consistent points so they can avoid being in the bottom 5. So great change from Brian. I just hope we're going to see that happen throughout the rest of this league stage now.
We should. I mean, honestly, if this wasn't like a massive wake-up call for them, I don't know what it is. I mean, the fact that they landed in the complete opposite side of the map and efficiently were able to push through, that's how they're going to get points. And this is why we keep talking about avoid the hot drops at all location, at all costs. And we did see that right there. So good for them. Another team, right? We saw Melise were able to get a very, very close game towards the end. They almost won that one, Max.
Yeah, and they were just holding down on the compound. They sent it really early. We're talking phase 1. They sent it towards that compound and just stay there for the entirety of the match. And very good on them. They just hold on to their resources. They know that nades on those cliff positions are going to be very, very important to make that transition later on. And the smokes too, to just make sure you can't get naded from those teams at the cliff side. So yeah, good hold down. Passive until they had to start being aggressive, which is what is kind of their motto right now for the side of Melise. They just chill until they have to start fragging out. Can't quite get the win, but it is just a valiant effort in a very silly circle again.
Yeah, I mean, this is starting to get a little bit crazy. Stalwart are going to start running away with this. I mean, we thought Luke's was going to be able to catch up to them really quickly, but again, they just put down a crazy performance, Colares. So what do you think that's going to impact on the rest of the lobby? Do you think teams are going to start avoiding them, maybe give it to them a little bit harder? What do you think?
I think if you're Stalwart, especially on Erangel, you could start... Yeah, I mean, I don't think personally they will deviate from their game plan. I think they are absolutely just going to play exactly the same way every single game. However, in theory, you could start hurting people that drop slightly north of you on Erangel, right? Like, because they're almost, well, they are at this point, they're guaranteed to go through into at least the survival stage, never mind the idea of like going to the grand final. But my eyes for Stalwart would turn attention towards what's happening in Milta, what's happening in Farm, right? If you think about where Rejects are, if you think about where Tiamba is, those are the potential barrier teams that could then cause you a little bit of hindrance as you're trying to rotate through into that main island. But I mean, this is a far stretch. This is just all theory because I don't think they'll deviate from their normal plan.
I don't even think they're going to change that much because they go for the late rotations. If a team could be an issue, just like, okay, we're going to wait until phase 2, phase 3 in the blue zone and then going to start rotating. I don't know who would be so stubborn to hold a Bryn. So they're just like, okay, we're just going to keep playing our usual game and just maybe get an easy sailing into the finals, because that's what's going on right now. Is just who's going to take up away that first place away from Stalwart. As of right now, I can't see anyone really doing that.
Well, as a team, I definitely want to see in the finals. You know, we got a lot more left to go, guys. Let's go ahead and bring it on over to our casters.
Oh, that's right. Our last of the 3 Erangels before we ease into 2 back-to-back Miramars to round out day 2. Now, Blank, this kind of is getting towards like last chance saloon territory, right, for the end of the day here for Group Green. This is where you need to condense some points if you haven't really been able to build any, because we know who's been taking them all, shoveling them into a big backpack.
Yeah, they've been really stealing a lot of these points in the lobby at the moment of Stalwart. They don't really care about anyone else in terms of how much points they want to grab. They'll have all of them. Yes, please, and thank you. It's getting so ridiculous in terms of like where those points are leading to right now on the overall rankings. If we just take a quick peek right now, 116 points for Stalwart. That's first place. Now I'm going to read you a points total from another team, 66 points. That's third place. Doesn't really make much sense, does it? I mean, that's almost halfway behind what this team has been able to pull out. I think that you could be close to saying this team is fairly qualified, at least into the survival stage, no matter what happens going forward from now.
Yeah, I mean, you'd hope, right? Something absolutely miraculous would really have to happen. And honestly, I think it's one of those where unless they start just coming bottom 16 every single game, and even then, I feel like maybe there's a chance. So we'll see. But the way Stalwart are playing it, it feels like they are very, very comfortable at the minute. But they're not going to slow down. I think that's the beauty of it. You can see, even when it's a close game, Blank, they're a little bit frustrated with some of the outcomes. Even if they're taking wins, they want it to be clean. They want it to be a high-point scoring game. It feels like they are here to play no matter what the situation is. And that is a great mindset to have. Championship mindset, Blank.
Championship mindset is what you need at the end of the day, because this is the team that looks like they're playing over towards the PMGC Grand Finals right now with the amount of effort they're putting out. And I think that, you know, if you can do that over in these first couple of days in your group as well, just put out the performance of your lifetime, directly qualify towards that Grand Finals, where a lot of that prize pool actually is already. So you just get maybe a top, if you get even into that top 8, you've already made absolute bank. So, you know, having a really good performance here in the group stage, getting the direct qualification to the Grand Finals is really good, not only in terms of taking a lot of the pressure off you, but just in terms of securing the bag at the end of the day.
Yeah, I'm getting that mega bucks and being happy with your efforts. Well then, we make it back here, Group Green and the Green Pastures, as we go into Erangel one final time today. 3 of them a day. There's always room for adaptation. There's always room for aggression. We've seen some of the hot drops starting to resolve themselves. Again here, Bra Esports not wanting to clash versus DX, as they will take 2 different drops off the get-go.
Yeah, I mean, the boys on the desk we're talking about, it's just a case of, like, even if they want to go back to Pachinki now, it's a case where DXavier are playing so well that they just accelerate the gameplay over in that position of the map, give them a real hard time, and just make it never worth to come back towards that position in the future, which I really enjoy overall. So this is great news for DX, you know, slightly less good news for BRA, but at the same time, you look at that last match, how many eliminations did BRA get? 10. It's not like they're a bad team. They were just massively hindering themselves from the get-go over in Pachinki, just staying way too long, forcing the issue. It was all fun and games on day 1, but I think they've realized now that it is time to switch things up, change things up, because it's not ideal the way they're currently playing. You look over towards the map, though, we're getting a Western Circle. We've had that Western playing path as well, and I think that might have made things pretty awkward for a lot of teams. Luckily for them, they don't have to go too far outside of the comfort zone here. They can move on back. There is a lot of those alternate drop spots available too. You can see even Alter Ego switching things up here, heading over towards Hospital and the trash loot compounds that do sit in that area. So decent stuff for them.
It's been nice to see as well, at least, that the gap towards the upper echelons is closing a little bit. We're starting to see some of our better squads accumulating a few more points. Reject Tokyo as well, doing a good job of actually maintaining quite a high placement, all things considered. It seems like, again, even today, Blank, you know, kind of always the bridesmaid, never the bride, you know? They're always being able to make it into that top 2 position, but not quite close out the games. It's unfortunate for them, but consistency is key, and as long as they can just maintain this, close it out with a good day of play, who knows what tomorrow will hold for them. Similar things can be said about A7's run yesterday. At the minute, though, it feels like they've petered off a little bit in terms of almost that snappy decision making. It felt like yesterday it was very cleanly cut in terms of the way that they'd be able to flank around other teams, find back doors into fights where they would really pick people off and kind of add extra eliminations to their tally that almost at times you're thinking, how on earth have they even sort of squirreled those away? Today been a little bit quieter. Feels like they've been targeted a bit more by some of the other squads as well. So something to keep our eyes on. Gladiators on screens now, though, of course, looking a little bit better, but how far can they take it, Blank? How far can we see them ascend today? Because getting a little bit better still isn't going to be enough.
Yeah, I think for Gladiators in particular, like, today has been not so bad for them at all, right? You know, they've been able to get some good rotations in. And I think if you look at the overall point scoring from them, you could be somewhat a little bit disappointed from what's occurred. But if you are a fan of the Gladiators, I think you can sort of rejoice at this moment, because the matter of the fact is that they're actually doing some decent plays now. They're making some good rotations. They look like they're less in their own heads, right? You know, they're not living in their own heads rent-free anymore. They're definitely making some more smooth plays. They're opting for going for some of these engagements. There's still that hint of indecision in there, though, Jackie, and that's the one thing that does scare me just a little bit. But I appreciate that it wasn't a case of yesterday was just mad bad, and then you get into today and it's more of the same. But it looks like they have had that full reset, had a big breakfast, and come in feeling a little bit more lively here into today, which I am always happy to see. Looking at the map, though, at the moment, we are having a fair few teams already towards the center of this map, you know, mainly because of that playing path and the circle itself. So not a lot of teams will have to breach through, and this is going to give some of these squads a really good chance to get into a decent location early on in the game and start controlling areas, these maps.
And a good early game can really project you quite far into a great late game quest. on the peak, trying to read the room in terms of the timing. But as he swings around the corner, Alpha 7 will be able to pick up the pieces on that one. So severing one player from the rest of Quest and leaving them down to a 4-stack as they get away. At least finding a compound to slow things down. But Al-Haji, he's had some big games, Blank. It feels like he's kind of the instigator for a lot of the bigger, impactful plays we've seen from Quest. So losing him early, I don't know if that's going to be quite an impactful one to lose out. It feels like at times he is a bit of an impact fragger for them. So could be a problem. We'll see how they can react with it, how it affects them over the course of the game. One of the first players to exit stage left here into our third Erangel of the day as we wave goodbye to him.
I mean, you were mentioning AA7 as well, and I think they're a good team to bring up because they were doing fantastically well during that first day, right? They were doing lovely, and I was very, very pleased to see how they were playing, and it wasn't a case of they were getting outclassed or outmatched by some of these other squads who have a bit more of a pedigree, right, in terms of that ability. They certainly are a team that's been together for a long, long time now as A7. They've proved themselves in several different tournaments over the years, but I think the issue they're running into now is that mechanical ability alone is just not carrying them through. There's teams like Stalwart now that used to be very focused over towards that macro play with having those two good players in action and top be able to take a lot of names with them. But A7 could usually overwhelm them with the squad that they had. But now you're going up against a whole new beast, a whole new type of team, especially throughout the entirety of the lobby. So I think A7, like you said, needs to get back to that bit of a snappier play style, go from point A to point B, and not like Max said on the desk yesterday, which we saw a lot in that region, which is point A, point 1, point A, point 2 to point B. This is not what we want to see. I want to see a bit of those better, quick decisions made from A7 because they're a great team and they can make fantastic things happen. In the meantime, we're watching Alter Ego on our screen currently get dumpstered a little bit by Stalwart as they continue to push in towards their base of operations.
As per usual, of course, it was Nerzed in such an advanced position, just kind of, you know, given so much room to play off the leash as well, right? In the way that if he wants to make a play, kind of comes it across, instantly just goes for it. The team seems to support it wholeheartedly, knowing that they've got a lot of faith in him in terms of the individual mechanics.
Yeah.
They're just able to harass Alter Ego really, Blank, and make them uncomfortable. Even if you don't squad wipe them this early into a game, harassment and just whittling numbers, that's going to pay off massively.
Yeah, it's a play style that you kind of have to cultivate before you come into this tournament, though, right? And I think that is just the confidence factor coming through from Stalwart, because you look at Stalwart, you look at Bra Esport, they try and go for the same thing in a way where they're the bullies of the lobby. They will just crunch you out of position with sheer overwhelming force. The issue is if you try and play that same gameplay when your team just cannot match up to some of these squads in the lobby, you cannot push into the circle, you cannot find those cracks in the armor of other teams, and you just slowly get pushed out onto the edge a lot of times. So you need to know that you are the best before you come into this tournament to pull that kind of thing off. And if you can't do it on the first day, you have to quickly readjust. I think the readjust maybe came in a little bit too slow for Bra Esport and they had to swallow their pride a little bit earlier, but now at least they are back on the path to at least a survival stage finish for themselves. But for Stalwart, that playstyle is just working absolute wonders for them so far.
Yeah, it really does feel like, you know, they're kind of the biggest kid on the schoolyard and everyone else is just too scared to touch them. Because that's the other thing that's going to come with it. You know, you think about when you run into them on a rotate now, you see Stalwart, you're probably already kind of thinking between two minds, or do we even actually really get stuck into this engagement?
Scared.
Yeah, like, do we just give up on it? Because the likelihood that we're going to get out-aimed right now is probably quite high because they are just hitting some unbelievable shots. And the teamwork is super drilled from them. So they're not the sort of squad you want to run into. Probably for Bra as well on the same page as DX, because probably just got all that trauma. You're like, oh, God, Pachinki.
They need some serious therapy right now after that, don't they, bro? Like, DXs just cause some big, big problems emotionally. The mental is damaged at this point in time. But again, it feeds back into what we were saying about Stalwart being the biggest kid in the playground. You know, he's got a beard. He's just got shot into secondary school.
He's only 11.
He's only 11. It doesn't make any sense. But I think for them, look at this. Like, they've just headed straight towards that central side. They know that they can challenge off against anyone, and that spot's open. This is not a circle where you're like, okay, I could just take center now, because the circle was over here in the first place. So was the playing path. There's likely to be a team there. They didn't care. They just sent it in. It was free. They've got it. Now they've got a really strong base of operations to play around with great sightlines out towards a lot of the fielded area around them. It is so good to play into their favor right now. And as you like to say, Jackie, you know, feed that hot hand.
You've got to, man. You've got to. It's the difference, really, of being able to bring up someone's confidence. Because the thing is, Blank, you know, confidence, especially like in esports in these days, it's one of those where it feels like if you break it and if you bring down someone that, you know, has natural talent but not enough confidence, it's very hard to ever get them back to that point. Whereas if you're someone that maybe is a little bit shaky or outside of the game, but you can come in, hit a couple of shots, you got your teammates saying, hey, man, that's sick. Suddenly the confidence goes up. You're more willing to make those hero plays. You're going to really manifest them and make them happen. It's the fickle thing about confidence. Very easy to break it, and sometimes you can't find it back, but you have to try. And in some of these squads, we're seeing the benefit of believing in yourself, of backing yourself in 1v2s, 1v3s, just how much of a difference it's made. Coastal clash going down here, though, as Gladiators are going to be on the roam. Falcons looking for the contact as they've got high ground to play with, spotting out Matic and putting a couple of bullets his way. Puncher jumps in a driving seat and seems to be debating whether or not he wants to start to make a bit of a move on this one, just getting the vehicle into a better position for later. But Matic stemmed up and on the move.
Mate, this is actually kind of a cool play that happening here, because Matic moves out into a location where he kind of is going to get shot no matter what, and then backs off. In the meantime, the entirety of Falcons are looking at him. You know what happens? All of Gladiators rotate over the top side. Unfortunately, they rotate directly into Mali's Esports, but it's a great distract play, no? It's really, really fun to see. Meku can't quite get behind. Kitsune might just be able to heal up, but his vehicle's absolutely trashed here. Meku shot out from underneath the vehicle. I mean, what they did there was smart. They got into a decent position because of it. They also circumvented quite a difficult rotate through Falcons. So you can see the Gladiators are still trying their best. And I mean, from that western side, it's sort of the safe pick, the safe play, which you expect a team like Gladiators to go for at this point in time. Just hasn't really given them the biggest boon going forward, as they just rock straight up into a lot of teams with a little information that they had.
And I think at least one of the good things about that is it starts to show that Gladiators are willing to show ingenuity again, right? They're willing to kind of run a risk of, if someone calls the play, everyone's all in on it, rather than kind of umming and ahhing, because that's always the worst element. When you see a fractured team, when they're fragmented in just sticking to one call, that really can come back to bite you directly on the bottom, which is never what you want. Always quite painful. Makes it hard to sit down. At the minute, though, we're seeing some of Reject Tokyo being forced to sit down as they've been taking bullets from the wayside. It's Alter Ego that have been peppering up towards them. So you've already lost Rage and Ocio. And it just leaves the triple threat of the Japanese squad left alive, closely grouped, all jumping inside of the vehicle, though, and losing a ton of HP. Zone going to start to push them back out and take some of that space away from Alter Ego. They've set up just on the ridge here, and this is a triple threat now. A7 are coming in as well, Blank. I think the gloves are coming off. This is going to be a bit of a boxing match.
Absolutely, you're not wrong here whatsoever. For A7, Alter Ego, as well as Reject, they're going to be struggling to get out of this situation alive. And I think at this point in time, it's more about the elimination points. But Alpha 7, this is a bit more snappier. You know, they're heading up towards the northern edge, towards the ridge, to try and cut off both of these teams. Acquire some elimination points in the process to make it easier to get into the circle going forward. Speed of the circle heads towards that northern side. This really does cause now problems for a lot of these teams down towards the south, who have to get a move on. DX immediately sends out from the safety of their compound towards this fielded zone with little to no compounds in it. The one that is the main focus point is Loops' compound over towards that northeast side. If they get a northeast shift on this circle, practically just a winning position. But in the meantime, every single team, they want to control the ridge on the left.
It's going to be a fight for survival, it seems. Then right now we're seeing the clash going down. I8 spraying and hoping that they'll be able to smoke everyone that's coming up through this stairwell. Blade goes for the quick readjustment, tiptoeing his way around, low on HP. Reaggression comes out as Kishu will find the snapshot, hitting the head and stopping him in his tracks. Now playing field medic to get the rest of the team back up and see if he can save their bacon. So numbers thinned here. A few of our squads starting to lose manpower as the fights are kicking off across the battleground, it seems. Even Stalwart now losing one as they're down to a triple threat.
Yeah, it's never easy holding this Ridge side because this team is filled with absolute giga gamers, right? Mega minds of the PUBG Mobile scene. Everyone knows that this Ridge is going to be so important to hold, right? You could hold down towards the eastern edge of it, try and play around that little hill that on the other side, but so many teams know they have to fight for their lives here. So we're going to have a lot of players going down and very quickly. In the meantime, A7, they move in towards Zia, and it's an absolute bloodbath right now as Carrillo sends in, takes down Shopper, picks up some shopping of his own as he picks up as much loot as possible from this building, and that's Zia out.
Gone again. I've had some really unlucky games over the course of the past 2 days. It's felt like just haven't been able to find too much to add any real points to their tally. Dead last at the minute with 11 being what they've been able to accrue. Falcons, best team in the world, slightly further ahead, 25 points to their name. So let's see where this goes from here then. Falcons are on screen at the minute, just ahead of Bra Esports. Oh, hello. Rosemary tuning in. He's got one across onto Gladiators, Blank.
He's completely split off as well, is Matic, so it's not like he's getting back up again, leaving Tixie all on his lonesome. And I think really at that point, you just regroup back up with Tixie. Mad Bulls are in, takes down the remainder of Reject. What a send in, like the cavalry. I mean, at this point in time, it's going to be very hard to get Tulica back up on his feet. You'd either have to carry him, but with BRA looking down towards this side of the hill, it's going to be carnage for the Mad Bulls as they all get picked to pieces. For Tulica, instantly has to hit the bandage on stage 4. We're heading into stage 5 as well, so Zerich is most likely down. Chua will find Rosemary, but in the meantime, it will be Tixie going down on the south side. So Gladiators, again, not another good game for them, but another decent rotate, another decent attempt at getting points. And as long as they continue having this mentality going to day 3 and day 4, I do think there is a chance for them to get into the survival stage.
You'd hope so. You'd hope so, man. It feels like there's definitely a lot of talent there. Just needs to blossom a little bit. Just need to see them delivering. And at the minute, who is going to deliver here? This is the last game of Erangel for the day. Following this, we've got 2 more games, both of them being on Miramar. So opportunities to secure points getting lower and lower as today ticks on by. After this, there'll be 2 more days of competition for Group Green. Oh, Nade's coming out though, Blank. And that's going to be obscene. Red face as well. Look at him. That killer instinct's kicked in. He knows that he can aggress now. Utility in the back pocket as well, but he's taken a hefty hit, Blank. Second guesses it. Tries to backpedal, but Tiamba, they hold their ground. The cornfield is burning, but they're hotter.
You're right. He should have just held his ground there in that situation. Backing off was not the right play. Yes, he had the angles coming through from Misery and Zuxi, but they're really struggling to hit this one out. I like this from Loops, right? You know, this is a winning compound they currently have on the northeast side, but they hear themselves a third party. They send down towards the south, try and clean it up. They want the game to be easier for themselves in the long run, and they're not afraid to take some risks to make that happen. In the meantime, BRA, top 6, will take down Fleeke, last remaining member coming through for the Mad Bulls, and once again, we're seeing BRA rev themselves up for another good game because they didn't go to Pachinki.
That's all it took. The one adaptation. Not sticking to that over-arrogance, not sticking to that confidence of we need our primary drop. All it took was a couple of small adjustments, and already they're starting to actually find opportunities to amass points. Is it too little, too late? Only time will tell. They have to set the pace in every game and try and project themselves as far as they can over the course of the next couple days. And you can see with the spacing here, they found a few opportunities to backstab and deal damage onto Stalwart, at least softening them up once again. Even Icy eating bullets with the UMP from a distance as he's left in a bit of a rough spot. And Kane's got good eyes on him as well. Relatively nice lay of the land from the high ground they've got here. They know they can't be flanked from the back with their backs turned towards the blue. And they've got a little bit of map geometry. So it's not looking too bad for Bra right now, Blank.
Yeah, I mean, Kane has to keep tabs on quite a few things at the moment, which is why he's hurrying Topsy up towards his position, right? He needs him to hold over towards Falcons whilst he can spot down towards Stalwarts, clean out the rest of those players. DX out. Kind of a surprising turn of events there, considering they were able to get up towards that top side. Sorry, that was Procedure Evos. We've both got quite demonic logos. It's a problem for me at the moment.
Yeah. I feel you on it.
I'm okay with that because this does mean that eventually we might have the BRA DX rematch in this match, which is always lovely to see. And we'll see if BRA can, in fact, come out on top this time, regain some of that pride, some of that confidence, some of the glory into the PMGC League stage. Alpha 7, though, comfortably sat on this northern edge. Loops took a bit of a risk. They took a knock because of it, and Tiamba still pushing forward. It's just QZZ, though, and Ayala desperately trying to keep his boy alive.
Ayala. We've been saying it all day, but specifically yesterday as well, he was really good when it came down to hitting the mark when he needed to. In this instance, prioritizes dealing damage towards the vehicles, blowing up the engine block, making it unusable. So Tiamba can't find a quick rotate. Nade? Oh, that was actually pretty clean. Thought he was going to get it through the window there, Blank. Trade back at damage, though. These are filthy peaks. Look at the way that he's crouching into this as well. It's like a rhythm game.
I mean, QZZ is not one to be ever underestimated. This lad played on Nova back in the day was an absolute killer for them. Finally down to the barest edge of damage, and they can get some more of their lads back up in action. So Tiamba go out with 3 eliminations, but valiant attempt there from QZZ. Some sick little angles, some sick little peaks coming out from that dude. Kane's up on top right now on the roof trying to gather some more information, and they firmly have the southwest edge. Loops obviously do now have to leave, and Stalwart, despite everything, still have 2 players into this match. Again, still continuing to chunk away at those placement points. DX, though, did they just love the Shack or something? It's like, is this their, like, MO? Shack gameplay?
It's the Love Shack, Blank.
I mean, they're all in there. They're chilling.
Yeah, B52 in right now. Living it large. Let's see how long they're going to be content, though. Is there going to be a new landlord in town? Someone's going to come in, slam the lease down, tell them they're being evicted. We'll find out. Right now, a bit of a move. As you've got Kane jumping in the vehicle, having a cruise, trying to draw the attention onto him, planting seeds of doubt in their minds. Tops, he has been absolutely menacing in some of our games, posting unbelievable damage numbers, really quick with it, absolutely slick in the 1v2s. And he's got backup as well. Oh, it's the man you'd want. Nurzed still alive and kicking in the back line. Pin pulled on a grenade, looking to instigate a fight. Kakali just trying to understand and assess where exactly everyone is. Meanwhile, we can see the Love Shack still in play for DX as Loops are on the move.
Pushing through to that eastern edge. I think a lot of teams understand that there likely is going to be one team at least with 4 or 3 players over on that eastern side. So a lot of eyes towards Loops at the moment. It will be pretty tough to get through, and they're looking to push down towards DX's shack, which is apparently owned by a landlord, which I feel bad about, right? Which landlord is renting out shacks these days? I mean, it is the Love Shack, to be fair. Quite a piece of property indeed. Revo, though, comes out from that top side and will put down one of the players coming through from Loops. Ayala is out.
It's a good first time. Top still just lurking, buying his time as well. We're getting ever closer to the possibility of Bra Esports path eventually crossing DX. Maybe they're the secret landlord. Maybe it was their property the whole time. We'll see. Is the lease in the back pocket?
Whip it out. demand recompense for coming anywhere near to them. They are on the outside of the circle, though, so they will have to finally go out on an outing from the Love Shack itself. It is in a ditch too, so getting out of here will mean they'll have to have eyes in the back of their head, and all players will have to be swiveling that head 360, see if they can get it done. Surprisingly, I think Loops has got quite far into this game. I thought there would be way more players looking over towards their direction. There's been a serious stalemate between both of these teams over towards BRA and Stalwart and DX. Nice shots from Chief, though. The Chieftain seriously bringing the pain, bringing the thunder in these matches so far. Levi's got barely 2 steps outside of his home before he got taken down.
Ooh, he's trying to crawl back to safety as well, but denied as Chief shuts him down with the big nades, blowing him to bits and stopping him in his tracks. Nurzed, he's just been waiting, dinner plate loaded, ready to unload and stick a fork in him if they peek out. There's first contact, big damage done. Backs off for a quick nade as well, lines up the arc on it, hopes that it will be right on target. As it lands in, perfect.
His aim is squeaky clean. The arcs and his grenades are insane. Disgusting stuff, leaving Tops to deal with BRA all on his lonesome. This is terrified. And DX go out with nothing but a sound. As still Stalwart battling back against many different teams in the lobby. Smoke's being let out at the moment to try and provide a base of cover to get Tops back up. BRA, they've got bigger things to deal with as A7 starts to swarm in the distance. They've got a nice lineup here. We asked for more from this team. And they're starting to deliver like a postman on a Monday.
The letterboxes are open, and he is pasting them straight in. First class delivery. Talking about first class as well, the reset from Stalwart is pretty A1. The fact that you've been able to revive Tops, get the smoke down, play off the fact that you know the attention of Bra has been taken by A7 pushing in from the side. And this is quite the regional clash we've got going on here as well, with both of our LATAM sides in play. The big boys from Brazil on both Loops and A7 coming out to try and deal some deathly blows. That's going to be an aggressive play style going into the final circle here. Limited numbers across the board as well, Blank. A7 is the only one with 3 players alive and kicking. Nurzed, though, we know he's a one-man army. He basically counts for 2, but he's going to be left black and blue on the contact as he's overwhelmed as Bright Esports finish him. Take down Stalwart, whittle us down to 3.
Yeah, BRA sensed the looming threat of A7 on the distance. As soon as they got that knock as well, they decided it was high time just to send it in and show them what BRA is made out of. Stalwart goes down with nothing but a sound there. Nurzed not able to stand up to them. Senab does find Cardozin though with a lovely little nade, and Chief, I think he just wants to secure this second place. Looking over towards the 2 players from BRA. 3 players for A7. It's seriously doable for any of these squads at the moment. Chief could pull off something absolutely crazy. I wouldn't be surprised to see it with the way he's been playing today.
Something's changed though for A7. They're starting to kick it into second gear. The way they're playing, it's a little bit more aggressive. They're taking fights, they're swinging into these encounters. And it seems that they want to lop their head off. They want to claim success on this one. Chief trying to stay alive and keep his nose clean. Nades detonating all around him. How far can you push this? Can Chief somehow steal away? An upset on this one. Here's the first contact. Goes for the peek in versus Bra. Drawing the attention as well now, Blank. Now the other squad is also going to hone in on this. A7 are aware of what's going on. Follow up on the repeat doesn't work. Coursera shuts it down. All thrown into this then. A 1v1 towards the finish.
And it will be A7 to take themselves another little victory here. Finally picking one up for themselves. Great stuff for them. They're super pleased with it. It's a much better game for them as well. I think that they've been experiencing this all day today, where for all their games, it's just not felt as good as it did yesterday. And they just shored up a lot of those problems, which I think were just mainly based in the macro, right? Their gun skill is good. They can trust themselves on that. They just need to hit those points a little bit quicker. I think the way they set themselves up there on the north side of that ridge too is just really, really quite nice. Loop set themselves up for a good game. If that went over towards that northeast side, I think that could have been absolutely a Loop's win. I also respect the fact that as soon as they see the circle, not moving towards them and leaving even their compound still in, right? But they expect it to move away. They start clearing out players down towards the south side to give them a better chance of getting into that game. It's really nice seeing these two Brazilian teams step up massively into this tournament.
No, it is. It's sick that we got them both in the final circle on that one. But, you know, like you're saying, over the course of the entire event, we've seen a lot from them that's been impressive. We've seen individuals popping off. We've seen the team as a whole playing some great PUBG Mobile. And I think it's been very fun to see the different sorts of flavor that both of them have brought out. You know, there was a lot of word on the street that A7 would be a powerhouse. I was hoping to see some good signs from Loops, and both teams have delivered. So we couldn't really ask for more. Better for Bra Esports as well. That's got to be a talking point, right, Blank? They've given up the ego challenge of constantly fighting for control of Pachinki, and it has worked wonders for them. They're getting points now.
And that's what they need desperately. And what we need desperately as well is the beautiful boys over on the desk to break this one all down.
Brazil, here we go, man. Alpha 7 gets the win. Hey, you guys predicted it at the start of the day, and it finally happened. I mean, man, we're starting to see Brazil pop off here as the day goes on, Kalars.
It was a matter of time. It was a matter of time, and here they are. I mean, likewise, Loops was also able to survive very long into this game, but Alpha 7 towards the end, controlling that northwest side of these circles and being able to kind of greet any comer to their terrain very, very strongly. I gave them a little run for the money towards the end. I thought maybe it could have gone their way, but nope, Alpha 7 on lockdown.
If you're very silent right now, you can just hear like 7 Worlds Gaming screaming like, oh, there you go. You can hear it. Oh, yeah. Is 7 he's still there? What? But yeah, what a presence. We're having really similar echoes to last year, right, Hotjix, where we saw Brazil on the first day of the Grand Finals, first, second, third place. And we expect Influence Rage to also do well in their group. So, man, we've got top contenders from the region and another 20 points on board. And finally, the win that has been converted. Loops and Alpha 7 are just making Brazil proud.
Oh, yeah, they are, man. I'll tell you, one team that's always making everybody proud is Stalwart. It's so crazy to see them just consistently put points on the board, even when you think they're done for, right? They still stack 10 points. It's ridiculous.
It's just Top and the Z is like, Top, you're going to clear that team. The Z, you're going to clear that team. Got it. We're going to 1v4 both of us together at the same time. And it actually works out. They survive, Kalaris, I would say, way longer than many of us would initially expect, because especially they hold on to that utility really late so they can just get some strong angles, smoke out to go for the res too. So they are very, very smart as to how they use their resources to just make into, it seems like top 5 every time. When they do not get a win, it's a top 5. I don't know how it keeps happening.
Similar to the circle from the last game, it's silly. All right, that's it. That's what I'm going to leave it at.
It's silly. Yeah, I think that's a good point to leave it at. That's ridiculous. I mean, look at that. Still in first place, but now we're seeing Brazil catch their tail. Look at that. Loops in second, Alpha 7 launching themselves up to third. It's just starting to get intense here. So now I'm going to shift on over into Miramar. Now, one team I'm particularly proud of, right, is Bra. They gave up the hot drops, and look at them go here, Max.
Yeah, I mean, they're happy. They gave up the hot drop here on Miramar. They won the hot drop against Pasija Evo, so they're like, okay, we got our position. We can actually go for the normal rotation. And I mean, Kalaris, we were talking about this team, right? I mean, they're your personal dark horse in this tournament, right? Is that if you give this team an opportunity to reach the late game scenarios, mid to late game, they are constantly going to get those eliminations. If you give them a strong spot with the fragging power, this team can put on full display these matches. They are a team that can come out consistently with high eliminations and can also wrap up games. We can see it sometimes. So I'm telling you, for first time in PMGC, it took a bit of time to get there, but this kind of level of play style is enough, I would say, to head at least into the last chance.
Oh, Max is so excited. He's so close to his camera. It's amazing. I mean, yeah, you're right. I mean, my dark horse for Group Green is Bra. Like, if you think about back to championships, it felt like every single game they were able to get 8, 9 eliminations, even if they're going out early. This team knows how to fight. It's just about, clearly, them going into the mid to late game to find those fights. In those early scenarios and Erangel and stuff like that, they met their match in Xavier. There was no way that they were going to be able to convert something from it. So they had to take the mature step to move away and then find those mid to late game fights. And they are doing, and it is successful so far.
Hey, starting to wipe the lobby. And if you guys want to wipe the lobby in PUBG Mobile, you got to go and check out the official smartphone for PMGC, the Infinite GT10 Pro, a phone created specifically for esports players. Man, this is starting to heat up here, and we're going to get even hotter into Miramar. So, man, Bra clutching it up, Stalwart on top. I mean, who knows who's the next team that could possibly rise through the ranks here, Max?
Okay, I'm gonna go on a negative right now. Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, we've been on a very big hype train right now. I'm gonna go on a negative. A lot of good teams have been rising up recently. Where the hell is Alter Ego? I'm just gonna tell you that much. They have fallen off from that podium finish at the start of day one, and they have not been able to make it far in these matches. I mean, if you're looking at today's results alone, we are talking for Alter Ego 11th, 12th, and an 8th position. I want to see a little bit more from Alter Ego heading in Miramar here, hopefully.
Max hates Alter Ego. Yeah.
Why? I like them. I like Rosemary. He's cool. He's a cool guy.
Cool guy. All right. Well, guys, we got a lot more cool plays coming up in just a minute. We'll be right back after this break. And we're back. Here we go. Gonna head into Miramar now. This is where things are starting to get intense. Kalaris, you know, we saw Bra give up the hot drop and finally have success, right? Do you think we're gonna see it here in Miramar?
I think that they're going to be able to rotate from Picardo quite happily. I think that they're going to be able to take some of those decent mid-game fights once again. They're good in these foothills on Miramar where you have so many circles kind of focusing down on. So I expect good things from them to be able to bump out of at least that bottom 5 elimination spot here in Group Green.
Well, let's see if they can do it. We're about to head into Miramar. Let's go ahead and take it on over to our casters.
All right, all done with the Erangels, moving into the Miramar madness. 2 games left to go for the second day of Group Green Blank. I'm interested to see how this is going to go, man. It feels like Miramar from yesterday. It's kind of a bit of a blur already.
Yeah, dude, I think it was definitely an interesting couple of matches we saw in Miramar. They went by really fast, honestly, because we got some pretty quick winners on the board, and we saw Stalwart able to take their 3rd chicken dinner on this map. I'm genuinely curious, just as much as the boys, about like how well is BRA going to be able to do on this map, because obviously Yesterday, they started to perform just a little bit better, a little bit tighter on Miramar itself. But today, they've actually had some good games on Erangel, right? They're coming into this feeling pretty decent about themselves. They're feeling fairly happy. And this is a great moment for them to keep pumping up those numbers because they have climbed significantly, honestly, over the past couple of games. If you remember, they were pretty much dead 16th at one point. Now they're 11th, technically into that survival stage with 42 points. So they're not too far behind a lot of these teams. Honestly, though, like the guys on this were saying, Jackie, I think my main concern at the moment is Alter Ego. With one chicken dinner, the only team really to drop so low from that top 3 position down to 9th place now at 55 points. So really not accruing much of anything today. Despite, look at that, man. Rosemary actually doing quite a lot of damage for the team.
That's what I mean. It does feel like, you know, Alter Ego, they're being able to find themselves in situations where they should find points. They should find eliminations. They're dealing damage. They're surviving late into games. I just don't quite know what's gone wrong for him. You know, yesterday, maybe the difference was there was a little bit more backup as well supporting Rosemary. Today, it does kind of feel like at times it is just sort of Rosemary that's being the one to sort of put bullets down range and give them a leg to stand on. Who knows, mate? Maybe we'll see it change here. You know what I mean? Change of scenery, change of mindset, come in fresh, not for the Mad Bulls. Very unlucky. Straight in, not ideal.
That is super unfortunate. I mean, Mad Bull's about to go for a bit of a long drop here as well because obviously they dropped down towards Impala here on Miramar. So they've had to really go for the long parachute across. They dropped down in some unfortunate areas around Malise who have just chased them down. Currently, Zerich is even being chased down by some of the players there on Malise Esports. I don't think that he's going to make it out alive anytime soon either. So pretty crazy for them overall. Mad Bulls looking over towards Pasija Evos in the distance. It's a tough game. It's a tough game. They had to alternate a little bit here, drop over towards the north side of Los Leones. Not likely to get over towards their original drop spot. The vehicles in this area are pretty sparse, so fairly rough overall. For BRA, though, this is the game to watch for them. I think if you've got focus on anyone, it should be this team because they are certainly making the climb at the moment. And Gladiators dropping back down to 13th place. That little bit of fire we saw from them early on seems to be dimming, sputtering, just embers left remaining.
And also, I mean, you know, when you look at it for what it is, right, on our right-hand side, Skyscraper, you can see with Bright Esports all the way down in 11th for 42 points. If they wanted to try and overtake, let's say, Reject, that's only about the difference of 20 points or so. It really isn't that big of a gap, right? It's close enough where, yeah, you pick up a chicken dinner, you play a great game, it could be there. So the possibility to shake things up, especially towards day 3, day 4, for some of the teams that start to get all of the problems solved, figure out any of the issues with adjustments they need to make with their playstyle, with even confidence for some of our Tides. Going into day 3 and day 4, there's a chance for some big leapfrogging to happen. But that's something we can speculate more towards the future on. For now, we'll stick to the facts. We'll stick with what we know and what's been happening over the course of the day. Get the lay of the land here in terms of where our teams have spread out from. Gladiators a little bit more fragmented as well. They've been a little bit more willing to play the buddy system. Meku and Matic have looked like they've had kind of that drive back to instigate some of the fights. It'd be interesting to see if Mad Bulls can really turn this one around as well, because of course you've been hit again with a massively unlucky start. You lose a player from the get-go. You're feeling probably uncomfortable. It's Miramar. It's taken a while to get here. What can they do about it? First team to lose a player. Let's see if they can reset, because they need some points, man. Not in a bad spot overall. 10th place is 10th place, but they're not really gaining, blank. That's what worries me. It feels like, you know, you could stagnate quite easily.
Yeah, they had that little pop-off, right, and they were able to accrue some points, and that's great news for them. But at the moment, they're stuck between a rock and a hard place because they can't really move down towards Los Leones to loot because I8 is a team that loots on that northern side, so they have to push through them to get to the south and have a little bit of looting capability down there. I'm also pretty sure that they're just out of vehicles, with Malise Esports taking one of the few vehicles that was found by the team on Zerich, which I imagine they would have used and got in as for to head over towards Impala and pick up some more of the Mirados in that area. That would have been great news for them. And luckily, now they're left without a paddle in this game and are just having to live on with pretty much just scraps of loot here. It would be really unfortunate for Mad Bulls to go down early in this game because they just have a bare nothing to work with going into the future. PMGC Evos looks like they're just completely surrounding them right now. And it's going to be super hard to leave because the doors are just locked on all fronts. Some of these other teams, though, Alter Ego, fairly decent path in from El Azhar. They've got a lot of space to play with, considering of this. We had this standoff between PMGC Evos, IA, as well as Mad Bulls. So a lot of area around Minas Generalas is just open.
Tulika firing off some warning shots here, hoping to get a connection, but the bullet drop not going to be favoring him into this one. So no trade back, at least early enough yet to give them anything really to work with. Easy pickings for Loops, as they seem pretty happy over towards Graveyard, just picking up whatever they want. Loops have had a good day of it as well, man. It's pretty wild when you think about just how well Stalwart have been playing blank over the past 2 days. And you're only about 20 points away from being able to lap them, potentially catch up with them. So Loops really having the proof in the pudding here in terms of the chicken dinners and also just the sheer amount of eliminations and placements they've been finding into the past few days.
Yeah, I mean, you got a team like Stalwart just look animated and lively right into these games. You can see the moments that they're impressing in. And then there's Loops, really, who is just quietly confident, just plinking away at the pickaxe at that big old mine vein of the points over towards the PUBG Mobile tournament that we're currently in of PMGC. And they just made their way up to second place by doing it. And I think we haven't had too many comments about them because there isn't many mistakes to highlight from this team, right? It just feels like they're a very, very consistent team that makes the right moves a lot of times. You know, they don't have the most insane fraggers on the team. We have seen some way better players in this lobby already show themselves up and just speak to their own talent within this lobby. But as a team, they're just fantastic. They don't have too many flaws on them. And I think some of the positions that they take, they love playing these high ground positions. They love setting themselves up for success. And it's worked wonderfully. You know, it's taken a little bit of time because that's typically how it does work for a team that just plays consistently, plays to win these games, plays to get those placement points and just a good amount of eliminations each game. But now they're second place. And like you say, in a position to take over versus Stalwart.
And that would be impressive, man. It really would be if they were able to, you know, have a huge game of it here. Because remember, obviously, you know, this is still one game away from the last game of the day here. We have another Miramar after this. So opportunities to accrue the last few points of the day are there. You just have to write the history books. You've got to be the one that put the best foot forward and walk away with any additional benefit. All the squads on the move now as the zone will adjust itself. We start to see everyone swarming down, trying to get center circle as quick as possible. Awful lot of opportunities for clashes here. Quest, it always feels like they get unlucky on their rotates and they are thrown into a fight that 9 times out of 10 they don't fancy being in. At least here, being able to match the pace, seem to have a relatively clear pathway into the zone. Gladiators on the move as well as they'll start to arrive on the scene.
Yeah, I think for Quest, they've got a pretty base operations that they go for every single game. And I think that's kind of what's putting them in some awkward positions. Like, there does seem to be some good adjustments from a lot of these teams in terms of how they want to rotate in, what's going to be open, how they want to play it out. And I think that Quest does have that to a rudimentary degree in terms of like stage 1, stage 2. But once it gets beyond that, I think that's where they really start to struggle just a little bit of like being able to work with things on the fly, figure out what rotations would work in this situation. That I just think some of the other teams in this lobby have a better grasp of. One of those teams in particular I think is very good at this, and again I'm as surprised as Kale is about this team, which is DX Xavier. They're very good at identifying some really good rotational paths in that end game, where a lot of teams do struggle to find their way in. DX Xavier's been looking for these decent little avenues to be able to just slide their way in, find a good spot and play from there. One thing I don't like about that team at the moment, though, is just the insistence to drop into one position, play a shack, and just be really, really bullheaded about it. I just want to see a bit more aggression from that team because they've got great players on side. In the meantime, Mad Bulls finding Lewis, so there's a bit of revenge there from Malise. Again, right now we've got Quest on our screen versus Reject. Kante goes for one, doesn't find it.
Reject trading at least versus Quest here relatively efficiently, man. Kante, yeah, that's not what you want. Feeling like Dante on that one as he was going through the 7 rings of hell, burning brightly from the Molotov. Ooh, nade straight to the face as well. Poser probably almost knocked off balance from that one. Just ate the grenade straight to the face. It has at least slowed down the clash versus Marbles, but Marbles, they look a bit hesitant about it. Instead, trying to play on the angles and look for an opportunity to peek. They're taking so much damage, Blank. This is turning on its head. Madballs, they could fall through the fingertips quite quickly on this one, unless Flique or someone can do something miraculous. He is just firing out warning shots, peppering into the walls, dealing damage to the cement, but not cementing an opportunity for Madballs to get a grasp on this one. And they've taken so much time with it, they've been able to get back into a better angle. Flique, at least on the cross there, hits one, and that's an important shot to find.
Yeah, really important, because at that point in time, it felt like Malice Esports was going for a reset on that fight. So able to take out another one of those players gives Madballs a little bit of an extra edge here in this fight. This is the same team that took down their main man Zerich earlier on in this game to remove that vehicle from them. The fact they've been able to stand up tall again and Malice Esports continue to push the issue, and Madballs refuse to be pushed around, but one goes down and Kissu looks for another. One player remaining, it's just Flique.
Around the corner, bouncing into action. Quick switch into the secondary, and Flique finds the damage, shutting down Kissu, but he is still in a 1 versus 1. Still in a position where if he makes a single wrong move, it could all go wrong. Here's the repeat from the right-hand side. We'll see you later. Looking to stop him now, pushing in, getting close, just pre-firing on the peak with the SMG. He's trying to play off the back of the hill, giving him timing to work with. He's literally giving him timing for this, Blank. He's going to be able to get the full hill back in. Flique can reset the fight from this.
That is massive for them. CEO later backs off a little bit, gets back round, but the building, this Vector is absolutely deadly. Used to be a really well-used weapon in PUBG Mobile back in the day. Whoa. Does a lot of damage very quickly, but CEO later able to hit those headshots, just puts him down with the M4. That is big news for Malice Esports, but what a great hold off by Flique. Always been kind of the solo god of the team, but it just wasn't meant to be there at the end. But again, really impressive stuff in the meantime. A7 lost 2 players to Gladiators, by the way, down towards the southwest side and via Demar, which I didn't expect at all. Currently, they're the furthest players from the circle itself, so Gladiators do need to get a bit of a move on. But you know what? That is still good news. Taking down the winners of that last match always feels good.
Certainly a better position to be in. Some interesting fights have been happening on this one. It's been a bit different to what we saw on Miramar yesterday with the way the squads are playing it. A little bit more calm and collected as well for some of our sides. Gladiators roaming together as well. Obviously lost a little bit of stature, as they are down to just the 3 members. 2 eliminations at least though, so they've hit a couple of shots. They're a little bit warm into this one. Loops have got control of a compound here as well, and that's Bra Esports that are just ahead of them, with Falcons off to the wayside and what looks to be some of the remaining members of DX also thrown into the thick of it. So could be a bit of a rough encounter on that one. Bra Esports forced to fight some familiar foes if that does kick off. Meanwhile, STE on the move again as well, trying to keep all players alive, whilst Falcons pepper bullets their way from the blue.
Yeah, they've been behind the Gladiators for a while. I wouldn't be surprised if one of those knocks and flushes on Gladiators did come at the hands of STE. This is a fortunate circle for both Falcons, Stalwart, and Gladiators. And luckily, Nerzad takes a knock on the way into the circle. You can see some of the engagements happening on the screen. Stalwart really don't have the best of positions to playing in. They would have loved to have gone for a full-on crash towards this building. Found themselves a bit of a safe haven to work with going forward. But it's Matic to finish off Nerzad off in the distance. Good shots from him.
Taking down Nerzad at the best of times as well probably feels like a bit of a win at this point.
Yeah.
Because of like how sick he's been, man. If you're starting to clash against him, you're probably thinking, all right, sweet, here we go. Getting into the grip of things.
Fight's possible now.
Yeah, we can build from this.
It's doable. It's basically a 4v4 now. Now that Nerzad's gone, this is okay. But yeah, so I think for a lot of these teams right now, it's a bit of an awkward circle, honestly, heading up towards that northwest side, pulling away from Los Leones. Not a lot of teams fully committed in. Alter Ego probably the most trapped right now, but there is a decent rotational path outwards. It's a question of whether Alpha 7 spots some of these players. I think Rosemary has a good idea of where one of them is, at least. He spots out Carrillo. There is some shots from the sides. He has to edge himself back behind this tree, but quickly gets a lot more shots at him. Potato's just going to send direct in. How is he alive, bro?
I don't know how he's been able to stay alive for so long here. Even now, 5K's down. As Alter Ego will at least be able to clean up onto him, jumping back into the vehicle and giving up the goose on that one. Feeling a little bit more relieved. Senab, though, he's got the DBS and he is clearing out the lower levels. Quick flick as he goes through the door. Oh, look at them arriving one by one. The cavalry is on the scene and they want to stop Senab dead in his tracks, taking him down in 14th place as A7 are out on Miramar.
Yeah, it was all just way too much for Senab there at the end. Even if he is godly with that DBS, you just cannot handle versus a team that understands versus a shotgun like that. You just got to flood into the room, right? One by one, and then just spray down. It works out. You're likely going to lose at least one fella from the mix, but at least you get the fight finished. Now, Alter Ego, they look to set their sights upon I8 from this top side. This is very interesting to me, and currently still rocking with a full four-man squad. This is good news for Alter Ego. There's still a chance to get into this game, but they have revealed their hand now after that initial spray.
Tiamba, compared to yesterday, it's felt like they've been a bit more quiet as well. We've not really seen that same level of aggression that's coming out from them. They had a couple of nice point-scoring games yesterday. Can they get anything more for themselves here on Miramar? At the minute, you found early contact. Been a bit of a feud between these two sides as well. It feels like they always end up running into one another.
Yeah, Malise Esports probably one of the other like quite heavy edge teams that do like to play over towards these sides of the map, and Tiamba very similar to them. So it kind of makes sense why these two teams would clash so often on all the maps. And I think for Tiamba as well, I like this team as a whole. They're a slow and steady wins the race type of team, and that works in their region. Fortunately, now that we're heading in towards PMGC, a lot of these teams just have so much firepower behind them, even from the western region, some of these SEA teams. I just don't think Tiamba's quite ready for it from playing in their region where everything's a bit more slow, methodical, calculated, as opposed to just using that firepower, that muscle to overwhelm you.
Not able to thrive in the chaos as easily as some of our other teams that are a little bit more used to it. Oh, the double bonnet was very nearly a possibility there, but at least Ren has been able to render that chance useless as he'll strike back onto him and clean up. Takes down the squad, saves his teammates Bacon after it got a bit uncomfortable. Hello, Alter Ego eating nades as well. It's always grenades now, isn't it? It's just always Stalwart launching grenades.
Yeah, they're absolutely brilliant at it as well. I don't really think there's many nades that they have missed if they've got info on where the player is. I think that was the massive downfall or angle for Gladiators when they played against them, is that they just didn't back off. They held their ground. And once that happened, so it was just like, well, we're very good at tossing these, so have a couple of nades your way and chow down on that, in which case it was pretty much game over from there onwards. Overall, though, for the players and Stalwart, just 2 alive. They do have a concrete to work with, so holding out Alter Ego is their main problem right now, especially with them getting a bit of the circle for themselves. Gladiators looking to find at least a direction to get in towards this circle. Meku extremely low on the party bus, will need to heal soon, but the blue is still pushing in, so they don't have a lot of time to make this work, Jackie.
They don't at all. And you've still got to bypass one squad that's just ahead of you. So for Gladiators, are they able to make their way in cleanly? You're going to have a lot of crosshairs honed in on you. Meanwhile, Tiamba as well, forced to fight versus Rejects. Rejects feeling like they've been warming up over the course of the day again. What can they do right now? Struck down by the initial commotion, as we actually see at least a bit of a clean trade back on Tiamba. Relatively easy for them, as they'll pick them to pieces. Only one man really remains, and what can you do at this point? You could see if potentially he could pick off some of the fragmented players. Regin Ocio would be the first point of contact, and he's taking shots from the back as well. It looks like that might be DX that are starting to get stuck into it. No, it's Evos that are coming over the hill, with Zuxi actually being sideswiped as well. So the commotion continues on this one. You've now basically got 4 squads all grouped on top of one another, and we're seeing those numbers dwindling quite quickly. So a lot of loose elimination points could be hoovered up here.
Yeah, it's kind of a tough position on the circle to play because there's so much open sightlines available to you. A lot of these little ditches and valleys to play around with. Tiamba, Lee does unleash a grenade over towards Regiocio. He makes a good spray and that'll be lead down. Instantly reject his move and they know they need to get in towards position to start fending off versus Pasija Evos, who is their next target on the list. Gladiators lost the majority of their players. Tough rotate, but one of those decisions again where it's a case of they could have fought versus reject, hopefully won the 3v4 and then had a better time of it, but instead they opted for the safety play, and I think that they just need to have a bit more confidence in themselves there. Again, this doesn't work out well and I'm not defending them. I feel like something could have way better happened here. Tixi likely to go down any second now.
It feels like at this stage of PMGC, confidence is everything. And if you've not got confidence in these sort of situations, you've kind of already lost it. You know, taking the lesser road, thinking that they wouldn't have to fight as hard to get through it, hasn't really paid off there. And for Reject Tokyo as well, that feels like the sort of squad, you know, the side where Gladiators should be confident to have a 1 versus 1, have a head-on team Z team scrap, but just not feeling it, not enough fuel in the tank, so they go up. Meanwhile, Rosemary striking back versus Falcons as well. Wings clipped on Puncher as he's down on his last legs. They've got utility in the back pocket. 5 grenades to play with, some Molotovs as well. Hoping that that will be on target. Definitely is. Oh, that's a big boy.
It's kind of like throwing the dynamite, blow up the rock behind him as well. Opening opportunity. Alter Ego been fairly quiet, but now making a lot of noise. They bring the thunder here. Actually unleashing some fireworks a bit too early. It's not quite the 5th just yet, boys, but still making it happen. That's good news for Alter Ego. They have circumvented a lot of these positions on the map, and now they want to take a bit of that high ground. Might even start pushing up towards Zia on that western side. They've taken a knock in RNJ, and bruh, they're continuing their warpath here, Jackie.
They are indeed. They haven't stopped, mate. They're getting a whole lot more confidence the longer the day's gone on, and this is the change of pace that we were hoping to see from Bra Esports, giving up the ego challenges early, playing out for the longevity of these games, and here on Miramar, maybe there's an opportunity that they can really thrust themselves a bit further up the standings. 4 eliminations to their name right now. Talking of elims as well, we say goodbye to Rejects as they are gone, dusted out of the server now. Evo still alive though, but they've been taking a bit of damage. Green around their gills as they're down to just 2 players. IA on the move as well, clearing out the buildings here. And look how close the grouping is. So many teams on top of one another, with the only thing dividing them being thin walls and a layer of verticality.
Yeah, it's a cruel circle as well because you're not entirely sure where it's going to end up. Are you going to have to cross the road like a chicken at some point, have your head torn off? That's the issue that a lot of these teams are going to come into in the next couple of minutes as we head towards stage 7 and stage 9. It could be insanely cruel and just center up, in which case 2 teams will have to face off between the roads and maybe have to run across with a smoke train at some point, depending on that center of the circle, because it's very finicky at times. Either way, I'm pretty impressed with Alter Ego this game. I like the way they've tried to play it out. Loops coming in to clean up the remaining members from Pasiva, Evos, and it will be Luxy tries to make it happen, but Mythic just continues on that death march towards him, not slowing down like a Terminator.
Gotta go quick, like a blue hedgehog instead. Try and use that speed as your advantage. Flanking back round as well, looking to try and reset is Zia, but you're going to run into Alter Ego from this position. Both of them losing numbers now as well, as it seems like the nades will actually be taking them out of commission for good. Readjustment on the peak, look like Potato is taking pot shots and trying to hold them back. Megamind, wide swing with the nade. They're keeping the pressure on, but it's not really dealing enough damage. That nade certainly will, though. Good trade from Potato. He goes down, sure, but he does a ton of damage to the 3 players' HP bars. So Fnatic is forced into an uncomfortable situation. Survival of the fittest now, where he also needs to deal damage from his little cubby, constantly eating nade after nade, trying to peek out over the top of the smoke. Bullets coming his way. He expires. So will Potato, and Alter Ego are gone.
First time in a while we've actually seen Zia do something in these matches as well, so able to rock that one down. I mean, RNJ, he survived from earlier, I think, despite getting knocked quite far away from the rest of his team. Stalwart, again, you know, they're always going to be at least in the top 6. They go down here. Good news. I mean, that's still a fairly decent result for them. They're going to continue pumping those points time and time again, but I would be a little bit worried now if I was still about my first place position, because Loops is starting to catch up. They've got 4 players in this end lobby. And right now they're picking apart I8 from Aegon. They're also looking for a couple more players on the cards. They've got a nice bit of high ground to play around with. BRA's down on that low ground. If the circle moves off to that eastern side, Loops have an insanely good chance of winning it. You were saying at the start of the game, that's just one good game that Loops need to overtake, to overlap on STE. There's a chance here on this one.
Oh, it's certainly doable, mate. With how they've been playing today, especially Blank, and the fact you've already got 4 eliminations, you get a couple more elims, you get a couple more under the belt. Suddenly you're thinking about the placement. Suddenly you're trying to see just how far you can take it. If you were to get a chicken dinner out of this, they could definitely guarantee themselves that leapfrog, take first place. And for Stalwart, I don't know if they even know what second looks like at this point. It feels like they've been in the driving seat for so damn long since day 1 started, all the way back at the beginning. So this would be a bit of a shock for them. We'll see how it goes, though. We won't get ahead of ourselves. Right now, we still have 5 squads alive and kicking. The interesting one is the fact that one of them is Zia. You know, and you're not sort of saying any disrespect when we're saying, yeah, this is the first time we've seen them do something, because to be honest with you, Blank, it feels like they really have been sluggish. They've not been delivering. But into this game, they're hitting shots. They're picking up squad wipes. They're actually being able to find themselves a few points to play with and some elims under the belt. It's impressive from them. But how far does that go? Here with the timing, it's Loops that strike. Backstab onto Blade as they're able to snatch that one away. And Mythic closing the gap now. A lot of space being taken away. Loops, are they going to go full lunatic mode? Can you secure something here? Close down the play versus I8, put them in the bin, and set yourself into the final 4.
Yeah, because they need some psycho plays if they want to make this one happen, because they have to get rid of I8 now. If they want to start pushing over towards that western side where it looks like the circle's starting to go, they need to deal with this team. In the meantime, Chief, he's dealing with BRA off in the distance, which is sort of surprising to me. Lovely spray down from Tospic, but Chief still keeping the boys from BRA at bay, whilst the rest of the team deal with the remaining members from I8. Perfect time to push as well, as they all get shunted out from the concretes. This is gorgeous from Loops. They have just been going from strength to strength, but now they got to leave. Kakali, a gorgeous little side swipe here, really puts the claw on them.
Oh, this is fitting, isn't it, as well? The sides that have hated each other the whole tournament, Blank, DX and Brad, they've been constantly scrapping, but now they're working together to prioritize both Loops and I8 rather than scrapping amongst themselves, dealing damage uphill to weaken the opposition. This is giving a benefit to Loops, though, as Cardoza peeks back in. Hefty blow. He's basically as good as gone at this point, but the Molotov should secure the job for good as Loops connect onto that one. Peek up. Is it good enough? No. IQ dropped as he's taken out a commission. I8 go up in a puff of smoke as they leave in 4th. 3 squads remain. Bra and DX have been scrapping non-stop over the past 2 days. Ooh. And that's not going to end here. Levi's nades again punish.
There's hatred coming through from DX at the moment towards BRA. They don't want this team getting a little bit more confidence. They don't want them puffing out their chase, because if they do, they might be back in Pachinki. Loops, though, happy to assist, to help in the endeavor to take down Bra Esport, who have tried their best to stand up today. They're currently in a kneeling stance, but they want to get standing tall. They want to look good in this matchup. There's potential for them still. Levi's crawling away from the blue, and in comes the bombardment. That one looks fairly close. It's just a stun grenade, but Paragin popping down some more smokes. It's Chief once again to take him down.
Ayala as well, warming up now with a Mini 14. Man's an absolute menace with it, and on the UMP, he'll slay from far away, forcing them to hit the DECK. DX out in second. Bra Esport trying to stay alive now as Coursera pushes up, closing the gap, wants to be within touching distance of Loops and see if he can snap back. Has the SMG to work with. Cardozin supporting from above as well, waiting for first contact. They're playing around very fine margins of map geometry here. Not a lot of space to work with. Missing a single shot can be the difference of life or death in a situation like this. Cardozin hits the first, takes down Kakali, puts him on his last legs, finished off by Chief. Whitesmith on the peak, absolutely annihilates them. They are unstoppable as Loops go lunatic mode and secure the chicken dinner and will leapfrog up to first place.
That's an incredible endgame there from Loops. Really, they had it all in the bag from that high ground, but Chief pulls out a maneuver that I don't think anyone saw coming with that wide swing. He was coming around for a long, long time, but it's time for Loops. Honestly, 10 eliminations, I think it's 10 points to the chicken dinner. That sits them so close to Stalwart. And at this point in time, it's Loops looking at the steering wheel of that first place, eyeing it up, asking Stalwart if they want to take a back seat.
Man, incredible game from them. Playing really well. And this is the difference of momentum, Blank, right? You know, they're kind of taking this in their stride now, really getting into the groove of things with the way that they've been playing. Man, that's a big game. Get to have a look at the breakdown of the statistics here as well for how Loops are playing. Yeah, it's consistent as well. You know, it's one of those where Loops as a team, they feel like they play off each other very well. It's not one player having to do all the fancy footwork. They're just doing a good job of pound for pound playing some great PUBG Mobile.
It kind of feeds back into what we were talking about earlier as well, which is a really nice thing to see on screen displayed by data, which is a case that, like you say, there's no one-star player on this team like we allude to other teams with Nerzed, you've got Bra Esports with Kane, but this is just a really well put together, well-rounded squad that all support one another in that endeavor to get towards the top, to get to the PMGC Grand Finals. I'm excited to see what they can do in the future, and I'm excited to see if Bra Esports can keep this up as well, because they've gone from a kneeling stance to a standing stance now, when yesterday they were fully laid out on the floor. It's crazy to see, but I'm also really proud of this team because they've made some quick adjustments from what was a really humbling first day.
Oh, exactly. You know, it's one of those where coming into it, we could have seen them hot dropping again and again and again and again and accepting their fate. Instead, they've opted to change their play style and they're accruing points. Points mean everything right now. One more game to go today. So let's get back over to the desk and break down our first Miramar.
Hey, you guys hear that? That's the door opening to first place, man. Loops is on their way. Goodness gracious, what a performance there. I mean, once they got that high ground, nobody really stood a chance. They just cleaned it up with ease. Calaris, Loops is hungry. Stalwart, you think they gotta start watching their backs now?
Absolutely, considering the performance we've seen from Loops so far. Third, first, 10th, but still with 8 eliminations. A third and then a first once again here. They are looking absolutely phenomenal on some of their holds here. And again, they're not over-aggressing too much about some of these fights that they're kind of just holding out on. Admittedly, this circle kind of comes towards their compound, towards those concretes. But they're outside concretes just waiting for teams to kind of slip up a little bit and then pounce on the opportunity when it arises.
Yeah, they could have pushed onto Aegon IX's position, but they just wait things out in the wings, wait for them to push, and then they're going to nade, molly their position, and just get easy eliminations along the way. And that is another double-digit game coming out from Loops. When you look at their average eliminations today, they're just over 10. You're looking at their matches played. 6 eliminations, 17, 8, 10, and now 12. What is going on with Loops here, Hotjix? They're on absolute fire. And as you said, that door to first place is now open. Stalwart are going to be a little bit spooked out.
So crazy to think that they have actually a possibility of getting passed up. How they perform so far, it's crazy.
Agreed.
So Loops, I mean, just popping off today is beautiful to watch. You know, another team that I'm really proud of today is Bra, right? I mean, they had the ability to say, you know what, let's stop the hot drop at Erangel, and it worked out for them. And then Miramar, that consistency, Max, man, is just beautiful.
Yeah, it really is impressive. Bra, like, wait, we can't play in the game more than 15 minutes? What? What? We actually got good survival time? I mean, when you have such a good fragging potential on your squad, of course, that's going to help out tremendously. And now they're just shy of making it on that first page. Another zinger like that is going to be good. But man, that gap between Star and Loops has closed significantly. Brazil going strong.
Hot Jukes, I wasn't concerned about Bra. I wasn't concerned in the slight, maybe just a little bit. But
yeah, just a little bit.
Just a little, yeah.
A little bit. It's crazy to watch, man. They're so close. I mean, the points gap is not that big, you know, from 4th place on down to where Bra is. So they could definitely make a big jump here. And that's what they want to do, because after this game, that's it. We're halfway there for Group Green, and 5 teams are going home. 3 are making it to the big show, CalRs. And right now, Alpha 7 on their tails, but Xavier, man, have been consistent.
We're slowly getting to the point where if this continues, there will only be 1 spot available for Grand Finals, right? Because you've got Stalwart and Loops looking unbelievable game in, game out. But then from 3rd onwards, it's still kind of anyone's game here so far. I mean, you know, huge things can still happen across what is the next game today, as well as 12 games coming up in the next 2 days. But I don't see Stalwart and Loop slowing down. With the way that they're playing, it looks excellent. Their execution is excellent.
Though, right now, if you're looking at one of the teams that could compete for that position that Alpha 7 currently are in top 3, Xavier. I mean, we said Alpha 7 were eventually going to get a win. I think Xavier are the next name on that list, are eventually going to be able to wrap up a chicken dinner, because at the start of the tournament yesterday, I would say Parajim was a very standout individual player. Levis, in recent times, has been just popping off with that mini 14. Great nade plays also on top of Brash. Sure, crossing that road is never going to happen in 1,000 years, but still, they are able to make it worth their time in the long run. So, Xavier, I'm telling you right now, a win is going to happen eventually, and they could be a contender for that grand final slot.
I mean, that's what it really takes, right, to be a championship team. Is you got to put consistent points whenever you don't get those circles. And when you do, you have to use it to your full advantage. And Xavier just haven't been in one of those positions to where it's just obvious, right? They're having to really work hard, but they're pushing and grinding here, Max, man. And they're still putting up those points regardless of the situation they're in.
Yeah, it's just overall really strong rotations around the map. I just feel like sometimes the circle is a little bit going against them. It's like, oh, going really well, going really well. And then the circle just shifts away, like here in particular, having to cross the road. The game before that, having to leave their compound in open fields. It's a bit unlucky in that sense, but still able to find consistency on circles that aren't quite favorable to their initial drop location and rotation. It is so impressive to me. So Xavier, you're going to have that one good game, that one good circle, and they're just going to shred it with like 15 plus elims. So I'm really excited for Xavier to have so far really impressed me this entire 2 days.
Yeah, me as well. And you know what? We got one more match left to go, and it's going to be huge, because I think you're right here, Cal. If these other teams, right, don't really start performing right now, it's going to be a hunt for just only 1 slot. And that is not a position these teams want to be in. So at a certain point, do you think, I mean, I don't even think teams can really try to hamstring, you know, these 2 top squads, because they're just dominating the whole lobby. What do you do in these situations if you're those mid-pack teams here?
Yeah, I think you've got to... there are certain scenarios where I think you may have to just rotate earlier and try and find yourself a decent central position earlier. Like, that is the way to try and eke out a little bit more room against what are extremely impactful top teams here, like Stalwart and Loops. I think for Procedure, when you think about their campaign here on Miramar, we actually saw a little bit of a change in terms of drop. I thought they were going to go on that road south of Picardo once again. They actually went a little bit more east of that, which I don't mind, but then it puts them in the theater of conflict a little bit more, and I don't think they need to do that. I think you can stay on that south road of Picardo and still be okay. So my eyes are on them, because they were contending for top 3, and I want them to continue contending for top 3.
Well, one more match left to go. Who's going to end up in top 3 at the end of this day? I'm going to ask you guys as we take it on over to our casters.
Oh man, it's going to be so hard to call at this point, right? But I tell you what, I'm just looking forward to whoever takes it. The whole day has been so damn interesting in terms of the leapfrogging that's been going on. I didn't think we were going to see anyone get close to Stalwart's point blank, let alone potentially now overtake them.
Yeah, I mean, it's absolutely crazy in the sense that like Loops has been able to catch up so very quickly during these games. I don't really quite see how it happened. I mean, it was just one of those things that they've just been chopping away at the tree slowly but surely, and it's coming all crashing crashing down now as they pick up tons and tons of points. And I think that they definitely deserve it. I think they're one of the teams that hasn't had these games that look absolutely blasting out of control. But what they have had is like 6, 7 eliminations, pretty much every single match, a fairly high placing. And that's what's going to get you towards a Grand Finals first place finish at the end of the day, unless Stalwart just has an unreal day of themselves.
Feels like that's what we've been left with. It just goes down to whoever can deliver with some unbelievable PUBG Mobile at the minute. You've got to pull out all the stops, the team play, the synergy, the individual skill, the nades, all of it has to be pristine. That's what is required of you here. And right now, Blank, we're getting ready to go into it. Last game of the day, then second Miramar that we'll be seeing on our screens. Is it going to be looking anything like the game we just saw, or will this be a whole different kettle of fish? Only time will tell. A lot of storylines today, a lot of teams that were struggling on day one being able to accrue an awful lot of points, a lot of exciting stuff, but it'll all finish here. So let's see just how much energy is left for our teams.
We need more energy, more passion from Goopy Geen here as we head into our final match of the day, Jackie. I'm ready for it. We're going to see if we get any different circles here. Are we heading down towards that south side again? Is Loops going to get fortunate with their circle? And you know what? If they're fortunate with their circle, that's the type of team that's going to take it all the way. They'll pick up the chicken dinner off the back of that because they always want to translate these decent circles into good points that are going to send them further and further up the rankings. Is Stalwart going to pop up back out of nowhere? Because they've been pretty quiet today, Jackie. Just a lot of these fairly decent placings, but it's not been these powerful performances that we saw from yesterday. They still have put up around about 50 points in the day, but 132 points to the 125 from Loops, who currently are on fire. I personally think there's going to be a new first place at the end of this.
And you're telling me they're doing this whilst they're on fire?
That's right, bro.
That's mad. Someone
no
really
extinguisher involved.
No, yeah, like get out the fire extinguisher. Imagine if they were like just lukewarm. It would be insane.
Right, stop, drop, and roll with the phone in tow. That's what we like to see.
Oh,
Obviously,
they could do it, mate. With a grip I've seen.
From the chief. Yeah, exactly. Circle though, down towards the southwest side. We've got to talk about that a little bit because that is very unusual. This doesn't really support anyone in particular. Loops and Hacienda del Patron certainly have a long way to go. BRA and Picardo, they have a very smooth route outwards, right? That's the main thing for them. Getting out from this arena, getting out from this area is really decent for them. I8 can smoothly rotate from Los Leones. And I think if the Mad Bulls the first time in quite a while, they'll be pretty happy with this drop, right? No one's dropped on top of them. They've got Impala to themselves. It's not awkward. And a South Road rotate would be ideal.
Yeah, probably one of the few times that are actually thinking they can make something out of this in terms of the early game and feel a little bit more confident. We need to see that confidence really coming back in droves for Gladiators. They got their invitation to be here. And with that, you have to live up to the hype. You've got to come in and really bring the ruckus, Blank. You know, show these other teams that they've got to protect their necks. Because otherwise, Gladiators, what are they doing here? We need to see them really showing that on the server. And with the tournament getting closer and closer towards the halfway mark for their group, the opportunity to do so gets lesser and lesser. So if there isn't a big finale today for them, they've got to come out absolutely swinging for the first game of day 3. Zia, though, looking a little bit better. It's been very hit and miss for them. It's felt like they've been basically uncomfortable throughout an awful lot of the games. Into the one just gone, they seemed a lot more comfortable. Miramar potentially giving them a bit of a buff. Tiamba as well. They've been hot and cold, somewhat like a Katy Perry song, Blank.
Yeah, dude, it's not been ideal for the boys from Tiamba. Lee just not really finding his footing so far. Currently cosplaying as a dwarf, though. He looks very low down to the ground. Slightly unfortunate, but I'm sure he'll stand back up soon. But for Tiamba, I just don't think that they're finding their their inner pace on these maps, right? Because they like to take these long, wide, slow, calm rotates, get into the circle, set themselves up for success in that end game. And they sort of do have this similar playstyle through to a team like Loops that like to just slowly rotate in, find these areas of success. But I just don't think they've got that similar type of gun skill that we're seeing from Loops at the moment. They don't have that same clutch potential as this team. So a lot of those fights that are required to win, to find yourself a little opening on the edge to start sweeping and pushing in, it's just not available for a team like Tiamba. And right now, it does sort of feel like QZZ is solo carrying that squad. And it's a little bit heavy for him. I'd like to see teams, players like YDD, who we know is really good as a player, step up a bit more from that team, from PEL. Like, it just doesn't make too much sense for me. But again, Tiamba, we'll see if they can make their way into that 11th place and upwards to get in toward that survival stage. Right now on the edge at 39 points with Mad Bulls ahead of them with 51 points total.
It's always doable, always achievable. You've just got to be the one that finds the point yourself. Never leave it up to other teams to decide your fate when it comes down to the survival stage. We'll see though as we get closer to hypothesizing about that over the next couple days. For now, we'll stick to the present with the roads we know, and all roads are leading down towards the zone. Everyone trying to get themselves center stage as quick as possible and not have to worry about coming in late and dealing with a potential deficit that comes alongside that. The teams you're going to have to fight your way through. Close grouping though in terms of the rotates up towards power grid, where it could get a little bit uncomfortable if teams start to loot and lurk, as you would have Loops and then Stalwart right on top of each other with Gladiators coming down as well.
Yeah, that is a spicy combo up towards that northern side. I'm surprised these two teams haven't really clashed as of yet so far over towards this position at this point in time. I mean, Stalwart's kind of okay for a team to be up here with them, 125 points. I mean, first place would be lovely to hang on to, but it's so weird in the sense that both these teams, with Stalwart and Loops, have created probably what we will see as the most chaotic group out of most of them so far, barring something crazy happening over towards some of these other weeks ahead of us. But right now, 125, 132, with third place being 86 points of Alpha 7. It is just pure insanity. The amount of shifting and changing that can happen from 15th place even up towards getting into that survival stage. So really, really, really crazy stuff. Also, right now, I think third place is the only position so far that is sort of open for a lot of these teams underneath that position to get in towards a direct invite, because Loops and Stalwart don't seem to be stopping anytime soon.
Headstrong. Feel like they can take on anyone at this point, so just sticking to their own guns rather than allowing anyone else to force them into a play they don't potentially want to make. There's a bit of a clash that you don't really want to be a part of if you can avoid it though. Bra Esports versus Alpha 7. Two sides that are really starting to find themselves with good footing in the competition the longer it's gone on, especially for Bra after the adaptations we saw for them coming into today. Gladiators though, clean path ahead of them. They've been able to breeze on through, looting themselves up, getting the boots on, pulling up the socks and feeling confident with how the rotation has gone, getting themselves into zone nice and early. Oh, Kitsune, he's rolled it. Nice.
He's back on. He's back on foot. We're all good to go. I think for Gladiators as an overall, it's just these slow rotates which are causing some big issues for them so far. We need them to be a bit quicker, and I think it's sort of a symptom of where they play on the map. But even so, you look at a team like Alter Ego who are already making their way down, Loops, Stalwart. These are all difficult areas to play, and I think if you want to play on this edge side, you seriously have to have the manpower, the gunpowder behind you to back it up versus some of these teams in the lobby. Right, you have to find a way to get in. And a lot of that times means like a team wipe or a squad wipe, taking out a couple of players, forcing them out of the way. With this circle though, now it means getting into vehicles and pumping the pedal as hard as you can. That engine needs to get purring and quickly, because you need to send it very, very fast to Minas del Sur.
Oh, mate, this is rough. Awful lot of water taking up the playable space. Limited choke points for rotations. You got to be fast, you got to be furious, and you got to hope that you can find yourself a piece of the island to lay claim to. Tiamba instantly bounding into the ocean and getting their swim on. Breaststrokes coming out as they want to make their move over to the other side of the water. Or DX inside of the compound getting clashed upon as gladiators are going in, waving the gunnies around, blowing the doors off. They shut down Chow. Meanwhile, you can see Rejects instantly letting it rip, putting the pedal down as they just want to cross the bridge, but it might be a bridge too far. Puncher hits on the one and knocks him out. Sara as well. Sara, biceps blank. His biceps have been deflated off the back of that shot.
And Falcon's just going to move in off the back of that, looking to take some more names off him. Puncher moves up front side. They could barely peek out. Some incredible shots coming through. More nades off the side. And in comes the rest of the Gladiators, I think. It's DX on the front side, moving and taking out the remaining members of Reject. Now looking to take out the rest of Falcons as well, to push further in towards this island. It's a horrible position to play as well. Round Minas del Sur is just these mountainous regions that you really can't get towards the top side of, so even cuts out more of the playing field going forward. It is a grim place to finish, and the way that it's centered so hard down towards the southwest, probably as hard as it possibly could, you're likely to end up in Minas del Sur and the warehouses around that area, which make for a very, very fun ending format.
Yeah, this is certainly one way to set the plate for the last game of the day here. It's not going to be anything common. It's going to be very abstract indeed. So we'll see how it goes. Tops even armored a Mini 14, just battering bullets over towards the bridge and being able to buckle DX. Levi's needs to be revived. Lamborghini goes into play medic. The rest of the squad looking to patch themselves up as well. It's polite of Falcons to share the bridge with DX here, as everyone is just turning their attention towards Gladiators in the distance. Of course, Nerzed's getting stuck into the action. Finds another pickup. And talking of action, there he is. Comes in with a shot onto Tixi, as we will be able to punish from the lower ground. I see as well. Oh, mate. This is looking good for Stalwart once again, with their backs turned towards the blue, just being able to scrap their way through Gladiators. But you've got to get over the bridge. You've got limited options here to get back in towards center zone following this fight.
Yeah, I mean, for Gladiators, it's all going wrong once again. They're desperately trying to bring things back as Matic takes down action, able to give them a little bit of breathing room. But already, you can see they're just down to 2 players. Tiamba coming against Maliz Esports on the similar rotates we see time and time again, looking fairly more confident about it. I think now it's just 1 player from Gladiators that remains. It's just Kitsune. All on his lonesome, has to send away. And I'm just curious about this play where they send over towards this western side. You can see the reasoning behind it. Try and get some angles over towards DX and Falcons. But I don't think they could have assumed that Stalwart would be coming in so fast. And the speed at which Tixi got picked up again after he'd been res just set an awkward set of scenarios in motion that I just don't think Gladiators were coming back from.
Just all went far too worse for wear too quickly. Made it an awful lot harder for them to really be able to reset from it. Finally confirmed now as they go down for good. Gladiators out again as they're removed from the equation in this one. Rest of the team's panicking to try and get their rotations on the go. Tiamba setting up and waiting for the close quarters combat, basically just edge guarding here towards the bridge. Knows that map balls are still lurking inside of the blue, and if they come swimming through, it's just about connecting the shots. Pre-fire punishment not quite landing. I8 as well, stuck into a fight versus Tiamba. The spray control's looking crazy. What? It's actually a Mini 14. Man's just massacred them with a Mini 14 blank, making it look like it's an M16.
Blaze just pulled out the katana, lopped off all their heads. What was that? That was insanity that we just saw from Blade. Oh my god, I mean, Aegon I can at least be pleased with what just happened there. And QZZ once again left on his lonesome, dealing with several players at once, and 3 of his teammates can't deal with one guy. Blade just makes a mockery out of him. I feel so bad for QZZ because he has honestly played really well today. It's just depressing. For Alpha 7, I think they set themselves up in a really good spot. I like this high ground position they've got. This is over towards the western side of Minas del Sur, right? It sits on the top side. It's a pretty awkward building because it doesn't have the most amount of windows in the world, but it does give you just a position that has such good overlook that it's hard to breach. That's what makes it so strong. You can see it here on the map. We're waiting for stage 4 to hit. If it sends up towards that northeast side, game could get real ugly real fast, but if it heads down towards the southwest, there's only so many teams here that can take precedent in this match. This is one of the cruelest circles we have seen during the PMGC League stage, and none of these teams are enjoying it.
Doesn't get any easier, does it? Just forcing issue after issue. Everyone constantly plunged into battling here, contending with a rough rotate, the blue eating away at you, and bullets constantly being barraged down from all sides. DX suffering on a rotate. They cannot quite make it across as one by one they start to fall. Icy as well, taking shots from the Falcons as they come in to pick up their 5th elimination, finding some damage onto Stalwart and softening them up going into the later stages of the game. Meanwhile, Evos, they're going to be crashed. Compound Control clashed 4 as Alter Ego pull up to the party, but they might get Ego checked on this one. Rosemary back down in the ground as he's going to be slain. Misery living up to his name as he inflicts pain onto all of them. The nades come out as they clean up. They can reset from the fight, and Evos will be content with this one. Bra Esports straight into submersible mode as they want to get in the water and stay out of trouble.
The Indonesians go head-to-head there, and it's Pazija, Evos that come out on top. It's a nice little fight. They do lose one player in the process, and Bra, like you say, are just sending direct into the water. And you can kind of make sense why these players all sent up towards this northern side, because it's so hard to get down towards that southern edge at that point. Everyone's just given up. They're like, right, let's just try and live out our days as long as possible on this northern edge here. Falcons take shots. Zia desperately trying to make an opening for themselves. Megamind just running around, sidestepping bullets, falls down at the end of it. Whilst he opens up an opportunity potentially for teams on that eastern side to maybe, just maybe, get in.
Poser from quite far away over the other side of the gulch, inflicting damage as he's able to punish onto Loops. This is Loops that, bear in mind, we were hypothesizing the idea of them being able to do the leapfrog, get over the top of Stalwart. If that is going to be the case, it needs to be tighter now more than ever. Down to 2 players with only 3 eliminations secured over the course of this one. Puncher throwing fists into the river, but not quite connecting onto the players. Finally starting to adjust and deal some damage as he's got to take down a fish in a barrel that are Bra Esports. One by ones, Falcons put the bullets in and start to secure those pickups onto the weakened players. Here's the rotate from Stalwart though, just playing inside of the zone already. Meanwhile, Frozen here, lurking on the wayside. Seems like he's got a nice read on the position here from QZ and knows what exactly the man from Tiamba's up to. Zerich is still here as well, but this is such a fragmented Mad Balls in terms of the split. 3 players effectively rocking a solo maneuver, and the game plan for most of our squads here is just get yourself in that water and stay alive for as long as possible.
Exactly, just try and live this one out. You know that teams will be going down left, right, and center. The least you could do is pick up some placement points. Stalwart, again, although they haven't had a real flashy day with a huge amount of performances, this team does look like they're just encased in iron. They are so hard to put down, man, because they were over towards that northwest side and the glut of the conflict as well, yet still managed to find themselves in this position. You know, you blink twice, you miss this rotation, you miss how they made their way in towards this spot. It's really quite amazing, the speed and honestly just how stalwart actually is into these games. Frozen does finish off QZZ just as the blue starts to push in, so he has a really good read on where he's going to have to go. So that's nice for them. Preshiza Evos over towards that northeast side actually do manage to make it across. No one's really looking at them as of yet, and Loops is dropping down, looking to deal with the Knights from Stalwart.
Bullets just constantly being barraged their way now. Misery trying his best to shut down Stalwart, knowing that if he can just finish a few of them off, he'll deny their longevity of gathering points into the last game of the day. Loop seems to have the same idea as well, as Chief is taking the action straight to them. Die Hard in the back there, John McClane. Man's just trying to stay alive for as long as possible. Mythic hit from the upside as Kishu will strike from the heavens. Has the follow-up utility to work with as well. Offensive nades and the smokes for defense. Zone starting to get tighter and tighter as well. So it's going to get more uncomfortable the longer this one goes on.
Yeah, the thing is, anyone's on this coastal side now with no opportunity of getting up towards that top side, you're just done, right? Because the circle's going to enclose, cut you all off from there. It's a miracle that Tops has been able to find an avenue in, but he's surrounded by assailants at this point in time. Chief has to hit a big hit on this nade up towards Pasija Evos to actually try and get himself out of this scenario. That's a lot of damage he just did. And I think that they thought twice about looking down towards him now.
See the decision making from everyone's very jumpy. Fine margins between teams being wiped and barely staying alive.
No!
Luxy with a self-detonation blank couldn't get the nade out in time after taking a shot from the sideline. Forced to have his teammate play field medic here, as he'll be running over, seeing if he can keep him on his feet, but they're taking damage because of it. Might be a bit of a throw for him there. It looks like Evo's losing out because of the misplay, but barely, by the skin of his teeth, gets Luxy back up. Misery with the nade trades it out over onto Chief. Hefty damage.
But the medkit's coming through as he's just trying to get some more of these bandages in. It was only a matter of time though. Misery finally hits a decent one that's a bit of an airburst, kicks him out. 4 eliminations, 4 apiece for Stalwart and Loop. So hand in hand towards that top side. We'll have to see if it's just gonna happen on another day where Stalwart loses that first place. Pasija Evos, despite everything, despite the hardships that they dealt with on that north side, do make it across even after being assailed by Alter Ego on that crash. We're heading in towards, I think this is stage 5 now. And A7, mate, they've done nothing. They've done nothing this game. They've had the chillest of times up towards the top side in this compound. The circle centers up on them. This is one of the freest matches you'll see.
Can they finish it though? That's the big question. Are they going to be able to secure this happily? Or is there potential for upsets? A lot of solos, couple duos, and very limited numbers when it comes to the full squads alive and kicking. Falcons have all 4 players alive at the minute with their wings spread. You've got 2 duos, 2 solos, and a single triple threat in A7. So they're down numbers very slightly versus Falcons. The only squad to overpower them is Evos that take the brunt of the damage early, though. A7 take the peek out as they find Fleek and inflict some damage onto him. You've got good control to work with as well. This compound really could be worth its weight in gold for A7 as long as they're able to hit their mark. You don't eat grenades and just find yourself falling to pieces. DX up to their old tricks. If there is a shed somewhere, they will find it.
Mate, 100%. It's the low shack once again. What are you going to do about it? Frozen trying to spot if there's players in here. And I think at this point in time, you can be pretty certain that there absolutely is. And it's going to be DX of all people. Like we say, these guys love the shed. They spend all their time in there. It's a happy place for them. But now we're just down to 5 teams at stage 6 in the match, Jackie. 11 players. This circle has been the Grim Reaper for so many teams within this match of Miramar. But Falcons, though, you got to admit, they've played a pretty mad game, right? From the very beginning, we saw them over towards that northwest side of the map, towards the bridge. They took control of it early. They did a lot of damage to these teams, and then they faded away when they realized they didn't have to do anymore. It was already becoming a very chaotic area of the map up there. They've already lit the fires underneath those teams. You could just back off. Fleek takes a knock. Frozen's going to continue just moving around, looking for some more of these placement points. You can tell how important it is for this team as well. Currently in 11th place. They're in the danger zone. With 5 eliminations, this could be, you know, a pretty good match for them.
This could be huge. As long as you can find something to work with here. And for Maples, we know that they're pretty effective at playing the late, slower, sluggish game where it comes down to being a bit of a solo Don, a man that's got to go full James Bond, creep around the corners, not get detected, play that stealthy shenanigans. Frozen's making a lot of noise about it though. PMGC is aware. Obviously, it's just what is the risk versus reward, the trade versus possibility that you're going to guarantee another elimination versus you throwing your chance at a slightly higher placement away. Frozen parks the car and starts to close their gap a little bit. I mean, Mini 14 in his hands. Attention is turned towards A7. So a bit of a backstab spank could come out from PMGC if he's got the confidence for it. We'll see what his chops are looking like. Does swing the door open. Here you go. Straight in as Frozen shattered.
That'll do the trick. You know, don't come near my shed, man. I've got a lock on this bad boy for a reason. Really, really good play from PMGC. Instantaneous peak. He waited for his moment there. You gotta love it. Now, Luxy and PMGC both facing off right now for a 3rd place. We're in the top 4. Still 4 teams remaining to head over towards stage 7 soon. Falcons all have to move down through the palm trees, but there's going to be no pina colada on the side with that. It's just pain as they try and push down here. Alpha 7, though, pretty dry on bullets, on utility. PMGC out. Luxy scores himself a 3rd place here, Jackie.
It's an ideal spot. At least being able to force your placements as high as possible. So for Evos, is that free? Got any chance of becoming a 2? Can he just wait it out long enough that you see the scrap between Alpha and Falcons? 3rd party off the back of it and look to try and steal away anything extra. You'd be frustrated if it happened to you, and they're going to have their wits about them because of it, not wanting that to be a possibility. He puts his belly on the ground, starts to take space inch by inch. Large width of map control taken though for either side. They've got their eyes everywhere, Blank. They're like the world tree. They know exactly what's going on all over the battleground right now. So pulling off a flank with a timing is going to be very unlikely for him.
15 eliminations this match for Falcons is absolutely ginormous for them. Going into tomorrow, we said that day 3 is a day of stress, right? But this is going to really alleviate it if they can finish it off with the chicken dinner. You know, you find Luxy, you find all 3 players coming through from A7. Well, I think Luxy's done now, but he does put up a fight a little bit. That's still going to be an 18 elimination game for Falcons. Absolutely gigantic in the grand scheme of things. That's a beautiful molly. The fadeaway as well. Dear me.
Bullets down range. A7 taking a bit of a hit. Falcons, can they swoop on this? Are they going to be able to secure the chicken dinner, pick it up, put it in the pocket? It's been a big game for them in terms of eliminations. They've been able to find so many.
Hello?
Up close, not ready for it, Blank. Delayed reactions as they bound out of the vehicle and overwhelming Falcons. They're inside the building with you. And one by one, they're starting to punish. Six, though, ignites himself running through the Molotov to try and force the issue on the 2-player peak, whittling the numbers down very quickly for A7. Trapped in the top of the building with the DBS. Downstairs, Mafioso with 2. That's turned the tide. The third as well, the triple threat as Mafioso. He's putting them all under. He's leaving them sleeping with the fishes right now as he wants to snatch away the win.
Gets through there, gonna pull out the first aid kit. This is absolutely insanity right now. Axa has a nade, looking to send it through, but Mafioso able to get off the first aid kit, moves out the side. This will be an unbelievable performance coming through from A7, and it's Mafioso to bring it to a head here, Jackie.
Mafioso reset, rearmed and reloaded, looking to try and rumble once again. Another peek with the DBS, but this time not as clinical, not as clean. Finally falls. It was a heroic effort from him, but in the end, it's the Falcons that sought the victory as they grabbed the chicken dinner in the clutch.
The seagulls coming down from Minas del Sur here, picking themselves up the chicken dinner, flying away with it, leaving some old man unhappy. But what a game from them. From the Northwest Bridge, pushing down here, taking control of the palm trees, and slowly but surely making their way into a pretty hard and tough position to take control of where A7 was playing. What a game from them. But Mafioso, dude. It's so cool to see that A7 still makes a statement when they lose.
Man, it's wild. Mafioso, after hitting the first two, you're thinking, all right. The second he hits the third shot, I felt like I was that Vince McMahon gif. I was just having my clothes blown off, Black.
Yes.
Absolutely unbelievable.
I couldn't believe my eyes, mate. I was like, wait, there's no way this is the 1v4, because he looks so quick with it.
Yeah.
But it was a really good play in the midst of that actually coming through from Teak. It sounds silly, but he literally was like the Home Alone move, right? Where he actually set himself up between Mafioso and the door. So Mafioso couldn't run out and instantly pop that first aid kit. It actually delayed him long enough so that Axa could get the second res off for the second peak when he finally went down. So it was a very minimal, small play, but it was probably the most annoying play that Teak could have gone for in that moment that stopped probably one of the greatest plays during this league stage happen.
Man, yeah, if he would have pulled that off to take the chicken dinner, 1v4 clutch in that manner with the DBS, all of them being perfect one-taps, fair play, fair play. But he still gave us a really good show, a great run for their money, kept it close and kept it explosive. And that is a fitting way to finish the last game of the day, at least, Blank. You know, that's on the money, really. If we wanted something on brand to prove just how explosive the Global Championship can be, that lived up to it.
And you know, the main thing for me about this is that it really is just the Western world of PUBG Mobile just coming alive at this point in time. We are having some insanely good teams coming through at the moment. You know, Americas is looking insanely good. We're having some really strong teams come out from this region. And I think that a lot of the SEA squads kind of have to watch out at this point in time, Jackie.
Everyone's got to watch out because there are no easy games. There's no set plays. It's scary, it's nasty, and it's absolutely ridiculous. Let's get back to the desk and break down what's been a wild day of play here.
Couldn't have said it better myself, Jack. That is absolutely insane. It's so crazy to watch the team that wins the match and the reaction is just... that was way too close. Absolute insanity. I mean, hey, gotta give a big props to Alpha 7. I mean, what a crazy circle. What a way to end the day, Max.
And almost a 1v4 clutch too. I mean, you couldn't wrap up this day any better, almost working out. I mean, that's how scary the DBS is. I'm surprised, actually, that Falcons committed fully, hearing the DBS like, maybe you want to rethink that entire breach in the first place. I don't think it's necessary. Look, even P6 is like, a Molotov? I don't care. I'm going to rush you down. They just wanted those 4 limbs, it seems.
Let's be real, it was pandemonium, right? Like, they got themselves 28 points. That's a huge victory, considering they were just absolutely fishing everybody out of the water as they were moving through on that west side. But let's just lay it on the line. They didn't need to make that push. They almost cost themselves the game here when it came to placements, but thankfully it was saved at the end.
Hey, gotta give them mad props. I mean, they tied the record so far, right? For PMGC, 28 total points. And man, this will hopefully put them in a good position to at least make it to that survival stage. You know, the chances of making it to the top 3 at this point is pretty insane. But they're still, I mean, we're at the halfway point. Anything can happen in the next 2 days, but we gotta start seeing performances like this, like pretty much nonstop going forward, Max.
Yeah, I want to bring it back to Falcon again because there's a lot of stuff that was happening in this game. We got to mention also the circle that was forcing all of these teams to have to go for the swim across. Falcon, I personally imagined here that they were going to go for the very passive approach, which is wide wrap onto the southern western edge and just play for that chicken dinner. But no, they went north, played that entire riverside and got so many eliminations. Reason why they got 18 eliminations is because it was pretty much shooting fish in the barrel, and they got so many of those squad wipes by doing so, facilitating that transition. I mean, it was good. They did both plays to try and get the win.
On the opposite side of that, though, I'm surprised all of the teams on the mainland actually decided to swim. Now, I mean, of course, yeah, you get to that cliffside and you're like, okay, maybe we're a little bit exposed here, but often, like 9 times out of 10, when you try and make that swim, you're not going to make it. You're not going to make it into decent placement points. So you can effectively just sit on that cliffside yourself up on the north side and say, okay, let's just try for eliminations. Let's just shoot at everything, right? Like that is another way to try and salvage the situation for you on that north side. But it's by the by, you know, it's a hard decision to make in the moment.
Yeah, and if we take a look here at the overall rankings, man, tomorrow's going to be crazy. I mean, look at this.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, we're starting to see a nice little point gap between second and third place. So tomorrow's going to be extremely important for all of these squads to try and catch up, because it's going to be, like you said, Kalaris, it's going to be a fight for only one more slot here. And that is not a position that these teams want to be in.
Yeah, absolutely. And for Falcon, it's a good job that they got so many eliminations in that previous game, because if when it was happening, I was theorizing even if they get the win, they're still not going to move out of the bottom 5. Thankfully, 18 eliminations was enough to slightly move them out of that bottom 5. But they're still in treacherous waters, boys.
It was a very important day for Falcon and Brad, though. We have to say the fact that Brad also changed their hot drop is good, because now Short is still in that not safe position on the bottom of the rankings, but it at least allows them to be in the race, right? I think that at the start of the day, they were in a position where they were in the bottom 5, and it was going to be tough for them to actually leave that kind of bottom 5 location. Now, these games are good. Now they just need to maintain a bit of that consistency heading into tomorrow, and like that, they can try and avoid being in the unlucky bottom 5 that would end their adventure very early. So it's good that we saw a good presence of them today.
Yeah, my favorite thing about Brawl is the fact that they made that decision so early in the tournament. Too many teams decide to go ahead and, you know, stray away from that hot drop when it's too late. But this was perfect timing, and it worked out for them. That's my favorite thing, is because they made that a change. It worked. So now they're like, okay, yeah, we have to stick with this. I mean, I think it worked out perfectly here, Cal.
I think what's even more impressive about the change is that it's kind of an extreme one. Normally, when you see this change happen, you would see, let's say, for example, the Pachinki team, they might have mini Pachinki available to them, but no, Severny miles away. That changes everything about how you're going to approach the lobby.
Well, you know what? One team in particular that's been performing really well is Xavier, man. They've had such a great, consistent play style. And one player in particular I've been really impressed with is with Levis. So I think it's time we go ahead and take it over to him with a nice little interview. That'd be pretty sick. Let's do it.
Oh, I think we...
Yeah, I think it's going to be a great interview. I think when you look at their performance, it has just been beautiful. So hopefully we can hear exactly what he has to say here, Mac.
Yeah, because when you're looking at Xavier, they are the kings of Miramar right now. Still not able to quite eke in a win, but they can make it eventually.
While STE maintains their lead today in the 2023 PMGC, but it's the Brazilian region that has surprised us all today. But before we get into that, let's talk a little bit more with our player from Vietnam. With me, I have from Xavier, Levis. And they are a team who yesterday was in 7th place, managing to claw all the way up to the top today. I believe it was 4th place. But for now, how are you feeling, Levis?
Kiểu ngày hôm qua thì đội mình kết thúc ở hạng 7 thì hôm nay mình đã leo lên được đến hạng 3, hạng 4 thì không biết là cảm xúc của em như thế nào?
Cảm xúc của bọn em hiện tại thì rất là vui khi là hôm nay là đội bạn là bỏ không tranh khu nên là thoải mái bắn hơn.
I think our feeling right now is pretty happy, and we're very comfortable because like the other team, there wasn't, you know, fighting with us for the echo area.
So it's a really good day for them. Honestly, I was a bit worried because day 1 is the icebreaker day. But let's talk a little bit more about the league. It's been 2 days so far, and you guys have really managed to just make it up to the top. So what changed for your team from yesterday and today?
Hôm nay là ngày thi đấu thứ 2 rồi thì đội mình đã vươn lên hạng top, thì không biết là điều gì đã thay đổi từ ngày hôm qua đến hôm nay để mà mình có một màn trình diễn tốt như vậy.
Như hôm qua thì bọn em tranh khu thì không có đồ, không có phương tiện. Hôm nay bọn em cùng đủ đồ vừa có phương tiện nên bọn em đi bo được, và lợi thế của vòng bo thì bọn em cố gắng sinh tồn, kiếm điểm và kiếm điểm kill.
Okay, I think what's changed from yesterday to today is that yesterday we were fighting for the echo area, so that's why we didn't get enough gun, and we didn't have the car to like move on to the next circle. But then today we got enough energies. We have the car. We moved to the next circle, and we tried our best to stay survival.
Definitely a change in strat is exactly what they needed. Let's talk a little bit about teams today. So, out of all the teams today, which team has managed to impress you guys and why?
Yeah. Trong tất cả những các đội hôm nay thì không biết là đội nào để lại ấn tượng cho em nhiều nhất và lý do tại sao?
Từ qua 2 ngày thi đấu thì em vẫn ấn tượng đội STE. Họ đi bo kiểm soát bo rất tốt và đè tay rất là hay.
Yeah. I think yesterday to today, the team that impressed me the most still SDE because they have their way of moving into the last circle and then they keep their people, their fighting is good, so I'm very impressed with them.
It's been 2 days and still STE manages to be everyone's favorites for the competition. Now, let's talk a little bit about regions. As I mentioned before, Brazil has been doing so good today. Both teams, A7 as well as... I can't remember the other one. Sorry, Loops, sorry about that. Loops have been managing to get 2nd and 3rd place today. So let's talk a little bit about their play style and what do you guys think of their play style and why is it so good?
Khu vực Brazil thì đã thi đấu rất là tốt, thì ví dụ như là A7 với lại Lúc á, thì em nghĩ như thế nào về cái lối chơi của họ cũng như là tại sao em nghĩ là tại sao nó lại tốt như vậy?
Em nghĩ là họ giữ người tốt và kiểm soát bo ok nên là họ có một số điểm hạng cao.
I think the reason why they are so good is that they keep the whole team together. You know, they keep the whole team together and they try to stay for survival and their fighting is good. That's why they got a lot of points today.
Is it something that you usually see in the Brazilian region or is it something that's very new to you guys?
Em nghĩ cái điều này là thường thấy ở khu vực Brazil hay là chỉ là lần này mới thấy lần đầu thôi?
Chắc thì đội đấy chắc cũng lần đầu tiên. Và hồi xưa giờ chắc em coi thì họ vẫn bắn như thế.
I think they keep their play style like since before this tournament. Yeah,
I see. So it is a very Brazilian play style and looks like really good for them because 2nd and 3rd place is definitely something I think they might be holding on to for a while. So let's talk a little bit about what you guys need to improve tomorrow to get into the top 3.
Đội mình cần phải cải thiện điều gì để có thể đạt được top 3 ngày mai?
Bọn em sẽ cố gắng giữ người thật tốt và đi bo hợp lý và kiểm soát vòng bo thì bọn em sẽ cố gắng kiếm thật nhiều điểm để lọt vào trong top 3.
I think what we need to improve in order to get to the top 3 is just keep all the 4 members together to the last circle and then get a really good angle to fight and try to survive and try to get a lot of skills. I think that's how we're gonna get into the top 3 tomorrow.
That's right, and I think what's really great about these teams is that every night and every morning they have time to change their strats and change the way they play. Adjusting is definitely one of the key factors here in this tournament as every week is only 4 days to compete. Speaking of that, Day 2 finally ended today and tomorrow we're going on to day number 3 with only 2 more days in the league for the green. What is it that they need to climb up to the top? And for now, that'll be the end for our tournament today, day number 2 of 2023 PMGC. We'll see you guys tomorrow, and I bid you guys good night.
Take a look here at the individual leaders here as Top is on top. I mean, goodness gracious. This is a ridiculous performance, Max.
What do you expect, okay? Top, he was going to be top fragger almost of yesterday, and he's just going to do it again today. This guy is just on fire. Do we already give him the MVP award? I'm not sure. But the fact is, and Kalash, we've been following this team for so long now. Sure, Top is up there, but you know, as a fact, the other players in the team are also not that far behind Top. Like, everyone is just doing so well. They are so consistent. Yep. And every time in the interview, which team are you looking up to? Stalwart. It's Stalwart. It's Stalwart. Well, really, not too surprised, yeah.
I mean, that's the scary thing. They're the complete package, right? Like, you can put any single one of their players into the fire and they will come out against 3 players of other teams here and at least have taken maybe 1 or 2 of their names, like if they've put themselves in a bit of a predicament. Like, they have looked fantastic. I mean, so has Loops. They have looked fantastic as well here, considering their performances throughout the day. It's been a pleasure to watch Brazil here in day 2.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely made a comeback that I don't think a lot of us expected. I mean, we did expect to see Alpha 7 get a win, and they got that here today. But would anybody expect to see the level of damage that's coming out of Stalwart, especially average damage each match, Max?
I really expected them to do this well from the get-go, especially, I mean, 3 wins yesterday is just ludicrous kind of result they were able to secure themselves. But we'll see. Though, if I have to predict anything, right now for tomorrow, is we are going to get a Dig Xavier win. It's going to happen. If they don't just have a shed to play with and they have something a little bit better, I feel like we're going to see a win from them, hopefully on Miramar. Yeah.
Yeah, that's all it takes. All it takes is one right position, and I think it's going to happen for them. Because these guys have been two sheds. If they can get 2 sheds back to back, I think they're going to be unstoppable here, Colors.
I don't know how to follow that up. Yes, you're totally right.
Just gotta
if
say
they have
yes.
2 sheds, if we put one shed on top of the other shed, they will win. Great, yeah.
A bunker shed. Oh,
maximum shed. Maximum shed. Oh, goodness gracious. Well, you know, we saw them. I think tomorrow's going to be one of the most important days, without a doubt. And, of course, we couldn't have these days without our official smartphone partner, Infinix, with their GT10 Pro, a phone designed and created for professional esports players. If you guys go ahead and wipe the lobby, go ahead and do it with that Infinix G10 Pro. So, man, what a crazy day we've had. What a crazy finish. We almost saw an insane 1v4 at the end with Mafioso. We got to see him bust it down with that AMR as well. I wonder what we're going to see happen tomorrow, Max.
I mean, we saw a lot of the teams at the bottom start to improve, like Falcons able to get himself a great wrap at the end of the day, Brat Esports changing their drop location. Any team, really, this goes to show any team in this lobby can still bring up a little bit of a comeback in these last 2 matches. So we got the halfway point, which means that, of course, making a comeback is going to be a bit tougher entering tomorrow, but there's still a lot of skill in the middle of the pack here that I'm going to be paying attention to.
And I did think maybe the craziest game of the day was going to be that Southern Military Circle, considering it was along the cliffside. But then we got the Prison Island finish from Miramar, and I can't remember the last time I saw a Prison Island finish, so I'm here for it. I say that we did see some over towards that East Bridge every so often in our region, but not as far west as this was. This was a bit of a treat.
World League. Back in World League, we had one too, but that was ages ago.
Yeah, that was a long time ago.
I did not expect, to mark that one off my Miramar bingo card. That is ridiculous, you know. And to see the Falcons get 18 eliminations and that chicken dinner towards the end is ridiculous. But you know what I want to see tomorrow as we get into it tomorrow? I want to see some teams immediately try to maybe camp a vehicle rotation on our 2 top squads here, because someone's got to stop them. Otherwise, it's going to be a fight for 3rd place, Max.
Who stole our cars? What? I'm trying to rotate. Oh, we can't move anymore. I mean, could be a strat. I'll see if teams are going to try and do that. I want to see Alter Ego maybe steal those cars away. It'll be helpful because we need to see a bit of a comeback from the boys. So we'll see if Rosemary can be on top. Yeah.
Who do you think is going to make that big comeback, guys? I hope you guys are excited. Mark your calendars. Tell your friends. Tell your neighbors. And we'll see you guys tomorrow.